Hello, everyone, and welcome to The Sports Fan. I'm John Tramick, and once again, co-host of the evening, Joe Van Gore, sports director, KVHE, KOSZ Radio. Welcome back, Joe.
Thanks, John. It's always great to be here, and it's an exciting time of the year for football fans in South Dakota.
Yes, it's getting better and better. Playoff time is here, so we're going to get to that in just a couple of minutes. I also like to let you know that our phone lines have finally been repaired, and they're up and ready for you. So grab onto a phone line at 877-825-5788. We'll be getting to your phone calls in just a few moments. But before we get started, we'd like to share a couple of email that we received this week. And in email number 1, Jake from Sioux Falls wrote in, and he said he would like to know, how much of an impact do we think that Adam Timmerman is having on the Rams offense? Joe, why don't you fire off on that one right away?
I can jump in right away. Adam Timmerman was a great part of the Green Bay Packers offensive line for a few years. And for the most part, he, kind of he protected Brett Favre. He blew holes open for Dorsey Levens. Now he's protecting a quarterback that was in the Arena Football League, and also, a running back that came over from Indianapolis. He escapes my name right now.
Warner.
Kurt Warner, that's right. So, yeah, he's having a big impact, along with the offensive line. That's why the St. Louis Rams are the only 5-0 team in the NFL so far this season.
The Rams are having a really good go of it. You kind of stole my thunder. I was hoping you'd talk more about his help of the Rams, and I was going to bemoan the fact that the Green Bay offense is really missing Timmerman a lot more than I think they thought they were going to. And it's causing problems for Green Bay, and it was just an ugly week in the NFL as far as a lot of people were concerned.
Money. That's why Adam left. It was money.
Yeah, and good for him. He's playing, he's got a good situation, a good team around him, and looks like they're headed headlong into the playoffs if things don't fall apart for him, as has happened to the Rams before. So looking forward to a good season. But for our vote, we miss Adam up there in Green Bay, and he's doing great down there for the Rams. We won't whine about it too much. Let's move on to email number 2, and this one comes from Mike in Hecla, and he would like to know that he says the Frederick Hecla North Star girls basketball team are 11-0 currently and are placed 3rd in the state last year. The boys have been to state 3 of the last 5 years. What do you think their chances of going to state this year are? Mike from Hecla. Joe, what do you think?
Now, I guess I have to be a little bit more specific about that. Is it the boys or the girls that, what are their chances of going to state? I'd say if the girls are undefeated, they have a pretty darn good chance to. The boys under Coach Terry Nelson have been there, like you mentioned, 3 out of the last 5 years. Maybe no reason to think that they may not be there in March, but it's still football season. Basketball season starts in March. Call us back in March, and we'll find out how things are going then.
Yeah, we actually paraphrased the email a little bit. He was asking also, do we think that there's a dynasty being built there because they've gone through all of that? But like we said many times before, that the record is great at 11-0 during the regular season. If they can go through the playoffs and not get too heady about being undefeated, I think the girls stand a really good chance. They played very well at state last year. And the boys, too, once that season comes along, we'll have to just kind of keep an eye on them, because it's always fun to watch schools throughout the state as they come along and see how they progress as their programs come together.
Well, yeah, because at the same time the football playoffs, of course, lead up to the Dakota Dome, in 2 weeks, 2 weeks from this weekend. Also, girls basketball will be getting into district and region action, and of course, the top-ranked teams in AA, Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, who dominates that class, maybe all classes in girls basketball. Tri-Valley is a pretty good team atop of Class A, and also Hanson, who's undefeated, is ruling the Class B ranks. Good to see him, a good friend, Jim Bridge, up at Hanson. Have a great season with the Beaverettes.
And like you said, it's an exciting time of year because the football playoffs are upon us. The girls' basketball playoffs are upon us. It gets real exciting from here on. It's for the goods now.
It is.
Heading for the hardware.
Yes. The final poll was out today, but does it really matter? The playoffs are here.
Doesn't matter. We're in the playoffs now.
That's right. Playoff time, baby.
If you would like to email us, feel free to do so. Fire up your computer and email us at sportsfan@sdpb.org. We'll share some of the mail we received this week on next week's program. And after all the calls that we received last week about switching around the girls' volleyball and basketball seasons, we thought that this week on our online poll, we have a new question. And that question is, what do you think? Do you think the girls' volleyball and basketball seasons should be switched? That's going to be our new online poll question of the week. There it is. And you can go onto our homepage at www.sdpb.org/sportsfan. That'll get you directly to our page. Check out the choices on the poll, vote, and then why not check out our discussion group and explain your choice. We'll have the results from this poll and some of your comments on next week's program. And for those of you that are wondering about the results of last week's poll, well, we'll have that just a little bit later in this evening's program. So real quick, let's touch base on first the disaster in Viking land this last week.
Well, everybody is saying, gosh, it's about time that Jeff George was quarterbacking the Minnesota Vikings instead of Randall Cunningham. It should have happened 2 weeks ago. I don't know. Maybe Randall doesn't have the magic that he had last year. Maybe it's not the same fire, I guess, that the Vikings had last year. But, of course, people have figured out the Vikings now with Randy Moss. You've got to blitz Randall Cunningham all the time to make him hurry up his throws. And that's why Randy Moss is not getting the ball as much as he did last year and with the success he had.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting week. I like the idea of Jeff George coming in because I think George just has a different mindset. Maybe it's going to mesh a little bit better with Ray Sherman. So I like the fact he came in the second half. If they should have brought him in earlier, I don't know, but I think that's going to be good for that particular team.
Well,
I really think they should have won that game.
Yeah, they should have. Yeah, but the thing is, so now their running game is a little suspect. Robert Smith is out. He has to have a hernia operation. As a matter of fact, he either had it yesterday or today down in Miami. And also, Leroy Horde, I guess, bit the inside of his mouth so severely it required stitches. And that, I don't hate to be gross here, he's got a little hole sitting in.
Bit right through his lip.
Bit right through his lip. So that's not a good thing. You know, when you're running the football and you got something really kind of like that, it's kind of tough. So Vikings are going to be awful slim in the running game. So I imagine the San Francisco 49ers are going to be blitzing Jeff George just about on every down on Sunday.
And the good thing, Jeff George likes to run around. He's got a little bit more mobility, I think, than Cunningham, though they're both fairly mobile quarterbacks. But that's going to be the thing to look for, is that he really seems to be thinking real well on his feet and making some good decisions. We saw that Sunday. I'll tell you, if you're a Vikings fan, you've got to really be wondering what's going on, because that's 3 games with less than a minute left that they've lost. If it were a 59-minute football game, the Vikings would be at 4-1 or 5-0. So it's strange things happening in the NFL. Real quick, let's touch on Green Bay because the phone lines are full. That was just, the only word for it was debacle. I mean, Green Bay just didn't show up, and Denver didn't have a real good game until about midway through the third quarter. And it just seemed like Greasy fired a ball, completed a pass that was on a 3rd and long, and suddenly he had this confidence. And that team just lit up, and they took off from there, and Green Bay just never knew what hit them from that point on and just never showed anything at all.
That was surprising to the fact that, Green Bay had played so well and won some close games, at the end. They just couldn't get a thing going. But maybe Denver has finally woke up. But have they woke up too late at 2-4?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting the rest of the way. It was funny, our staff, we've got our resident 49er supporter back here on camera, Russ No Huddle Husby. Our Rex back there, our co-producer, and Rena on our staff. We're all Vikings fan. I'm a Green Bay fan. Everybody's heads were hanging down, except for Kyle, our director, who was the only one smiling because he's a Denver fan. And they finally won 2 in a row, so he's all excited.
Hey, Kyle, got good news for you. Traveling out with the Coyotes to northern Colorado this weekend. I'll be that close to Denver. How about that?
And I don't know if that bodes well for the Broncos or not, but we'll see what happens. Let's get to the phone lines because they are all filled up. Let's go right off the top. Line 1, Billy and Trent. How are you, Billy?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Good.
Very good.
Yeah, I would want to talk a little bit about Del Rapids High School football.
Yeah, talk about those Couriers that are what?
Doing pretty good this year.
They're 3rd ranked in 11B, right?
Yep.
Well, can they make it to the Dome?
I was also wondering how many other small towns and lower have made 2 teams out of the same town make the playoffs in such a small town.
That's right, because Del Rapids Public and Del Rapids St. Mary's have both made the playoff. What?
Yeah.
St. Mary's in 9B, right?
Right. Yeah, they both got a lot of all-state players. Like the Couriers probably have all-state running back Michael Davis and quarterback Brady Bender. They're probably all-state selections. For St. Mary's, they probably got quarterback Dustin Klein. I mean, they're just ripping up the field this year, just tearing up. Like Couriers took West Central into the 4th quarter, and then West Central finally took over in the 4th quarter and won that game with 3 minutes left to go.
Now, let's see, I have those 11B pairings in front of me. Boy, they're in a tough region, I would say.
Yep, they got Harrisburg and
with the old Harrisburg Tigers, sitting there, right there. They have an undefeated season, but hey, it's the same old thing year after year.
Yeah.
Something always happens in the playoffs, and it usually does.
Yeah, it really depends on if Del Rapids can get their passing connection between Bender and Ross Brendy. If they can get that, I think they can they can hit some long passes, I think they could really tear up a lot of defenses.
But they have to get through their first-round game.
Yep, they have to get through Garrison.
That's right.
They got Garrison earlier. Garrison came back on them, but they got to get them this time because they'll be ready to go.
Yep, you can't overlook anybody in the playoffs, no matter what the records are. It's the old adage, throw them out. You got to play. It's everybody 0-0.
Del Rapids St. Mary's get paired up with?
They are going to play Armour.
Armour.
Yep, at Armour at 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
They're kind of like the Warriors. They need to get their passing going with Dustin Klein. If he can get on passing and not miss, they could be pretty fearful. I mean, they could just tear up the playoffs there too. They're a young team. They don't have very many guys, but they can beat some teams that nobody'd expect them to beat.
Yeah. Billy, we need to move on because I think every team that's playing the playoffs will call up and make the same points that you're having. But
All right.
Go Del Rapids. We look forward to some good games this week.
Right.
All right. Thanks, Billy.
Yep.
Thanks for calling.
Bye.
All right, let's go right along the line. Little Blaze in Pine Ridge, how are you?
I'm doing excellent. How are you guys?
Very good. You want to talk a little NASCAR?
Yeah, you guys know the race car driver Dick Trickle?
I know who he is, you bet.
Yeah, don't you guys think he has a kind of a funny name?
Unfortunately, I think he probably had more to talk about that. He's not going to get the chance. We'll let him go, I think. And actually, Little Blaze last week was called in and was talking about Dodge trying to come back into NASCAR. And that was a big announcement in NASCAR this week that, like everybody suspected, Ray Evernham is going to lead up the charge for Dodge and get Dodge back into NASCAR the first time since 1985. And the Winston Cup. They've been in other NASCAR circuits.
Well, as long as they get a Barracuda in there and no, wrong kind of car.
Wrong kind of car.
Wrong kind of car.
I don't think they're going to run a Barracuda or the old Dodge Charger.
Oh gosh, that'd be neat.
We'd love to see that.
Yes.
By the way, I've been told that 2 of our lines are not ringing through. So if your phone has been ringing and ringing and ringing and no one's picking it up, you're on one of the dead lines. So hang up and call back. Either you're going to get through right away or get a busy signal. So if no one's answering, it's because we're having a little bit of phone problem. Call back and we'll get to you as soon as we can. Jason in Sioux Falls, how are you?
Good, how about yourself?
Very good.
I was just wondering, since districts and all that stuff is about to come up in girls basketball pretty soon, and I was just wondering who you guys think is going to come out of Class A, either because they got 3 good teams that I can think of, Tri-Valley, Weston Springs, and Wagner. I was just wondering who you think might come out of that.
I would think that Tri-Valley would probably come out of their district and their region, but if I'm not mistaken, isn't Tri-Valley and West Central in the same district?
I think so, and then Weston Springs and Wagner in the same, too.
Mm-hmm. Is this the year that Wessington Springs finally gets Wagner? Because I think the last couple of years, hasn't Wessington Springs been runner-up in the region?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's been the stumbling block.
It's been the stumbling block, but right now, Tri-Valley's undefeated and top ranked. Wessington Springs is number 2. If Tri-Valley and Wessington Springs play the basketball they're playing right now, can't see any reason why. But the thing is, Wagner has tested tournament experience. They're not 2-time defending champions in Class A for nothing.
Yeah, last game before the district starts, it's going to be in Weston Springs, Wagner.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, you'll get an early look at that.
Real early days.
There won't be much stake there. People are going to say, gosh, that's going to be a great matchup. But then, the real matchup comes if they both make it to the region championship.
And before I go, I'd just like to say my Broncos did pretty good this weekend.
Yes, they did.
They did okay. They did okay.
Thanks, Jason.
Thanks for calling.
I've said all along, I like Brian Greasy and the way he runs an offense. I think he's maturing into it. And poor Bubby, he's going to take over the offense, pulls a muscle, and now Brian finally comes into his own and is going to keep running the offense. I don't think Bubby Brister's going to see the field unless an injury happens this year. So it'll be interesting. John from Vermilion, how are you?
I just got a question.
Hello?
I think we have a phone line going bad there, so we'll move on. John, feel free to call back, and we'll see if we can get to you a little bit later on. Brent in Watertown. Go ahead, Brent.
Yeah, I was calling about the Iroquois Chiefs.
Yeah.
What do you think about them making playoffs, 2-6?
At 2-6? Have they made the playoffs? Yes, they have.
They're playing Preston.
They're in Region 2 of 9A. They play at Lake Preston. Well, Lake Preston's been one of the higher-ranked teams in 9A, along with the Freeman Flyers, Veblen Rosholt. I know that there's a new number 1 in 9A this week. Is Veblen Rosholt's now on top. Freeman is second. Marion shot into number 3rd, and Trip Delmont's moved down to number 5. But I don't know. At 2-6, like I said, you're playing. Everybody's playing at 0-0 now in the playoffs. If Iroquois can play their game and get a few breaks, anything can happen.
What do you think about their back, Brady Erickson?
How's he done this year?
1,000 yards.
well, then he's going to be the go-to guy. He's going to be the one that probably carries them on their shoulders against Lake Preston on Thursday night.
Yeah. Thanks, Brent. We appreciate the call.
Thanks for the call.
The interesting is that you have, certain players that, this time of year is you got to have, your career game or, the game of the season in order for them to carry on. You'd have to look at 2 and 6 that kind of hope and a prayer time that if you're going to have a winning streak, now is the time you have to have it.
Well, and the thing is,
tough.
When you get to playoff time, the weather's a factor. I guess the weather's going to be outstanding in South Dakota on Thursday, with highs in the 70s. That would be conducive to mixing things up. But now, as you see in the playoffs, more than ever, you run the football. If you can run the football, you are going to win a lot of games in the playoffs.
Yeah. Hang on to the clock as long as you can. Keep the ball on the ground.
That's right.
Marlon in Viborg, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you guys today?
Good.
Very good. We're going to see if our audio people can turn up the phone a little bit more so we can hear you a little better. Go ahead.
Say, now you guys are talking at the beginning of the show. You're talking about the running back the St. Louis Rams got
Kurt
from
Warner.
Indianapolis. No, it's Marshall Falk they got.
Marshall Falk, the running back, yeah.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Kurt Warner, he came from the Arena League.
Yep.
That's right.
That's right.
And then, now like we're talking about the Vikings, I think it's going to be I think it's a great change. Jeff Georgie's got the quick release, and I think they'll do well. But then I was kind of disappointed. They needed a running back, and they had Miami let go
Kareem Abdul.
They could have got him for a dream.
Yeah.
I think they weren't looking. So they got to find somewhere. Robert Smith, he's a good workhorse when he's healthy, but when he's not, it's tough.
Well, I think the Vikings might be looking at bringing back Dave Osborne, Bill Brown, maybe Chuck Foreman, and if they're really desperate, Darren Nelson.
Well, it might help them.
Darren's tried to stay in shape. So,
All right, thanks a lot, guys.
All right,
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, I was going to say, every time you open up a newspaper or listen to radio, it seems the Vikings have brought back somebody else from a year or two ago. I'd be amazed to see who all they can bring back. That's it. Archie Manning comes to us from the back room. I don't think you're going to be quite that desperate, but
Tommy Kramer.
Yeah,
Just look down the street at the local bar. He'll find him there. Yeah.
Yeah, Fran Tarkenton got acquitted on some federal charge. He's ready to play.
Yeah,
Let's
you
see
bet.
what goes on. Karen in Lead, how are you?
Hi, I was just wondering what you thought Lead Gold Diggers would do in the playoffs, and what you thought of Eric Rice.
Well, I understand that Lead is undefeated in out west, out there in Class 11A. Am I right?
Right, you're right. They play Hot Springs Thursday night.
Well, the thing is with 11A now, after I think the region, you play 2 games in your region, and then you go to the semifinals, which are now seeded. They're not matching regions anymore, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. You're seeded in the top 4, so there's a very good chance if Lead gets to the semifinals, they'll be the 2nd seed if they're still undefeated as far as points go, or as far as their playoff points go. It doesn't make a difference what their record is. They could be, in line to a trip to the Dome, but against who, that's to be determined.
Yeah, and Eric Rice is averaging 250 yards a game. He's really something to see. So,
well,
anyway, just thought I'd call. Thank you.
Hey,
Okay,
thanks for the call.
Appreciate it. I think we may have had the first name wrong there. On that one, Steve in Yale. How are you, Steve?
Pretty good. I just have a prediction about the Iroquois Lake Preston game.
What's that?
Iroquois by 6.
Iroquois by 6.
Yep. They don't have anything to lose coming in at 2 and 6. So
that's right.
I guess they've got no pressure, and I went to high school there, and I feel pretty good about it.
Hey, those are the most dangerous teams to prepare for because you don't know what to expect from these people.
Yeah, I'd like to make a prediction about West Indian Springs and Wagner too.
What's that?
The Spartans by 20.
Holy buckets! All righty.
Okay, we'll make
Thanks
note
a
of
lot.
that.
Thanks for the call.
We'll see how you do, Steve.
Holy buckets! Neil Goder and Wagner's going right now. I got a little locker room billboard fodder here, so okay.
I'm going to take a tape of the show and keep playing it over and over. 20 points? I don't think so. Eric in Madison, how are you, Eric?
Oh, not too bad. What do you think about the Dubrook chances in the 9AA playoff?
Dubrook and
Woolsey Washington.
Woolsey Washington.
Woolsey Washington, 7 o'clock.
Boy, how have the Dolphins done this year?
6-2.
6-2, and how about Woolsey Washington?
I have no idea.
Well, it's one of those that they don't play each other, but obviously they're in like I said, the same region and playing. That's a good question. I really couldn't tell you for sure.
If you believe in home field advantages, you got that going for you.
See, what's different about the playoffs this year, if you have the highest number of points in a class, you get to host every game, at home, going to the Dakota Dome. The Yankton Bucks have it in 11 AA. The Vermilion Tanagers have it in Class 11A. And I believe, not right off the top of my head, do not know. I think Gregory has it in 11B, but that's, that sometimes home field advantage is great, sometimes it's not.
Yeah, you just never know.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Eric. Let's, oh, here we go. We should have a theme song for this. Billy in Fort Pierce with us again. How are you tonight, Billy?
How you doing tonight?
Good.
Good.
I just got a couple questions. I need an injury report on LaVille. That's right, running back from Denver. Is he going to be playing Sunday? He was out with a hamstring or something the last 2 games.
Last year, I think he was day-to-day or probable, but they're not real sure.
I need him for my fantasy league.
One of those guys, huh?
And the next thing is Stanley County is going out to play Hill City. It might be close, but if they get beat, look out for the next 2 years. They're going to be tough. They got 6 seniors, freshman quarterback, and okay, Mike Gordon finished 12th. Okay.
How's my man Dave Tate doing out there?
He's doing good. About the same.
About the same?
About the same.
Every time I see him, it looks like, gosh, Joe, I got to suffer through another losing football season again. And
Hey,
they
went 5-3, and they beat Miller 7-6 up there, and I guess it was one heck of a ball game. And they played some young schools, and they're young, and they'll be back.
Well, okay. Hey, go Buffaloes. Say hi to Mr. Tate for me.
All right, we'll
thanks,
talk to you later, bud.
All righty. Thanks for the call.
I always get a kick when Billy calls in, so you get through the high school football, get a little NFL update, and he also gets NASCAR in there all in one call.
Yeah.
Flies right through it all. Thad in Vermilion, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I was just wondering what you guys thought about that Argus Leader article today about this Tom Babb running back from Beersford thinking they could beat Vermilion in football, or should have beat them.
Well, I guess that's stuff, from his perspective there. Anybody can, say if you have a good performance against somebody, yeah, we should have beat them with this and this and this, but I don't know.
Hey, well, I think even that crappy Del Rapids team could have beat Beersford.
Well,
it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
That's why they have playoffs.
That's why they play them, you bet.
Well, take it easy, guys.
All right, thanks, Ed. And it's interesting, you read an article like that, and if it's, bashing another team, that's just going to be on the bulletin board come playoff time, and they're going to use it for motivation. So, don't put much into that. Let's go to, why is that not blinking? We'll try that one. Let's go to Hank in Gayville. How are you, Hank?
Not too bad. How about you guys?
Good.
Very good.
On the whole Matt Wilbur baseball thing, I heard another rumor, I don't know if it's true, that he's going down to Arizona to the Winter League. I heard he was going to go before, but they want to go by himself. And I guess his old buddy, Matt Luders, I guess just been hitting the weights, working on his curveball, and so I heard him and Luders with his Louisville Slugger going down to Arizona now for Winter League. Have you heard anything about that?
Haven't heard a thing.
Haven't heard anything, but that sounds could be a good thing to do.
Now Matt's dad is a good friend of mine. Hey, if you're watching, give me a call, Jim. We'll straighten this out. We'll have all these rumors taken care of, hopefully by the next time.
Well, I think it'd be a good deal for him to do, though.
What's that?
I think that'd be a great thing for him to do, is go down to Arizona and hit the Winter League.
One would think so. You
bet.
bet.
Yeah, stay in shape over the winter and be ready for the spring ball. All right, thanks, Hank.
Yep.
And then nobody has to go out and buy baseball bats for him for Christmas time because they've already got them. All right, let's go to Rex in Sioux Falls. How are you, Rex?
I'm not doing too bad. How are you guys doing?
Good.
That's good. The reason why I'm calling is about the Harrisburg-Howard football game tomorrow night, or Thursday night.
Yeah.
And I know that Harrisburg's pretty good, but I just was going to ask you what you think about Howard's chances of beating them.
Well,
the standard line.
Harrisburg's played great football all season long. I really don't, see them stumbling at home. But, Howard, what kind of season does Howard have?
I think they're 4-4 right now, but they were a pretty young team, so they're kind of peaking at the right time. So I don't know. I'm kind of thinking that Howard's going to beat them because I know Harrisburg's had Howard's number the last 4 or 5 years, but I think it's Howard's year to beat them. What do you guys think?
I don't see that happening. I really don't.
Ooh, Joe, going out on a limb today.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks for the call.
And we've said it, time and time again, when it comes to this sort of thing, when it comes to the playoffs, you never know. There are teams that just jump in there and pull that upset. That's why they play the game. So, if they can come in there and, really put it together, like you said, they're 4-4, peaking at the right time. They could pull the upset, but it would be an upset. I think they're kind of probably looking at them as being an underdog.
Yeah.
going
Anyway, if I gave a prediction for everybody that plays in the playoffs, who's going to be in the dome, it'd be a good dice roll if anything else.
Well, yeah, and our opinion is exactly what you're paying for it too.
That's
so,
right.
Keep that in mind. Don't go put any wagers down or anything if that were legal. Okay, let's go to John in Vermilion. How are you, John?
Good.
You want to talk basketball? Get us off that football thing for a minute.
No kidding. Well, I got 2 points, a little basketball, a little baseball here.
Okay.
I heard you talk about Matt Wilbur. Well, the first one is I hear this kid, Mark Billings from Vermilion, is talking about going to state to walk on and play basketball next year. I know you knew him, Joe, from high school maybe, or know his dad.
Okay.
Have you heard anything about that? Or
Haven't heard a thing.
You watched him a lot in high school, I'm sure, so how would he even have a chance? Or
hard to tell.
Yeah.
Put a little meat on his bones, maybe.
All right.
The second point is that deal with Wilbur. I heard a little about it. My buddy here, Brian Fannenstein, he graduated from USD. He was talking about it. Him and Wilbur were talking about both going down to Arizona together. I don't know. They said it was just kind of a goal or something. They weren't talking too serious about it. So I don't know what the deal is. That's what I heard.
Oh, okay.
Kind of those wishful thinking.
Yeah.
I would probably think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like their goal before next year.
No, more power to them if they can go and then get some good workout in.
Yeah, they're working out with Jim quite a bit, I think.
Okay, great.
Okay, thanks, John.
Thanks for the call.
And we're going to take one more phone call here before we get to the results from last week's poll. So I'll just give Rex a heads up that we want to do that and get that out of the way before we forget about it. Before we do that, though, let's go to Chino and Brookings. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Very good.
I just wanted to ask about, I heard about Mike Ditka and his little fan escapade last week. Did you hear anything about that? What he did?
Yes, he was saying we're number one as he was going off the field. Yeah.
Do you think he'll get in big trouble, get fined? How big a fine do you think he'll get?
Well, he's been fined by
the team.
Yeah, he's been fined by the Saints $20,000, and the Saints are assuming that the NFL is not going to take any further action. That's probably where it should stay. I know the NFL is awful careful about their image, and Ditka, kind of pushes the envelope sometimes. There's no doubt about it. There's been some things that he's done in New Orleans that he's kind of had to apologize for and also pay fines for. But this, I think it's all taken care of.
And
Mike says he won't ever do it again, which I sincerely doubt.
Until next time.
Until next time, yeah.
And then earlier, I think you said Yankton was the double-A points leader. I believe it's O'Gorman.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
That's right.
In points, yeah, that is right.
In points, that's right. Well, so I guess putting it that way, after the first round, if O'Gorman is number one, then Yankton's the number 2 seed. The only way they'd meet would be in the Dakota Dome. So that way, O'Gorman and Yankton have home games until they could possibly meet in the Dome. And that's just in theory. You're right. They do have the most points.
All right, thanks a lot, guys.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, So let's take care of the poll from last week. We had Marlon Goldhammer on talking about the Roosevelt girls and the situation there. So on our poll, we asked if what everyone thought. How do you feel about the controversy surrounding the Roosevelt girls basketball team? And can tell we've got a lot of people from out state that chimed in on this one. 45.5% of the folks thought it was the right decision. Another 45.5% thought it was all much to do about nothing. And there was 9% of you who thought that was the wrong decision. Kind of interesting. I think people are probably fed up with that whole situation and hearing so much about it and want to move on. And I have a feeling our poll for next week will kind of reflect that too. That
I would think so, yeah.
People would like, let's talk about something else for a while. But thanks to everybody who voted on our poll online. We appreciate it. We have a new poll each week, so feel free to go to our homepage at www.sdpb.org/sportsfan and chime in on the poll. Check it out. We'll have football polls and probably some NASCAR polls and different things throughout our season.
Yeah, the Jeff Gordon poll.
The Jeff Gordon poll. How many races do you think he'll win before he retires or something like that?
Really.
Let's go back to the phones and BJ in Dakota Dunes. How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing tonight?
Good.
Very good.
What do you think the chances are if Dakota Valley wins their first playoff game against Gregory? Considering Gregory wins too.
Oh boy, that'll be a tough one for the old Panthers, and because now they host Scotland on Thursday. And then if they'd win and Gregory would win, they would meet in Gregory a week from tonight. Boy, that's a tough one to call. Gregory is an awful hard place to play, but I did see Stanley County win out there back a few years ago. It was 0-0 at the end of regulation. Stanley County wins in overtime, 7-6, as they stop a Gregory 2-point conversion, at the goal line, and that's the only time I've seen, in the playoffs at least, Gregory lose, that I was there in person. That's a tough road trip for anybody to go way out there, but I'm sure the Panthers can give them a battle.
Well, Joe, from what you've seen, would you say Gregory's about the same caliber as Harrisburg? Or can you even compare those two teams?
Well, based on what I saw last year, Gregory was a very strong team. They got a lot of those guys back from last year. Keith Huber up at Harrisburg, he just keeps reloading instead of rebuilding here. You're talking about two teams that love to run the football.
Right.
And a lot of times when those kind of two teams meet, they seem to kind of cancel each other out as far as their defense goes. It gets to be a track meet in a high-scoring game, something that's maybe a little bit out of character for both teams.
Yeah. Oh, that's all I got tonight.
Okay,
hey, thanks for the call.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Let's go to Andrew in Del Rapids. How are you, Andrew?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Good. You want to talk a little bit more about Del Rapids football?
Yeah, what do you think the chances are I'm going to the Dome?
Well, can they get by the Harrisburg Tigers? Because I get the feeling that they may be, they'll be matched up with them as far as the pairings go. Let me check to make sure. Yeah, in the second round, and the game would be at Harrisburg.
That'd be a good game, and I heard a Beersford guy, I just happened to turn it on at the right time. I heard a Beersford guy said something about the crappy Del Rapids people.
Well, he was complaining more about the Argus Leader article. He wasn't saying anything about the people up there.
Yeah, I don't think
he didn't agree with the article.
I don't think he agreed. I think he was just disagreeing with the article.
I didn't hear the article, or I didn't read it. What did it say?
Well, this running back from Beersford was comparing about the games maybe they should have won. Like against Vermilion, they made a few mistakes and lost to Vermilion. They've lost to other teams as well. But that's his opinion.
Should have been, could have been, would have been.
Yeah. Ifs and buts, candy and nuts. Yeah. We'd all have a Merry Christmas.
All right.
So that's all it was, Andrew.
All right. Bye.
And I was kind of expecting this to happen. Someone's calling in to take you to task on your prediction here. Let's go to Marlon in Harrisburg about Joe's prediction.
Yes, you hit it right on the nose.
Hey, thank you. There we go. That's right. Thank you.
Where do you predict, or why do you predict that Gregory is going to beat Harrisburg? What does Gregory have as far as offense, defense that you feel is tougher than what Harrisburg's got?
Well, now let's back up a little bit. I didn't say that Gregory would beat Harrisburg. I thought that both kind of featured the same kind of ground game that's been so successful for him over the past few years. If I don't want to be in the prediction business because it gets me in trouble, just like this call here. If they both met in the Dome, I think you'd see that Dakota Dome carpet ripped up with the running game. And, of course, playing on turf, that running game is magnified a whole lot. But as far as the prediction goes, I don't know.
Have you seen Gregory play this year?
I'm kind of basing on what I saw last year in the state championship because I did see that game, and it sounds like they have, as I mentioned, a lot of the same personnel back from last year. But you never know. Yeah, the coach could be passing the football for all I know. But I haven't seen him this year, and neither I've seen Harrisburg either. But knowing Keith Huber as well as I do, he loves to rely on that ground attack and throwing a pass once in a while as well.
Yeah, I think they got some pretty good receivers at Harrisburg, though, too.
Oh, you bet.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Marlon.
Yeah, thanks for the call.
And
gosh, I just might as well hold a gun to my head.
It was just one man's opinion.
Yes, it was.
Let's go to Benton in Sioux Falls. How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Very good.
Yeah, I was just wondering how far you think quarterback Isaac Miller and standout receiver Derek Oldert for the Cougars, how far they're going to take them into the playoffs if they still stay healthy.
Well, now, if I'm not mistaken, if the University of Sioux Falls kind of stays the course, they lead by what, 2 games with 1 game to play in the SDIC?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because if Sioux Falls wins, the University of Sioux Falls, I should say, wins the SDIC, they will have the automatic bid into the NAIA playoffs. Hard to tell. Sioux Falls, I know, lost a lot of guys from last year. I know that they're, kind of rebuilding as they go and having, after a slow start, having a pretty good season so far. But there's just too many tough teams in this part of the country that could give Sioux Falls a challenge. So it's hard to tell.
And I think, like Benton said, that if they have a really good quarterback and a wide receiver combination, if they stay the course and they're playing like they have been playing, it bodes well for them going into the playoffs. So barring injury, they should be okay. But like Joe said, a couple of tough teams that they have to get through in order to get to that championship
Yeah, I know
game.
there's Hastings College, there's Doane College down in Nebraska that have been, you know, quite successful in the last few years. I know Northwestern College over in Orange City, Iowa. I know they haven't had the kind of season that they would like to have had, but yeah, there's a lot of great teams in this region that could give the University of Sioux Falls a pretty good game.
Okay, thanks, Benton. Appreciate it. Let's go to, I'm getting all crossed up here tonight. Lee in Brookings. How are you, Lee?
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions for you. First one is your opinion on the debacle that SDSU had against UNSD this weekend. And if you think we should expect more of the same next week with our homecoming game against UND. And my final question is, I see your Green Bay Packer poster there. And what do you think of the Broncos' dominating performance against the Packers? And do you think they can keep that same intensity going and take them into the playoffs?
Well, John, I'll let you answer that first part of the question first.
No,
the last part of the
I was
question.
going to say the last part. I was going to say being,
I have dyslexia for
being the Green Bay fan here, I agree. Denver really put it together. I think for the first half anyway, those teams played pretty even and they both played pretty poorly. But when Brian Griese, suddenly something happened, a light switch went on and he was playing with a lot more confidence, moved around the pocket, stood his ground, was able to complete some really nice passes and was able to, you know, pull that team to a victory and really lay one on Green Bay late in the game. Green Bay, boy, arm tackling, bouncing off of people, just couldn't stop anybody. I think Joe and I think, could have run the ball in that game against the Green Bay defense. So I think, you know, Brian Griese, if he keeps getting better and better, as it looks like he has week after week, I think right now they'd have to be close to running the table in order to get, you know, the same type of results they had last year, get back in. I think they can make the playoffs, but I think they need to grow up a little bit more, especially at quarterback, to carry it all the way through to the into Atlanta.
Well, I don't think they're going to go to Atlanta. I just believe that 514 yards to 133 against a team that many people thought could go to the Super Bowl from the NFC was immensely impressive, especially when the Packers team was the best offensive team in the NFL. I thought that was very dominating. And now if you can answer the question on USD, it'd be great. Thanks, guys.
All right,
okay,
thanks for
we'll
calling.
Get to those.
Well,
thank you.
I've seen North Dakota State. I've seen North Dakota. Both are outstanding teams, and they kind of, you know, are kind of different, excellent in different ways. North Dakota has an outstanding defense. You know, the Coyotes played them to a 17-10 game down here in the Dakota Dome. If the Coyotes don't fumble the football twice, they win the football game. But their defense was outstanding, and it got more outstanding when they shut down the Bison, who had been rolling up yards both, you know, through the air and on the ground. They also shut down, you know, I think they kind of slowed up a little bit, a good Northern Colorado team last week. The Bison, there's no doubt about it, they can move the football. And if, you know, it was those time-consuming drives that they were kind of famous for back in the 80s when they ran the veer option, where they'd get the ball at the 2-yard line, 98 yards later, and maybe a quarter later, they're scoring a touchdown. It seems like in that game Saturday, they kept the ball away from South Dakota State's offense, and also holding Josh Ronick to 66 yards is a big accomplishment, too. It's just like Nebraska-Omaha down in Omaha on Saturday. They hold Jamal White to 49 yards rushing, where he had 5 100-yard games going up into that point, and I know Josh Ronick had a string of 100-yard games going into the North Dakota State game as well. But boy, you're talking about two excellent teams in two different ways. North Dakota with defense, North Dakota State with offense.
Yeah, interesting weekend. Let's go back. Let's go to Justin up in Herrig. Justin, how are you?
Pretty good.
You want to talk about that Campbell County Express?
You bet.
All right.
Got to talk about the Express.
Well, I'll tell you what. Now here's the deal. Now, if you know now that with Freeman losing last Thursday, they have less points than Harriet Pollock. So a possible semifinal game would be what? Do you play in Harriet or Pollock?
Pollock.
All right. It could be in Pollock. A week from Saturday?
Yes, it could.
Well, talk about that Express. How are they looking?
We're looking pretty good. We have Josh Gehring, our running back. He was second in state in the 100-meter dash last year.
Mm-hmm.
Looks very quick out on the field. Got a very good quarterback and lots of good receivers, and our offensive line is doing very good.
Mm. So we got the Selby Lions coming in?
Yes, we do.
How are they going to do against them?
We already beat them once this year. We pretty much all dominated the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
We did
all
good.
Right. Well, you may see me in Pollock if the Freeman Flyers get that far. God, it's just like going to Oneida the last 2 out of 3 years, for a semifinal game with the Chargers. So if the Flyers can get that far, you may see me up in Pollock.
All right, that'd be nice to see you.
All righty.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for the call.
Thanks, Justin. That would be an interesting. This time of year, you pretty much crisscross this entire state daily.
There's been some pretty interesting trips I've taken, especially for semifinal games, and associated stories with that, which are really not airable, so we won't bother with that.
Okay, let's go to Ned in Canton. How are you, Ned?
I'm doing good. How are you guys tonight?
Good.
Yeah, about 3 years ago, we had a high school basketball team with, we did really good. We had like Brooke Horstmeyer forward and Ross Brendy at guard, and then Josh Riley at point guard. And we had this coach, Dennis Voss. I don't know if you guys, he's up in Sioux Falls now. I guess he's a coach and stud. I was wondering if you guys know anything about him at all, or I guess not.
I'm not really quite sure. I think he might be now the superintendent at Centerville.
Oh, really? Because, well, he was a teacher in Canton. He was really good. He was like really smart and everything.
Yeah, in looking at the Activities Association directory, I think I remember seeing Dennis's name as superintendent there, but I'm not sure. But I think that's where he might be at. But beyond that, don't know much.
And then, I got another question about Horstmeyer. I guess he's playing up at DSU now. Have you guys? He's been doing really good. Have you guys heard? What do you think? Do you think he's got a chance to go any further? Or?
Don't know.
Don't know?
No, don't know a thing about that.
All righty.
Stats right in front of us. Thanks, Ned. Yeah, that's sometimes really hard, you know, with as many players as there are in a state that we don't have specific stats that...
But hey, any sports information directors, feel free to call and let us know, yeah.
Absolutely. If you have the information as a sports director... If you have the
information, yes.
Email us, sportsfan@sdpb.org. We read that stuff all the time. The more information we get, the more information we'll have here. So feel free to email us all the information that you have. We will definitely use it. Denny in Sioux Falls, how are you tonight?
Oh, getting by. How about yourself?
Good.
Yeah, we're doing all right. You want to move us way away from football and go to sprint car racing?
Yes, I do. I heard an update on Jack Hodenshield about breaking his arm. Have you heard any updates on that?
All I heard was that his arm was broken, and I didn't hear how severe it was and whether or not or how long he's going to be down.
You don't know if it's going to be a career-threatening move or if it's just going to be a situation where he's down for a few races and get back in like the Danny the Dude did.
Really don't know. That's something I have to look up. All I know is it was broken.
Okay. Do you guys have any comments on the upgrades on safety with that particular sport?
Well, and I suppose you could go generically for any sport. That anytime especially in sprint car racing, you have some interesting cars flying right out of the track and.
Oh, certainly, you bet.
And rolling over. It's a lot of people go just to see those barrel rolls coming down the backstretch. Yeah. That anytime. What's that?
Yeah, I understand that. I own one myself.
Yeah, but anytime that they can find a way to keep, I mean, I know when you get started barrel rolling one of those cars, it's hard to keep your arms and things flailing out. Anytime that they can figure a way to make better structure and keep the driver safer, any improvement is better. And I would even go so far as to say, even if it hurt the performance of the car, the important thing is the safety of any athlete in any sport.
I agree. I agree. I wish more people would step up and force a weight issue upon, like the sanctioning bodies such as the World of Outlaws. I know that the All-Stars has also put in a weight issue, and Knoxville has also stepped up and said they were going to put on a weight rule so that these guys weren't getting to the point to where they were sacrificing safety for weight.
Yeah. It's something that needs to be looked at.
Definitely.
Okay, thanks, Denny. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for the call.
Let's go to Ross, Del Rapids.
Hey.
There you are.
How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, someone called in earlier about Matt Wilbur and Brian Fanstein going to Arizona or something. Mm-hmm. That's not. I live in Del Rapids, and that's not right at all. It's Matt Luters and Matt Wilbur. They're going to Canada.
Okay. Okay. All right, we've got an update on that. Thanks for the call.
We're also going to move on. And like one of the callers said earlier, it's all rumor, and until you hear directly from the people who are involved, whether they're going to, where they're going and what they're going to do, we're not going to speculate on that.
Yeah, maybe it's time to let that lie.
Yeah. Or like you said, let's hear from Dad. Dad probably has a better idea of what's going on. Let's go to Jeff and Gregory, another Gorilla fan out there.
Uh-oh.
You bet. I was going to ask you, do you think Gregory and Phillip will play in the playoffs or not?
Well, let's look at the pairings in 11B.
Have to scratch through quick.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I think also in 11B, once you get to once you get through your region, and they seed you 1 through 4. So it depends on where Gregory's at and where Phillip is at as far as the playoff points, and then the teams in the upper bracket, which could be Harrisburg, and then could be somebody else as well. There is the possibility, but now that they don't play region against region in the semifinals, they seed the top 4. I don't know.
Yeah, I know they're going to be tough to beat, I think.
Yeah. You mean Gregory, right?
Yeah, Gregory is. They look pretty good to me, anyway. Their quarterback's pretty good. Nebraska's looking at him, I know that.
Well, so. Nebraska's taken a long look at a lot of gorillas over the past few years. The Vedral family is a great example of that. How is now? Mike's down there, right?
No, Mark.
Mark is.
I graduated with him in high school, so.
How's he doing down there?
Pretty good. He's second-string linebacker.
Is he really?
Yep.
Because I know Dr. Tom came to Gregory himself to recruit him.
At the high school, I was there that day.
Is that right?
Yep.
No, that's a heck of a deal.
Yeah, it is. Well, thanks, guys.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
It'll be interesting to see as we move through the playoffs that a lot of people who could meet up with who, and there's a lot of magic involved in that.
Yeah, that's right. That was Mike, John, and Mark Vedral that have all gone and played at Nebraska.
It's almost like
Gregory. That's great.
Gregory's starting to look like one of those farm teams or B squads for Nebraska, the way they turn them out over there.
You bet.
Let's go to Nick in Mount Vernon. How are you, Nick?
Pretty good. How are yourself?
Good.
Very good.
Well, I'm calling to talk about Sticky Mount Vernon Knights.
You bet. How are they going to do?
Well, I really think they have a chance at making the Dome, but I notice a lot of people don't give them enough credit. I mean, we have Chad Greenway, one of, I feel, the better quarterbacks in 11 AA, and Joe Casavan, one of the better fullbacks. But, I mean, they should look at us as saying we've accomplished something, because Mount Vernon has never gone 8-0 for 26 years.
Mm-hmm.
We have been rated behind Castlewood #1 in 9 AA, and we were #2. So we really aren't getting enough credit.
Well, I'd say you're getting plenty of credit being ranked, in the top 5 in 9 AA. Castlewood seems to be the favorite in 9 AA if you look at the rankings. But what are the rankings now? It's playoff time.
Yeah, it's playoff time.
That's right.
Boy, there's someone passionate about their team, too.
Very
Boy,
passionate, you bet. We like to hear that, you bet.
And this is the time of year to be that way. Boy,
absolutely,
if you're a fan of football, Thursday night's your night. Get out there and watch a couple of great games. Pete in Sioux Falls. How are you, Pete?
Yeah, hi, how are you?
Good.
Very good.
I'm just wondering, what do you think about 11 AA football right now? Who's got a good chance of going?
That's a darn good question.
I
think of all classes, I think 11 AA is the most wide open of them all. I mean, there's O'Gorman, there's Yankton, there's Washington, there's Roosevelt. There's, you can go through all 16, no matter how they've done, this past year, who knows? I mean, because there was, I think a few years ago, Sioux Falls, Washington, with a losing record, I believe, made it to the semifinals of 11 AA before, losing. If a team could if a team could get hot, put together a couple great games, boom, you never know. They're in the Dome, but 11 AA is the most wide open I've seen it in years.
What do you think about Brandon, Sioux Falls, Washington?
Brandon, Sioux Falls, Washington. It'll be a good game. That's all I can say.
All right.
Don't want to go out on the limb. I've gotten in trouble for that.
Like they say, throw the records away and let them play, because that's going to be a heck of a game out there. Thanks, Pete. Let's move on. Let's go to Randy in Hartford. How are you, Randy?
Good evening, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good.
I just got a couple comments. I'm a girls basketball coach here in southeastern South Dakota, and I just wanted to comment on the Roosevelt situation. I think that it would have been a great injustice if our state would have passed this by and not let these girls travel out to the West Coast to represent us. Right. They've got a phenomenal basketball team. They've got great coaches, and a lot of talk is said about whether we should change our seasons around to where the boys and girls are playing at the same time, and I support that. I think we do. I think a lot of our female athletes get overlooked at some of the bigger colleges just because of the fact that we're playing basketball when football's going on and the other states are playing their volleyball. So, you know, I'm glad that you know, Governor Janko, I think, probably gets the credit, because I think when he made the threat that, you know, I'll call a special session and, you know, we're going to do this thing, that kind of opened some eyes in Pierre, and I think they didn't have any choice but to let these girls go.
Yeah, well, you know, as we talked with Marlon Goldhammer last week on the program, you know, the weight of public opinion was on the state, you know, and of course Marlon kind of dug into the media a little bit for maybe making this a little bit bigger than it was. Well, I think it was a cut and dry deal. The thing is that I don't think the folks associated with the Roosevelt team that wanted to go maybe went through the proper steps. See, if they had gone to the Sioux Falls School Board first, you know, to say, hey, we want to do this, can you help us? Maybe things would have gone a little bit smoother, maybe things would have been not so clouded. The second time when the Sioux Falls School Board, or when they finally decided about it, you know, then they, well, we got to say yes. I mean, you know, we're going to be, you know, burned at the stake if we don't. And, you know, so that made it awful, I think, you know, a lot of weight on the board of directors to say, hey, okay, well, you can go, but I like the restrictions that are put on Roosevelt because they are going to go, because I think you're talking, you know, all of a sudden you have a team that, hey, we should go, but the thing is, though, that summer camp, your contact with your players, and I know, Coach, that I'm sure that's very important to you, too, as well.
Yeah, I know at the Hanson Classic, was it 2 weekends ago, I was down to watch the ball games, and there was a lady there who was recruiting for one of the colleges, scouting some of the players, and I visited with her, and she really said that it's a pain for her to try to juggle her schedule. She's trying to, you know, to see volleyball players in Minnesota, and she's trying to see basketball players in South Dakota, and she just never has time, you know, to hardly take care of what she needs to be doing.
So she's both a volleyball coach and women's basketball coach?
Well, I don't know that she's a volleyball coach, but she's been going around doing some scouting for the particular college that she's with, and just checking out some of the prospects. And in a parting shot here, I know you guys are kind of afraid to go out on the limb here on these football predictions, but I'm going to give you one. I live in the city of Hartford, and we've got the big-time West Central Trojan tradition here, and these boys are not as big as the teams of the past 3 years in size, but their hearts are every bit as big as any team, and I'm going to give you a prediction.
Okay.
I think Game 2 will be West Central versus Vermilion, and I think that game will be played in the Dome, if I'm not mistaken.
It will, you bet.
And I'm going to give you a prediction that the Trojans are going to take the Tanagers out that night by a touchdown.
Okay, we'll wait and see.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Coach.
Andy, we need to move on. Thanks a lot for the call, and it's nice to hear from a coach, you know, chiming in on this whole discussion that we've had about these two teams. Now, let's see if we can put a rumor to rest. Matt in Sioux Falls, how are you, Matt?
How are we doing tonight?
Very good.
Yeah, I heard some rumors about me tonight.
Is this the Matt Wilbur?
Yes, this is the Matt Wilbur I was talking about.
So,
Matt, let's put it to rest.
Are you going to Canada, going to Arizona? What are you doing?
I'm heading to California.
Okay.
Okay.
And what are you going to do in California?
We're going to get some acting classes in for me.
Okay.
And drop the sports and do acting. That's what I'm doing.
All right, thanks, Matt.
And I need a good shout-out for those Vermilion Tanagers.
Yeah.
Because that last guy obviously doesn't know what he's talking about. And
Okay. Real quick, we need to move on because we're running out of time of the show, but we appreciate you putting the rumors to rest. That is 2 minutes. Why don't you roll the clock right away and just let her go there,
It's already the 2-minute warning?
It's the 2-minute warning.
All right, let's go.
Roll that clock and let's just move on. Let's go to Dustin and Brookings real quick, the Vikings.
Well, how come he never gets to use a computer?
Okay, I assume he's wondering why you don't get to push the buttons over here, so we'll let him go. Because it's my job.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Let's go to Tony in Sioux Falls. How are you, Tony?
Hi, guys.
Real quick.
Yeah, Casper's rated #1 in AA.
In 9AA, right.
Right, and I know anything can happen. They had a good season. Who do they play Thursday?
Who do they play Thursday? Castlewood plays Wabash Summit in Castlewood.
All right.
We got to go, Tony.
Go
we
Warriors.
Move on. Got that 2-minute warning. Quick comment. We got to
You
move.
bet.
Steve from Brookings, Cowboys Giants.
Yeah, you see that game last night?
That was great, wasn't it?
Did you watch the end of it, though?
I saw the end of it. That's the only thing I
was
saw.
What were they
unbelievable.
thinking when they did that, though?
You mean when Dion forward lateraled?
Yeah, but what was the Giants thinking kicking it off, though?
I know, they should have squibbed it on the ground.
And the kicker admitted that the adrenaline was pumping too much, and he admitted he kicked it too far. It was supposed to fall in between the front line and Dion. So
Yeah, he's out for the season now, too.
it was his fault. He takes the blame for it.
That's
so
right.
it's and he's also out for the season because of that lame tackle he tried making. Andy in Elkton.
Yes, I'd like to talk about how it really doesn't be fair for teams that make it better record in the region, but some teams like go 3-5 and make it in a different region out of the same class? How do you guys feel about that?
That depends on their schedule and how the point system is set up.
All goes to the power points. We've got 25 seconds left. Nick in Sioux Falls, quick.
Yeah, how do you feel about the Cougars, and do you think Bob Young can lead the Coup back to the promised land this year?
Well, like I said, if they can get that automatic bid to the NAIA playoffs from the SDIC, anything can
We got 10 seconds. One last one. Ernie and Mitchell, real quick.
What do you think of the Florida Gators and Mike Miller this year?
Okay.
Well, Mike Miller will have I'm sure a stellar year this year as will the Gators.
Okay, that is all the time we have for this week's program. Before we get away, let's take one more look at our online poll for this week. The question on the poll is, do you think the girls' volleyball and basketball...
Well,
it's been almost a year.
Well, yeah, glad to be here. This seems like a playoff night to give me a call here when we...
Yeah, when all else fails.
Everybody else is busy. John always calls me. No, I'm glad to be here. It's always fun to talk about sports. It's we have to remember that it's entertainment. It's supposed to be fun.
Yeah.
That's
always have some fun with it. Real quick on a serious note, tragic events of this week for South Dakota and Payne Stewart, so we know it was on everybody's minds, and we're not going to dwell on like other programs have. It's happened and everybody knows about it. Not much that we can really add to it. So with that, we'll move on, and the phone lines are open and ready for you to call, so why not grab a line at 877-825-5788. We'll be getting to your calls in just a few moments, but before we get started, we'd like to share with you a few email that we received this week. And email number 1 starts out, I love your show, except for the boneheads who call in just to hear their voices on TV. Anyway, read on. SDSU versus USD. I think that the key is going to be stopping State's receivers and rattle Rennerfeld with the blitz early on, and the Jacks will be seeing red. What are your thoughts? And that's from Jake, Jackrabbit fan for life. So Jerry, you and Steve and everybody at WNX, you keep pretty close tabs on the Jackrabbits. What do you think?
Well, I think it'll be, the game is 2 weeks off, 6th of November in the Dome. It's an early start. It'll be on the day of the playoffs. So it'll be a 12:30 start that day, and it's going to be televised, so that'll make it kind of interesting. And I think in the carpet, Josh Ronick and Jamel White, I think that's going to be an exciting game. The Jacks are coming on here. They stuffed North Dakota this last week in a great game. They were number 4. I see the Jacks are rated now. They're in the top 20. Going to Omaha this week, who's also in the top 20, so there's a bump in the road before we get to the Dome, but I think it'll be a great game. And I was kind of interested about the comment from the Jackrabbit fan. Seemed like he was kind of leaning the Coyote way, so we'll have to see.
Feeling that bad things are going to happen down at the Dome.
Well, bad things have happened in the Dome for a lot of people, and I think a State U game is always just a ball. And we're looking forward to that. It'll be just a couple of days of football in the Dome. Should be a great time, and I think it'll be a great game.
Yeah, and it's interesting that on this particular weekend with the television crew down here to do the high school championship games, that it's just wall-to-wall football. If you're a football fan, high school and college, boy, Vermilion and the Dome is your place to be that weekend. That's gonna be some wild times.
Well, it always is, but it's always great football, and it's a great place to play the playoff games. But the one thing that's interesting about the playoffs this year, so far, we haven't had the real chattering weather where you freeze your attitude off or anything.
That's
so,
right.
It's been great weather tonight. It's a wonderful night for people, and there's playoff games all over the state of South Dakota. So what a night to be out and do those things.
As a matter of fact, as soon as we're done here, we're racing out to take in a game before we go home. And it's interesting that, like you said, the weather has been so nice that you kind of wonder, championship weekend, boy,
to this
watch out.
point, let's keep that in mind, to this point.
Hold our breath and see what happens. Let's move on to email number 2. And email number 2 kind of follows up on a conversation that we had last week about the Beersford and Vermilion game. And it comes from a Beersford fan. And it states that Beersford won in the stats, but Vermilion won on the scoreboard. That's what counts. Beersford can use all the coulda, woulda, shouldas for this season, but Vermilion has the best road to the Dome. Good luck to all teams in 11AA Deacon. And I use that particular email because I thought it was interesting that here's a Beersford fan that, gets it.
Yeah.
They had a great game and they came close, but, bottom line is you can have the worst game in your life as long as, you score one more point.
Well, the breaks go your way, and sometimes good teams make their breaks, and Vermilion is a good team. They continue on in the playoffs. They're undefeated to this point, and until somebody beats them, they're going to have an easy road to the Dome, as easy as it could get, I guess.
Okay, if you'd like to email us, the address is sportsfan@sdpb.org, and we'll share some of the mail that we receive next week here in the program. And we have a new online poll for this week. It comes to us with the thought that since the Vikings seem to be headed in the right direction with their new quarterback, we'd like to know what you think. What do you think quarterback Jeff George brings or gives to the Vikings? You can get to our poll by logging on to the homepage at www.sdpb.org/sportsfan. That'll get you directly to our page. Check out the choices on the poll and vote. And since you're there, why not get into our discussion group and explain your choice? We'll have the results from our poll and some of your comments on next week's program. And for those of you who are wondering about our poll results from last week, again, we'll have those a little bit later in the program. And that poll was whether or not people felt that the girls' volleyball and basketball game should be switched around. And that was sort of interesting results, and I think everybody kind of knows how that went.
All right.
So, with that, let's go right to the phones. Let's see who's out there tonight. Bud from Canton. How are you tonight, Bud?
Good. How are you guys? Oh, what the hell?
Okay, we have absolutely no volume on our phone, so we're going to try to see if we can get that turned up so we can hear it. Bud, so hang on to the line. We're going to put you back on hold for just a second here, and we'll get back to Bud. And since we're waiting, we'll get the phones fixed, and as soon as we get an okay, we'll move on. But let's talk a little bit about Jeff George taking over for the Vikings. I think that's kind of kicked that offense into high gear.
Well, I think what's happened, a couple things have happened with the Vikings, that you get a change at quarterback, and it gives you a change of attitude sometimes on the offense. And with Jeff George, the things you get a quick read. After he gets a snap, you got a quick arm, quick release. Randall Cunningham was taking a long time to make his reads, and it was getting increasingly frustrating for those receivers as they're waiting for the ball out there. And the other thing that it was obvious to everybody is that Randall Cunningham could just not throw the ball far enough. Jeff George has the arm to do it. Now, the question is, and everybody in the NFL talks about it, does he have the attitude to stay with it? And that's hard to say at this point.
Yeah, and I think it's really nice that I think Jeff George brings to the game is that Jeff George is a quarterback who can actually out-throw Randy Moss.
Yep.
And if they get Randy Moss in the wide open field and let him run, he'll catch up to just about any ball. And his complaint was that Cunningham couldn't out-throw him. And now with Jeff George in there, it's going to be interesting, and I think it really opens up that passing game a lot more.
Well, I hope that George has matured enough to where the attitude problems won't get him, because he signed for the minimum in the NFL, and he was down to about his last stop. So if he makes good here, he could be like Randall Cunningham next year with a big contract staring in the face. But that gives the Vikings a whole other set of problems down the road.
Well, and it'll be interesting to see when he finally does, if he has a bad game and Denny Green has to bench him, what his attitude is, because that seems to be where things unravel for him.
Indeed.
Bud and Canton, we're going to go back to you and try it again. How are you tonight, Bud?
Good. How are you?
There you are.
Yeah.
You want to talk a little Olympic swimming?
Yeah. It's really not a topic you hear much about on this show anyway, but one of my buddies from Canton, he's been swimming for about 10 years now, Andy Larsgaard. And he's thinking about trying out for the Olympics now, I guess. And I just think it's kind of a neat deal. He's been working real hard. He's got a personal trainer, Rich Beitzel. He's a real good guy. But anyway, he's been working real hard. His dad built him a pool, and he's been getting up every morning, eating his Wheaties and shaving his body hair and everything. And I think he's going to make it big.
Well, it's always nice to see that South Dakota athletes trying to move on to what would be the big time in amateur athletics. I know there's and his name is going to escape me. I have it on my desk, but he's going to be one of the triathletes that'll be on the Olympic team from South Dakota, or he hopes to be. He's ranked #1 in the United States right now. So it'll be interesting to see a number of South Dakota athletes we could see in Sydney.
Yeah, that would be nice. Nice to see that. I don't keep up a whole lot with Olympics quite yet because it's a ways off. But yeah, anybody from the state that could do well would it'd be great to see that.
Yeah, the Olympic trials are starting up, so we'll be more and more on top of that as that starts to happen. Let's go to Jared and Freeman. How are you, Jared?
Not too bad. How are you doing?
Good. You want to talk a little bit about Freeman and Delmont tonight?
Yeah, I've seen Freeman play, and they look pretty tough, but I haven't had a chance to see Trip Delmont play. I just wondered what your take on the game was.
Well, our crew's been out, and we've done several Freeman and Trip Delmont games this year, and both teams are excellent teams. It should be a great game tonight. Freeman lost that game to Marion late in the season, their first loss after 40-some wins, so that's a little more pressure perhaps on Freeman, although they're still hoping to get to the Dome and get that big win again. But two great teams, should be a great game tonight.
And speaking of the staff that's out doing the game tonight, Steve Imming and Steve Thum.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Thum from our staff passed me a note this afternoon. He said that this year there's 2 teams that are going for their 4th straight championships, and oddly enough, they've each won 3. They're playing teams that also won 3. So there's an extra incentive for the other teams to beat them to keep their names in the record book. Freeman playing Tripp Delmont, and Tripp had yet to combine with Delmont at that time from 83 to 85. And then West Central and Vermilion also trying to keep the 3-game streak intact, and West Central's trying to get back there for a 4th time. So kind of some interesting things going on the side of those games that a little bit more emotion to bring onto the field.
And if anybody know those numbers and that type of thing, it'd be Steve Toombs. So that's nice that he did that. Yes, they're out doing the Gregory and Dakota Valley game tonight, so it should be another great game.
Yeah, Steve always running into my office with all sorts of obscure stats and facts. So it'll be an interesting game tonight, and it'll be interesting to see. It's going to be exciting to see who gets the dome, because that'll be a lot of fun. I love that.
Yeah, you split them down tonight as the games in all the brackets are good matchups, and then the Saturday night ones, of course, to pick the finalists. That's really the great part of high school football.
Yeah. This is the best time of year, and like you said, the weather stays nice, playing outside and everything. Jason from Sioux Falls wants to talk a little bit about Denver. How are you, Jason?
Good, yourself?
Very good.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I was just wondering what you thought about Shanahan's call, that going for 1 when they should have went for 2.
Cost them the game, didn't it?
Yeah.
Cost them the tie anyway.
Well,
yeah, I don't know if it was going to cost them the game. It's hard to say what happened in overtime, but I thought Denver, when they didn't get the 1 or didn't go for 2, didn't get the extra point, that just kind of changed the emotion a little bit.
Oh, sure.
And that Denver seemed to be really on a roll. I thought that was their game to win, and it's just frustrating because I'll stick with Brian Greasy. I still really like him, and it's just frustrating to see that they seem to be doing the right things on offense. They have a couple of mental mistakes here and there, but that the defense seems to be letting them down. At least that's the way I'm seeing it. And that here's a team that was sort of the vaulted defensive on offense, and boy, you just can't pinpoint what's happening there.
Well, John Elway. And
yeah.
Terrell Davis. I mean, you've lost 2/3 of a great offense.
Okay. I was wondering if you had a comment on what happened to their defense, because there really haven't been any major changes there.
Well, defense is still there, but a lot of times the pressure is put on by an offense that's not producing, and I think that's what's happened to Denver.
Okay. Very good. Thanks very much, Jason. Let's go to Jesse in Madison. How are you, Jesse?
Not too bad. And yourself?
Very good. You want to talk a little bit about the Vikings tonight?
Yeah, I was kind of curious. I started watching the show a while ago, and about 2 weeks ago, someone called in and asked if they should put Jeff George in already. And you guys kind of laughed at him, and now they put Jeff George in, and they didn't do too bad, it looks like. So I was kind of curious what you guys thought about it.
Well, at the time, and we're hearing all sorts of interesting things here we'll get to in a second. At the time, Cunningham was still playing okay, and I think we were kind of saying that what we said was that Denny Green tends to really stick with his starting quarterback until push really comes to shove, where he has to make a change to, dictate their season, really. He's going to be forced into it. He's going to stick with his starting quarterback. And he had said over and over again that Randall Cunningham was his starting quarterback and that he was going to give him every opportunity. And I think he did. He may have gone a half too long. But once they finally went to Jeff George and let George go loose on that offense, well, you saw the results. As we were reminded from our co-producer Rex, who's the world's biggest Vikings fan, 1 game does not a championship season make. So the jury's still out in the back room anyway. But I think now that the change to George is good, and, we'll see how he does, and I'll wonder how long Denny Green will stick with him if he starts to falter.
Well, he'll stick with him until that horse stumbles, I guess, and you got to go with your hot guy, and right now Jeff George is the hot guy, and one thing he did, as you say, when he made the change, he made it quick, and he stuck with it, and I think that's all for the better for the Vikings. You can't have that indecision. These guys they're too much of the thoroughbreds and that type of athlete. You can't go with indecision. Got to make your choice and stick with it.
Well, and I like that Denny Green right after the game got right in the media's face and he said, Jeff George is the starting quarterback. We don't have a quarterback controversy. End of story. And they moved on from there.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jesse. Let's move on. Let's go to Chino in Brookings. How are you tonight?
Good. How about you?
Very good. You want to talk a little bit about the Timberwolves' upcoming season?
Yeah, their draft picks. I know they got Zerbiak out of Miami, Ohio, and Avery out of Duke, and they're both really good shooters, and I haven't had a chance to see them on TV, which because I'm really busy. Otherwise, I would, because I'm a huge Timberwolves fan. I was wondering if you'd had a chance to see them, and how good have they been doing so far? Will they be productive during the regular season?
It seems like Flip Saunders and the rest of the crew there in Minneapolis are making the right moves. They're trying to build their team a little more towards speed and getting a little more shooting in there and not worrying. I suppose they still worry about defense, but trying to pick the speed up of their game a little bit, because I think that's where they've had some problems in the past. So I was real happy with the draft, and like you, it's a little tough to get any sort of Timberwolves highlights. You know, you watch the highlight show on ESPN, you hope you get 2 seconds worth of Timberwolves coverage.
Well, I think the Timberwolves, as far as I follow them to this point, need a big guy. They're still looking for that big guy in the middle. They've had some injury problems there. They've made some free agent signings here to try to get the big guy. I think that'll be the key. And, well, of course, Kevin Garnett, the whole season really rests on how he goes. So, but they do need some help on the inside, because Garnett, as great a player as he is really not an inside player and can't get inside and play defense that well.
Now, it should be an interesting year, and I would hope that somehow we could find a way on our local cable systems, or may have to invest in a satellite dish to get some Timberwolves games down in this part of the state.
One ticket.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to talk my wife into that. Thanks, Gino. We appreciate the call. Let's go back to line 1. Chad in Brookings. All right, Chad.
All right. I was just wondering, I'm a big Jeff Boschee fan. What do you guys think of Kansas and him this year? Do you guys ever think he has a chance of making the NBA? Or you know who Jeff Boschee is? Starting point guard.
I was going to say, I've heard the name, but you know, we don't follow Kansas that closely, and at this time in the year, it's a little hard to say. You know, everybody has a really good shot. If I remember right from what I have read, is that they didn't lose a whole lot to graduation, and it seems like that team is really stable, so they should have a little better run this year.
I would think so. I haven't focused in on college 1A basketball much at all yet, so we're still trying to get through the football season.
Yeah,
so
still a teeny bit early on it.
Can't even argue with you on that one.
Yeah, well, for your sake, we'll say, yeah, go Kansas.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Chad. Yeah, that's the tough part. You know, all the different seasons overlapping, and it's hard to shift gears when you're still focused on championship seasons in both college and high school football going on.
Well, yeah, baseball, the World Series on tonight too, obviously. So yeah, lots of stuff going on.
Stuff going on everywhere. So let's continue on here. We got stuff to do here. Let's talk with Mike in Sioux Falls. I've got an abbreviation on what you want to talk about, so I'll ask you, Mike, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, what do you think of the University of Sioux Falls only winning by 1 over Black Hill State, and how do you think they'll do in the playoffs?
Okay. Well, University of Sioux Falls seems to really have a good team put together, and I can't remember, we were talking about that last week, of which game that is kind of a must-win for them to get the automatic bid, and I can't remember if that's Black Hill State. I think that game is still coming up. But that if they get that, they stand a really good chance. But I do suspect that we'll see them in the playoffs, and they should be able to make a pretty good run this year.
Well, they struggled early on in the first couple games of the season. They lost, and since then they played pretty well. I think at Black Hills, that's a long road trip, and on the road, any win you'll take. 1 point, 10 points, 50 points, you take a win on the road. And Sioux Falls appears to getting their act together, and by the end of the year, I think they'll be okay.
As they say, peaking at the right time. Thanks, Mike. Let's go to Doug in Chester. How are you, Doug?
Good, guys. How's it going?
Good. You're another one of those that are stunned at the Rams' success this year.
Yeah, I am a little bit, but not. You know, I've been a Ram fan since I've been a kid, so I'm happy about it. Well, how do you feel the Rams compare to the Vikes offense that they had last year to what the Rams have this year?
It's about a mirror image.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Kurt Warner is in there, comes out of the Arena Football League, and he did have a good pedigree coming out of Penn State. But boy, what a year they're having. I mean, who would have thought it? The Rams being the powerhouse of the NFL at this point.
Yeah, it's been a great year. I get a lot of static that they're not playing the kind of schedule that a tough team is playing now. Who is this tough team that they could beat out there? You've got the Tennessee, who they're playing next week, and then you've got Miami, and let's see, who else is 5-1? There's another team out there 5-1 too. Are any of those teams' defense good enough to stop the Rams this year?
Well, at this point, who'd have thought a Tennessee-St. Louis game would be a pivotal game at this point in the NFL season?
Yeah, and then that should actually be a pretty good game.
It should be. It should be. Well, who's going to stop them? And yeah, they're getting a weaker schedule because of the poor records they've had in the past, and that's the whole idea. That's the Pete Rozelle plan to parity, is you schedule down after you've had some tough years, and if you get any players at all, you can end up being in the top half of the league.
Exactly. The Rams earned that schedule this year, and so I think they're doing real good, and I suspect that they're going to be a contender in the playoffs. Now, what do you think about the receiving crew that they have? Are they comparable to the Vikes crew that they've had in the past few years?
Well, not comparable to Randy Moss, but other than that, they do have, or Chris Carter perhaps, but they do have some excellent receivers. I'll go that far.
Yeah.
I was going to say, the thing to watch is as the Rams go through the division the second time around, and those defenses have had a chance to look at some film and look at Warner and what he does. If he's still picking apart those defenses and they still have that kind of success, then I think you're right. The Rams are, they're just a juggernaut waiting for someone to stop them.
Yeah, that'll be the key. Second half of the season as the defenses adjust, because those coordinators are watching a lot of tape on these teams. So by that time, if they can get through the second half of the season at 500 or better in that part, then they'll be in good shape for the playoffs. But that's a whole other world for a team that hasn't been there in quite some time.
Yeah. What about, now back to that question, what team do you think is that tough team that's out there that could maybe beat the Rams?
Well, that's a good question this year. There isn't any really dominant team yet at this point. There might be one emerge in the second half, but I don't see anybody with a quarterback juggling going on that's going to be that tough in the second half.
Yeah, with the way this season has been, that really, the teams you expected would kind of be the bottom teams are your top teams, and your top teams are struggling, and they're not winning games. I mean, look at Atlanta and Denver, handful of wins between them. So we could say a couple of teams here, and sure enough, next week we'll come back out here and they will have been absolutely steamrolled by the Rams, or they would have conversely steamrolled the Rams. So you just never know. This season, I think, is just one of those goofball NFL seasons where, boy, you'll take any win you can get no matter how you get it.
Makes the pick'ems awful tough.
Yeah, I don't think there's a team where you can sit down. People are starting to really believe in the Rams, but I don't think there's still a lot of people who would just sit down automatically and for those that might fill out a form now and then, pick the Rams as their #1 team.
Yeah, it's a little tough to think about it that way, but hey, it's great for the NFL, I think, is to have these surprise teams every year.
If there's any other callers out there that got some comments on the Rams, I'd like to listen to them. I'm interested in how other people feel about them, too.
Yeah, we get more and more. As a matter of fact, people were asking us a couple weeks ago about what we thought that is Adam Timmerman the difference, that they've got a really good, offensive line. They filled some holes there. They brought a quarterback in that just, hit the right system for him, and it's really working for him right now. There are just so many elements that have gone into the Rams offense, and also their defense is really playing a lot better than I think people anticipated. That's obviously the Rams are going to be a team to watch for a while.
Well, they're winning the battle of the turnovers too, which is just crucially important to the team.
Yeah.
So, and that's one of those bounces the ball type of thing that who knows how it's going to go in the second half.
Yeah, you never know. Doug, I know you got another comment. We need to move on, so thank you very much. Let's go to Bryce in Madison. How are you, Bryce?
Yeah, I'm good tonight. How are you?
Good. You want to talk a little Dakota State football?
Yeah, I play for Dakota State, and I'm a pretty big fan of all their sports, and we're putting together a pretty decent year. Do you think this is the year we can finally beat the University of Sioux Falls?
Oh, boy. I don't know. What do you think? You play. Obviously, well, you got to have some confidence.
I think we can, of course, as a DSU player, but I was just kind of thinking what other people's opinions are.
Well, it appears Dakota State has been building over the last couple of years, but Sioux Falls has been there, and sometimes that's an awful big jump. You can move up in a league, but to take on the top teams and compete with them, that's always tough, because I think of the North Central Conference, and I've been watching South Dakota State for 20 years, and getting that last jump, the last 3 notches to the top is tough. Good luck to you, but boy, that's a tough one.
I have a comment about the Rams, too. Okay. I don't know if their defense has what it takes. What do you think about that?
Well, they have to this point. I guess it's a case of proving it, and as they close down in the second half of the season, that will be the test. Because things change in the NFL. They play in a dome, but they're going to have to go on the road. You end up playing in some poor weather. Situations change, and how they respond to that, well, I think will be the test of the defense.
Yeah, I think, too, the thing to watch for at the Rams is they really haven't been bit by the injury bug yet. And when they start having a couple of key injuries and, how the team's going to react to that. Right now, they seem to be living in that, different atmosphere where, things are just going their way, things are being served to them on a silver platter, and, they're really confident. Shake that up a little bit, and we'll see what that team's made of. And like we said before, the second half of the season, as they start going through the division again, it'll make a difference.
Yeah, I really feel that they totally suck ass.
Okay, let's go to line 2, Brady in Yale. How are you, Brady?
Fine. I was just wondering what you think of the Woonsocket-Lake Preston game.
Okay, that would be 9A, Woonsocket at 7-2, and Lake Preston at 8-1. Haven't followed either one of those teams really that closely, and I know we've talked about this before, about when you get to the playoffs, everybody starts out, even. So obviously both on a winning streak.
Well,
they won last week.
Yeah, both good teams playing at Lake Preston. Home teams usually get a little bit of an edge, but should be a good matchup there. In that division, that's an exciting division, and those teams really play hard. And to get down into the final 8 like this, that's a testament to any team.
Yeah, both of the teams have really put together a decent season, and like Jerry said, you tend to lean more towards that home team.
You have to.
But one of the nice things is, like we said, the weather is really great, so that that's not going to really influence the game. Even the wind has died down this evening, so that's not going to influence games. So it's going to be the teams in the field that are going to make this a win or loss. It's not going to be decided by outside factors.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Brady. For some reason, people are just disappearing on us tonight. Jimmy from Alchester. How are you, Jimmy?
How are you guys?
Good.
I want to talk some DSU basketball.
Okay.
Head coach Jim Boland's got a great team this year. They got Jimmy Folkens and Joe Holman and Casey Oplin and Justin Blaze. I was just wondering how you guys thought they'd do this year.
Sounds good to me.
It sounds good. It's early in the year. They got some good people coming back. The head coach is, staying in place. You're not turning over an entire system. So, let's see how the preseason get the teams in camp and start playing some games, and it should be pretty good.
I got one more question, too.
Okay, real quick.
You guys were talking about Andy Larsgaard, the Olympic swimmer, a little bit ago.
Yeah.
I went to school with him, and he wasn't a very good swimmer. I don't think he's going to make it at all. Thanks.
Maybe he's gotten better.
Jimmy must be president of Andy's fan club, I suspect. Maybe he's gotten a lot faster since then. Maybe the shaving is what did it for him.
It's got to be something.
It's got to be something. Like you said, he's eating his Wheaties. That's what's doing it for him. Becky in Oven, how are you, Becky?
Hi. I was wondering what you think about the game tonight between Hovind Crestbard and Ipswich. Who's going to win? Right now they're tied 8-8 in the second quarter.
Where are they in the game?
Second quarter.
Second quarter.
Well, I have relatives that go to Crestbard, so I got to lean that way.
Okay, cool.
And I'll go Ipswich is the home team, so I'll lean towards the home team. But, our opinions are worth exactly what you're paying for them. So we root for both the teams that, they both play their best games and kind of, see where it all shakes out in the end.
I do get Hovind Crestbard's a little surprised to be where they're at this year. I don't think they expected to be in the playoffs, so that might make a bit of a difference.
Oh, yeah, they did not. They had no idea. I mean, it's probably a surprise that we won our other game, but it was pretty nice.
But they're there and they're playing, and that's the main thing. And they've Crestbard was combined with Faulkton for a while. Now they're with Hovind, so things have changed a little bit. But good luck to both teams there. But I'll lean toward Crestbard just because.
Okay, real quick, were there 3 losses early in the season, or when did those happen?
They had 2 losses in the beginning, and then they had won a couple, and then they lost one more.
Okay, so they kind of got their losses behind them early and put it together and made a good run.
Yep. Thanks.
Okay. You might be onto something.
Well, they had to win to get into this point, so.
Yeah, so we'll see. Hopefully you'll come down to the Dome with them if they come down, right?
Yeah, I definitely will be.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll see you there.
Okay, bye.
All right, thanks, Becky. That's, this may be a rebuttal call. Let's go to Andy in Elkton. How are you, Andy?
Hey, yeah.
You want to talk a little pro football?
Yeah, do you think that Mike Ditka made a good move as drafting Ricky Williams and giving up the rest of his draft picks for next year, first round?
Not to this point, he hasn't.
I'm not sold on that at all. I think he gave up way too much.
I know, so do I. I'm a big Saints fan, but Ricky Williams hasn't been performing this year.
You're still a Saints fan at this point?
Yep.
Ooh, you are a fan.
Boy, that's determination.
Yeah, baby, all the way.
And that's good to stick by your team. I mean, people who have been Vikings fans went through some tough years. I've been a Packer fan for years, and we went through tough years. As Saints fans, more power to them if they're going to stick in there.
Yeah, but Mike Ditka, he's got to stay under control. He got fined $20,000 for abusing his own fans, and that was pretty close to the line there, even for Ditka.
Yeah, that's. I remember his comment about how he found his personal savior, and then he goes and does that, and you start wondering.
Yeah.
Mike,
Yeah, you got to chill a little bit.
It's kind of our favorite goofball coach, Mike Ditka.
One of them.
One of them. Dana in Brookings, how are you, Dana?
Good. How are you doing?
Very good.
Do you think there's any way Josh Roenick won't break all the rushing records at SDSU?
Do you think he will or that he won't?
That he won't.
Well, it's interesting when you look at the numbers with Josh that he has set the all-time rushing record at South Dakota State. It's during 20 games, but because of injuries and sitting out some halves, it's actually 18 games of playing that he set the all-time rushing record. That was a record set by Dan Sonic that took him over 3 years to set, and Sonic was a fine runner in his own regard. Josh Roenick is a running back that is just amazing because about the time you think you've seen everything he can do, he does something else amazing. He had a pass reception this last Saturday that was just unbelievable. And he could set all the records. He could break Brian Shays at Emporia State, the all-time rushing record, if he decides to stick around for 2 more years. He's only a sophomore. He's a sophomore academically. The question is if he decides to play complete the next 2 years, so we hope he does.
Do you think he has a shot at going pro at all?
Boy, that's a tough one. He has the desire, but the pros look at people normally a little bigger, but he is deceptively quick.
What about work done for the buck?
I'm sorry?
What about work done for the buck?
Well, I don't
Well,
know.
in case that might be an example where
Yeah.
a guy who may have not gotten a real good look. And, a stranger thing could happen, that Ronick could get picked up by a team, and you look at someone that everyone wrote off, Randy Moss, because of other problems, not because he was too small, and it ends up being just a diamond in the rough that they're able to pick up. Someone like Josh Ronick could hook up in just the right offensive scheme, and he could really do some things in the pros. It's really hard to say this early because I would hope, a minimum of 2 years away, and how much more he develops and how many more skills he has. And he could, beef up a little bit more. He's probably not going to be much taller.
No, but he's probably one of the strongest players in the team, and he's also one of the quickest, amazingly quick. So I wouldn't bet against him. He's got the desire to do it, and if that's what he decided to do, I certainly wouldn't be surprised.
He kind of has that Tony Dorsett or Earl Campbell, the way he can make cuts that just leave defensive players standing without their shoes on. It's just amazing to see him turn in a different direction.
Yeah, week after week, just amazing.
Yeah, it's fun to watch. Thanks, Dana. And that'll be interesting, like I said, if they can hang on to him for 2 more years. I mean,
well, it's up to him, really, because, it depends on how he does academically and when he decides to make a career choice. So let's hope he decides to stick around for 2 more years, because, the way he's going now, who knows where it's going to end up.
Yeah, we can always hope. Let's go to Tim in Garrettson. How are you, Tim?
Good. Just calling to talk sports.
Okay, we can do that.
You mentioned Warner had graduated from Penn State. You must not have read Sports Illustrated.
What in Sports Illustrated specifically?
They had a good article about him, and it talked about his past. I think he graduated from UNI.
That's right. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
You're right. I'm not going to argue with you.
Another thing, that Sioux Falls College football game and Black Hill State, I talked to one of the parents who went to the game out there, and it sounds like it was a real good battle, and Black Hills had a chance to win it late in the game, and they muffed the snap to kick a field goal to put them ahead. And Vinatieri, the little brother, I guess, had a chance, but the ball never got on the tee.
Those things happen. Football is a strange game, and you walk away with a win. It's still, on Sunday morning when you read in the paper, a win is a win, so they'll take one of those on the road any day.
Yeah, that discussion surprised me because I read the score, and I thought, well, maybe this heroic's here or there, but ended up being that was kind of a key play in the whole game. So thanks for your time, guys. Keep it up.
Oh, thank you, Tim. Yeah, and having not been out at the game and not seeing all the the little intricacies that went on, that would be big when you've got 1-point game and you muff that snap.
Well, it had to be a heartbreaker for Black Hill State, obviously, a game like that when you have a chance to beat a good team, but good teams somehow find a way to win, and that seems to help them get through the season into the playoffs. Good teams have those things happen to them.
And it didn't mention win in the game that happened, if it was last minute or fourth quarter.
It sounds like it was late, so yeah, a real heartbreaker.
Yeah. Let's go to Billy in Fort Pierre. How are you, Billy?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. I've been listening to the game, and it's 0-0 with about 5 minutes to go till half between Phillip and Stanley County. And it sounds like it's a defensive ball game.
That's a battle.
And the World Series is 0-0. The score.
I'm sure the Braves are happy that they have that score at this point, the way things have been going.
And I guess I got some fans out there. I got a friend out there in Spearfish. I got to say to Benji, your Penn State got lucky there Saturday. So, Benji, if you're listening, hi. I'll let you guys go. Bye.
All right, thanks, Billy. One of these weeks we're going to end up having Billy sitting here, and the rest of us can take the night off. He's sort of taking the show over. He didn't have his NASCAR comments this week. We usually Billy can cover 5 sports in about 15 seconds usually.
Well, that's a true fan.
Yeah. He watches it all, and he's out there listening to all the games, supports all the high school teams and the colleges, and keeps up on it, and that's great. I just love fans like that. That's well, all right, I got to say it. No Huddle Husby was back here saying, Billy, he's waiting for his dart game. So as soon as your shoulder is healed, No Huddle Husby wants to take you on in darts. Let's go to Mark over in Dune, Iowa. I had no trouble reading that.
How you guys doing tonight?
How are you, Mark? You wanted to update us on the Rams and fill in some blanks for us.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that Kurt Warner was from the University of Northern Iowa and played for the Iowa Barnstormers in Des Moines.
That's right. He came out of the Arena Football League.
Yep.
And did really, really well there, too.
And that's for Coach John Gregory down at Iowa, who's been there for a number of years and won a couple of arena championships, or at least one that I'm aware of. And he just re-signed after a bit of a contract struggle.
Yeah. And I was just wondering also that if you guys watched Brian Hansen punt on Sunday for the Redskins. Kind of a bizarre deal. I'm a good friend of Brian's, and he got a call on Wednesday, and he thought that everybody forgot him in the NFL, but the Redskins called him back to punt for a few games to fill in. So that was kind of nice to see him punt again.
Yeah, and didn't really have a horrible game. I mean, can you imagine being called up on Wednesday, flying out there, getting, suited up, and
get in the game.
You're standing there waiting for the snap from center, and you're not sure what the guy's name is. I mean, you haven't been there long enough.
Any punter like that is ready to play, and I'm sure he kept himself in shape waiting for that call. And yeah, it's great to see him back in the NFL.
Yeah, he averaged around 40 yards with punt on Sunday, so I thought that was pretty good for.
And that's real good from going from idle to be able to have that kind of average.
He had to walk in and practice for a couple of days. That is great. So let's hope he sticks through the rest of the season. Maybe gets a call next year.
And I was also wondering if what are the chances if South Dakota State would beat UNO, what the chances for them would, if they'd win the rest of their games again in the playoffs?
Well, to get in the playoffs, you got to be top 4 in the region, and they flipped around a little bit now since North Dakota lost. That Northwest Missouri was number 4, and you had North Dakota State, UNO in there. UNO lost. Northern Colorado is also in there, I should say. So I think it'd be pretty unusual to get 4 teams from the North Central Conference in that top 4. If State won all the way through, that means that they would have only 2 losses, and I think they'd have a pretty good shot. But boy, breaking in that top 4 in the region is pretty tough.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Well, just keep up the good work, guys, and I like watching your show.
All right, thanks, Mark. Yeah, this weekend with UNO is going to be a big weekend. I mean, you win there, that's going to really help them a lot.
Well, we looked at that, and it was surprising North Dakota State handled them pretty well. And actually, if they had beaten North Dakota State, might have helped the Jacks a little bit in terms of having the destiny in their own hands. But the way this league goes, the last 3 weeks will be great, and it'll come right down to it. The problem is that the teams in the league knock each other around so much that you end up knocking somebody out of the playoffs.
So, let's go to Nancy in Sioux Falls. How are you?
Fine, how are you?
Very good. You want to talk a little Augie football?
Yeah. Well, first I wanted to clarify that Rannick is a 4th-year student, so he's probably not a sophomore academically, I would hope.
Well, he's a sophomore.
Has he redshirt and he had medical redshirt, so he's a sophomore eligibility-wise, but not academically.
Well, right, yeah.
Okay.
He's a sophomore playing-wise. That's the question of how long academically he's going to go.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I just want to clarify that. Anyway.
Well, we appreciate that, too.
Well, I try to help. Augie, what do you think Coach Heinz needs to do to get these guys over the hump? They've had 2 games where they lose in the last minute, and they've been in, several other ones. I mean, what do you think they need to do to get themselves in the top half of the league?
Well, with Augustana, they had a problem there with the running game for a couple weeks, went away, and if you can't run in this league, it makes it very difficult. And also on defense, they've had some injuries again, and depth is always a problem in this league. You lose some top-line players, and you're going to struggle a bit, and if you struggle on defense in the North Central Conference, boy, it's tough. So they definitely have a lot of talent. They can put points on the board in a hurry, and it always comes down to making those stops on defense, and a lot of it has to do with injuries.
And I think a little bit, too, that they're getting into those close games and they're losing them in the last minute, that mentally they need to win a couple of those close games, and that'll help them a lot, too. Get the injured people back, but, try to get some... You see it on that pro level, too, where, a couple of teams have lost in the last seconds. They start thinking, what do we have to do to win a game? And once you start doing that, it just gets tougher and tougher and tougher. Right. So I think, they just stay the course. They're not really having that bad of a year. They're in games. It's just doing the little things a little bit better. I was going to say, if we had the magic, one thing, we'd be rich and we wouldn't be sitting here.
Right.
Well, Jim Heinitz, the coach there, is a fine coach, does a fine job of recruiting, and he always has competitive teams, and he'll continue to do that, which makes it difficult for the other 2 teams in South Dakota because he is so competitive when it comes to recruiting.
Right.
Okay, thanks, Nancy.
All right, thanks.
Let's go to Keith, Aberdeen. How are you, Keith?
Very good. Very good. Does the success of Josh Heupel surprise you guys?
Boy, not really. His dad being the football coach there at Northern, the kid's got a great pedigree, and boy, what a story at Oklahoma. And didn't they handle Texas A&M this week?
Yeah.
I mean, Josh Heupel is just having an amazing year. And talk about revamping an offense completely, where Oklahoma used to be a ground-pounding team, and now, boy, it's Air Heupel. I mean, what a great story.
what's amusing to me, or ironic to me, is that Oklahoma is a passing team, almost like the old Southwest Conference Southern Methodist University teams. But his dad has a Woody Hayes ground 3 yards in a cloud of dust. For instance, at the game last weekend, I think they threw 4 passes. One went for a touchdown. I think they caught the other one, but there were a couple that were dropped. But everything is, well, it's good because it hastens the game along. But the thing is that it's run and run and run. And for purists, that's a good thing. But I just think it's amusing and ironic that the father coaches a team which runs, and the son plays football in passing.
Yeah, that's almost one of those things. It's like, Dad, let me do it my way. You know,
Yeah.
he gets into the right situation, and coaches that are going to let him, you know, saw the talents that he had, and you know, turn the offense in his direction and turned him loose.
Well, I think Josh Heupel went to, I believe, Weber State out in Utah at first, and then they changed coaches, and he went looking for a system that would fit his talents, and obviously Oklahoma's fit that. But I'll tell you what, with coaches, if you scratched any coach or could tie him down and then really question them, about 95% of them would say they'd really like to run the ball if they could.
Yeah, I believe that. Thing is that Heupel, after he left Weber, he did not go directly to Oklahoma. He went to a junior college in Utah, which has been a source of a number of football players at Northern now.
Well, I guess that's a good connection.
Or it's either Snow or the other one where they get a lot of players from now.
Yeah, he did that, and it helped him hone his game, and it's paying off big for him now.
Yeah, one of the coaches up here feels that not here now, the former Northern coach says that he could play beyond college. Now, I don't think he meant the Arena League, but it's just a possibility. So we may see another one yet. All right, thank you for a good show.
All right, thanks, Keith.
Well, that's true. I think the NFL coaches love a kid that can light it up the way he lights it up. So the way he's throwing the ball, that fits most NFL offenses right now.
Right now, because kind of got into the phone calls and forgot that we're going to give our results to our poll from last week. So why don't we do that now so we can just run the phone calls the rest of the way. Our poll last week was continuing our discussion about the Roosevelt girls basketball team, and it got us on to, do you think that the girls basketball and volleyball season should be switched around? And kind of what we expected, 64% of the people thought yes, the girls should be playing basketball in the winter like the rest of the country. 27% of you said no, let's just leave the things the way they are. And 9 of you kind of pulled at our heartstrings and said, don't really care, let's move on to something else. And I can't blame you there, because that was a story that just would not go away, and I think kind of got a little too blown out of shape by the media. And
you mean the Roosevelt story?
The Roosevelt situation, yeah.
Well, it's a tough situation for a lot of different people. Administrators see it one way, coaches see it one way, parents see it another way. The players themselves see it a different way. Personally, I think perhaps it's time to switch the seasons around. I think facilities are there for most of them. It would be tough for some districts, but they're playing volleyball and boys basketball now at the same time, so.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that different.
Other states do it.
Yeah, you got to play volleyball in the gym. You know?
Right, you got to play it somewhere.
So there are facilities available. And so our poll's about what I thought people were going to say, but I don't think anything's going to happen.
Probably not soon.
In the short term, anyway.
Probably not soon.
Let's go back to the phones. Jimmy from Elkton. How are you, Jimmy?
Hi, I'm fine. I would like to talk about how the death of Payne Stewart is going to affect the golf industry.
Well, I think the PGA Tour, especially this weekend, you'll see that it's you know, it's not going to hurt the game. You know, the game's always going to be the game. What it's going to hurt is that he was such a great ambassador to the sport. One of the few guys that you'll probably see for years to come that would wear the old-fashioned golf attire. And he just sort of became a fan favorite in his later years. When he first started a couple of years ago, he just kind of was a little edgy towards the media sometimes when he'd lose a close match, and he kind of went through rebuilt himself and made himself one of the fan favorites, and really had an incredible year this last year and was right on top of his game, 3rd in earnings this year, and I think it's a real tragic loss. I don't think it'll affect the industry, it'll affect the tour in the short term, that it's going to be a little tough for players this weekend, I think, on the tour, just to, you know, concentrate at the game at hand.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's right, and it's a tragic loss for any sport to lose a star like that, and such a person that was reaching out to the galleries and the media like that. But you know, just a tragic end to what was becoming a real story of a great golf player.
Yeah, just and probably one of the most bizarre stories that you'll ever hear about planes going off by themselves.
Yeah, just a bizarre end to a bizarre story.
Yeah, but he will be missed, an incredible golfer, and you know, hope that someone else can follow in his footsteps and bring that along. That's a tragic ending. Anyway, Randy and Brookings, how are you, Randy?
Good. How you doing?
Good. SDSU football.
Yeah, I was wondering, do you guys think that defense is for real, and are they going to shut down Omaha's rushing offense?
Well, the defense was real last week, and that had been a question. They had been questioned quite a bit this year, that they'd been giving up a ton of yards. Omaha's a scary team. They can run the ball. We were just looking at their front line today. They go 6'5", 340, 6'4", 320, 6'5", 330, right across the front line. Kwanzi Watt is a true option quarterback that can run the ball. Boy, it's going to be scary. But the defense played big last week. Let's hope they can do it again this week. I don't know. That will be the test if you can do it 2 weeks in a row.
That'll be an interesting game that, like you said, that's a big line to have to handle.
Oh, it's a scary game. It'll be fun, but it's scary going down there.
Okay, let's go to Lance and Brookings. How are you, Lance?
All right.
You wanted to ask something about the Vikings and Mr. McDonald.
Yeah, I was wondering why they waived him today.
Ramos?
Yeah.
I don't think it's a question of they didn't have a lot of choices. He wanted out.
Why is that?
He was upset that he'd been benched and that he wasn't playing, and he said, well, if you're not going to play me, I want to go someplace else.
Yeah, he didn't show up for a couple of days, so I guess they didn't.
Yeah, he didn't last week's game. He didn't bother showing up for the game, didn't tell anybody until Monday.
Yeah, so a situation like that, the coach has to make a quick decision, and I think Dennis Green did.
Yeah, I think, and they did the right thing.
He didn't want to be there, so there's no sense in keeping him.
And you'll notice there's not a lot of teams lining up to grab onto somebody who, if they're not going to play, are just going to walk off. So,
yeah, that's not a good job recruitment deal.
Yeah, that doesn't go real high in your resume, quitter. Okay, let's go to Ed in Madison. How are you, Ed?
Good. Say, I was wondering if you could give me a preview of the SDSU basketball team.
Men or women?
Men. Well, both.
Both. Well, I think it's going to be interesting this year. They have some new talent coming on, mixed along with some veterans returning. Some of the new talent so far from the fall camp sounds pretty exciting, so I think you want to stay tuned for that. Women the same way. They've added a bunch of talent. Nancy Niebuhr on the women's side, Scott Nagy on the men's side. I think they're going to have good teams. And I might add, we might point to December 4th in Brookings. It's going to be a doubleheader, men and women, with Northern. And last year we went up to Northern. A full house, had a great time up there. What a great rivalry that's turned into. I think that'll be a great night for basketball in South Dakota.
Okay, thanks, Ed. I see the phone lines are really jammed up, so we're going to try to pick up the pace a little bit and try to get to everybody tonight. Jeff in Harrisburg. How are you, Jeff?
Hey, not too bad. Hey, enjoy your guys' show. I just wanted to ask two questions. One was about Jimmy Kleinsasser. What's the story on him? When is he coming back? And also, he had that bad game against Chicago with the 2 fumbles. Did that kind of have an effect on him having to ride the pine for a while, you think?
Well, Dennis Green said in Vikings Midweek, I think last week, that no, he was injured, and the fact that he fumbled was a rookie mistake. They understood that. They weren't going to bench him. The problem is now, I think we just saw today that the injury is a rotator cuff injury. He's going to have surgery after the season, and it might be a few more weeks before he comes back to play, and how strong he'll be will be a question. So it's a little more serious injury, apparently, than what we thought early on.
Yeah, it might take him a little bit to break back into the starting lineup, but the Vikings have expressed that he's there. He's there.
Yeah,
he's not
there.
A player that, I mean, they're real interested in hanging on to.
You watch the tapes with him, and boy, when he hits that line in the linebacker, he's a devastating blocker, no doubt about it. Also, we were talking about Ramos McDonald, and I really feel that they did the right thing, and Kenny Wright has sure stepped up, and Chris Rogers also. Boy, those 2 rookies that have really showed some enthusiasm and fly to the ball and can make some plays.
Well, you got to remember Jimmy Kleinsasser, first of all, when he was at UND, they lined him up on the wing and ran him in as a wideout. So, and it was just a scary thought, a 270-pound wideout coming down the field. He could play that position, and he can also block very well, is what the Vikings have used him. So, very talented athlete.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when he comes back, and also getting back to McDonald, and changes need to be made in that secondary, and I think the Vikings have made the right moves, and really Denny Green and the rest of that coaching staff have been really lucky with their rookie class. You know, for last year and this year, they just seem to pick up some players that can really answer the bell for them.
Yes.
Robbie in Sioux Falls. How are you, Robbie?
Steve Young and his concussions. Now, I know the first thing about it is his health, definitely, but for crying out loud, Garcia threw an interception to John Randall. They got to be looking at something there. I mean, he's been in the league for how long, and he gets his first interception against him. I mean, Steve's got to be looking at coming back. What do you think about that?
Okay, thanks for the call, Robbie. Boy, I know you've got an opinion here, so I'll give you mine first. I don't think because of a number of issues, salary cap being one of them, that Steve Young's going to announce a retirement this year. He really wants to play, but he also, I think, is starting to come to realization that it's going to be real iffy. I mean, if he takes another big shot, I think he's going to be a quarterback in trouble. So I think he really, really wants to listen to the doctors and really wait this thing out. As for Garcia, you know, Randall got real lucky once. You know, Garcia played really well for a couple of games. I think they're going to stick with him. They don't really have anywhere else to go at the moment. But I don't think Steve Young is in any mood to rush back into being a quarterback just because Garcia hit Randall. You know.
Yeah, Bill Walsh says Garcia will be okay. You know, but that's Bill Walsh talking down the road. But Steve Young, the comments I saw from this week is that everybody's telling him to retire, family, friends, but he wants to play. So that's at this point it sounds like he wants to play. Doctors are telling him not to play. I hope he doesn't, but
you just hope that if he does play, that doesn't end up being the biggest mistake that he ever
Yeah,
made.
exactly.
Let's go to Jeff in Brookings. Hi, Jeff.
Not too bad. How about you guys?
Good.
A little more SDSU football.
Okay, real quick.
I know Barry Ray. He's been a student coach here for a couple of years, and I was wondering if you heard anything about him. I guess he's been working a lot. I was wondering if you heard anything about him maybe being assistant next year or anything like that.
Well, that would depend on the opening, and of course, you know, they just filled the offensive coordinator this year as Jeff Minich moved on, so it would depend on opening. I know they like him, but you know, whether or not there's an opening, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I was just hoping he could get up there because I think he knows what he's doing.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Let's go to Dave in Brookings. Hi, Dave.
Yeah, my question is about the Twins, actually. Do you guys think they have any chance of holding on to TK, and are they going to stick around, do you guys think, or what?
Well,
boy, there's a loaded question.
Well, Tom Kelly signed through next year, and he has said he will stay. He'll honor his contract. He's getting paid pretty big bucks. I think close to $1 million is what he's been getting paid by the Twins, and for loyalty and what he's done. He likes working with a young team. He's frustrated by the losing. The vote on November 2nd in St. Paul will tell a lot about whether the Twins stick around. They're going to vote on the stadium issue there. Even if that vote passes, they still have to convince the legislature to help out in that stadium funding. Twins have a long road to go. What I see out of Minneapolis and St. Paul is if that stadium is not funded and it looks like it's a closed issue, that the team will be in Las Vegas or Charlotte or somewhere else by 2001.
Okay, thanks, Dave. And yeah, as a matter of fact, next week I think it is November 2nd is when if it doesn't pass, then that whole team buyout deal that they have completely falls apart because that's a condition of the sale. So
yeah, the scenario will depend a lot on what happens with that vote next week.
And we are just about at 2 minutes left in the program. That means that we're going to punch up your call. You have one comment. We'll answer it really fast and we'll move on. We're going to try to get through everybody who's on the phone right now and anybody else who dials in. So if Rex and the crew are ready in the back, we can put up our 2-minute clock and we'll get off and running and take some phone calls.
Go to the lightning round.
Kind of our version of the lightning round. So I don't know, Rex, are we ready for 2 minutes? We're ready. There we go. Let's go. Wendy in Watertown, how are you, Wendy?
Fine.
Real quick, what's your comment? She's been buzzed out. I'm sorry. It's the lightning round tonight. Ryan in Brookings, real quick. Jeff George.
Lead the Vikings to the playoffs?
I think he will because that team's offense suddenly picks up with Jeff George.
We'll see after Denver. I'll hold my opinion until then.
He'll hold his opinion for another week. Brent in Watertown, how are you, Brent?
Good. How about you? I was thinking about, what do you guys think about Kenneth Jr. and Alex Rodriguez? About signing next year.
Boy, A-Rod says he'll play next year. If he's traded, he won't sign a long-term deal. Both him and Ken Griffey Jr. are going to cost somebody a load of money.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be. Money, money, money.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Brady in Brookings. How are you, Brady?
Yeah, good. Do you know what the states are that don't play girls basketball in the winter?
Well, there's only 4 of them. South Dakota and North Dakota are 2 of them, and 2 others beside that. 46 others play in the wintertime.
Okay, thanks.
So there's only 4, and that's all. Thanks, Brady. Let's go to Derek in Westington. How are you, Derek?
Pretty good. How about you?
Real quick, Randall Cunningham.
Yeah, do you think you have a chance to start within the next 3 games?
Okay.
Only if Jeff George breaks his leg.
Yeah. Jeff George has to fall apart, and then Randall might have a chance, but otherwise, no. Dennis in Sioux Falls.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you think the Minnesota Vikings are going to get a new stadium this year.
Well, Red McComb says if not, he's going somewhere. And you got an owner from San Antonio where they have an empty stadium. Scary scenario.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting to see. I don't think legislature's going to come up with 2 stadiums.
No.
Greg in Watertown. How are you, Greg?
Hi.
Real quick, 25 seconds.
Question on Denny Green and the draft choices. He had 2 #1 picks. They need 1 player to go to the Super Bowl. What happened?
Okay, I think the wheels at the moment have fallen off the cart. They're not sure. They're in good shape. They have the players.
Well, they're going to pick low because depends where they finish, and if they finish well, they're going to pick low. So they may not get the impact player that they want this year.
And with that, I don't think we're going to get to another call because time is up. That is all the time we have for this week. Before we get away, let's take one more look at our online. Into the co-host seat. Steve, good to see you. It's been about a year since you've been here. We've been trying to get you back, but we appreciate you coming in tonight.
It's nice to be here. It has been a busy season again. A lot of football, getting ready for the big playoffs, and obviously on to basketball season, but good to sneak in here on a Tuesday.
Yeah, it's as most people know that are from the state of South Dakota, on a Tuesday night, if there's a game going on, odds are Steve's out there doing the game. So we appreciate you on your one of your very few Tuesday nights off, coming in and helping us out tonight.
Good.
Got lots of stuff to talk about. And Russ, if you'd help us out a little bit, we'll move on here. I'd like to tell you before we get started that our phone lines are open. So as all of you know, 1-877-825-5788. And as usual, we'll be getting to your calls in just a couple of moments. But before we get started tonight, we'd like to share an email with you that we received this week. And that email goes like this. I'm from Washington High School, and I have a comment on girls basketball being switched. I don't feel that they should be switched. Now, the main reason is because of the fact that it's tough enough in a high school with only 3 gyms and 3 and sometimes 4 teams. If you were to add girls basketball, you'd have 6 to 8 teams. And that comes to us from Lawrence in Sioux Falls. Thank you very much, Lawrence. And Steve, I think probably what Lawrence is missing there is that you'd move girls basketball to the winter, but then the volleyball would move, so the gym space probably wouldn't be that big of a crunch.
There are a lot of logistical problems on any switch like that, and obviously it'll affect, I think, each high school a little bit differently, too. So I think it would probably, affect their school a little bit differently than even some of the other schools in Sioux Falls.
Yeah, it's an issue that it's been sort of fun to talk about, and I really don't think in any time in the near future it's going to come up for any sort of vote. But it's one of those issues that, the fans are going to have to speak out on, and then the coaches, and then the players, and it's going to take quite a bit of doing if that's ever to change. So but it's fun to hear from everyone's comments, and who knows, maybe something will change. If you have an email and you'd like to send it to us, that address is sportsfan@sdpb.org. As always, we'll share with you those emails that we receive next week. Also in today's mail, we received a letter from Frank in Yankton, and Frank asks, what do you think of this new breed of announcers we have for baseball and football? They seem like they are self-proclaimed experts about the subject they're announcing. How come we can't have someone who is less of an expert? And I was a little amused when I read that, because I think the whole point of having some of these color people is they are experts, former players in their field. But I know what he's saying, because watching last night's football game, I don't necessarily appreciate Boomer Esiason and some of his in-depth analysis, because it leaves me going, huh, a lot of the time. And also for those of you that saw in the World Series, a person like Jim Gray and his interview of Pete Rose, that while Jim is a great journalist and asked some really good journalistic questions, I think the venue and the timing of his questions were misplaced, and he was a little too hung up on being a star reporter than he was getting information that was appropriate for the situation. So I don't know, I think sometimes some of the people that are there, get that kind of holier-than-thou attitude about their sport and preach down to the people.
I think the other thing maybe that Frank may be talking about is the fact that sometimes they try to overanalyze everything, and I enjoy watching a good ball game and just having the announcers talk about the game itself and the action of the game itself. And every time a base runner gets on in baseball, I don't really need to have them guessing whether he's going to steal or not. And every time it gets to be, 3rd down and 5, I don't need to have them guessing whether it's going to be a run or a pass. And I don't think maybe sometimes he might feel they're overanalyzing every play that comes up.
And sometimes maybe it's a no-win situation, too, because it drives me nuts, and we were talking about this earlier, on Monday night football games, if the announcers aren't really into the game, they start talking about everything else under the sun, and they're missing 2-3 plays at a time. And for your fan at home who's not at the stadium and can't follow it that closely, it's like, excuse us, we're watching the game, we'd kind of like you to announce the game, that's what you're paid to do. So either give us just enough, don't go too far, don't give us too little,
And Frank, I don't know if he's talking about, which are the new announcers, too. there are a lot of announcers that are new to the networks, and each network thinks they may have come up with the new future superstar, and sometimes they try to get a name for themselves early on by coming up with something that might be a little suggestive or something out of line, just to try to catch the attention of the network itself.
Yeah, and Boomer Esiason, I have to say, being in his second year, he's gotten a lot better. I still don't like him all that much, but he has gotten better, so it takes a while for some of those announcers to warm up into it. By the way, if you would like to send us a letter, in case you don't have internet access, that address is The Sports Fan, in care of South Dakota Public Television, P.O. Box 5000, Vermilion, South Dakota 57069. And while we're talking about electronics and the computers and all of that stuff, we, as usual, have a new online poll for this week. Since we mentioned Jim Gray and his interview of Pete Rose, we'd like to ask, ever since Pete Rose was elected to the All-Century team, people have been asking, should he be in the Hall of Fame? And so our question is very simple. Do you think Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame? Yes or no? It's a straight-up question this week. You can get to that simply by going to our homepage, www.sdpb.org/sportsfan. You can check out the two choices there and vote, and then let us know how you feel by clicking onto our discussion group. Everyone seems to have an opinion about Pete Rose, and we'd like to hear some of your opinions. And we'll have those results from our poll and some of your comments on next week's program. And of course, for everyone wondering about the poll from last week, we asked, what do you think of Jeff George? What do you think Jeff George gives to the Vikings? Well, we'll have those results a little bit later in the program. And I thought the results were a little bit interesting. So we'll get to those a little bit later in tonight's program, or right now. There they are. So we'll do it right now since they're up there. A lot of people got in on this. It said that our choice number 3 was the big hitter there. Jeff George gives them a new wrinkle, but not much else. At 91, almost 92% of the vote, a little over 8% of the vote said it gives them a shot at being a decent wild card team, and no one selected that gives them a ticket to ride all the way to Atlanta. And I thought our Vikings fan were going to be a little more vocal in thinking that on the arm of Jeff George, we shall fly to Atlanta, but apparently not. The Vikings fans are a little more reserved.
Well, Jeff George hasn't taken anybody else there, so I guess they're waiting to see. Yeah.
And when he was in Atlanta, he couldn't stay there either, right. So he had to move on. Well, anyway, this is a big week in football, especially here in Vermilion with all the high school championship games going on. USD, SDSU will be playing down here. Boy, if you can't get your football fix in Vermilion this weekend, you can't get it anywhere. 7
games in 2 days, and not only that, the High School Activities Association is lengthening the high school season with the extra class this year, so you get a chance to see 4 games on Friday, as well as the 2 on Saturday evening from the high school level. But some good matchups, really. I think just about every game is one that folks should enjoy down here in the Dome, so hopefully they'll fill it up pretty well and have an excellent opportunity to see some good champions crowned. Some very interesting matchups. I think a lot of folks interested in seeing whether Freeman can become the first to 4-peat. That's a very big ball game. I think there are a lot of good matchups, but I think that has to create a lot of attention because of that and because of the fact that I think they're playing a Harding County team that suddenly is catching the attention of a lot of people because of what they've done in the playoffs.
It should be a really good series of games. It always is when you go over to the Dome. And we've had such a great fall, you know, that inevitably we're going to get some sort of rain. But the weather forecast looks great for everyone to come down to the Dome and take in the games. So we hope we'll see everyone over there. I'm going to catch as many of the games as they'll allow me to from over here. So it'll be a lot of fun to be over there. And, of course, we want to mention, we found out today that for those of you up in the northwest corner of the state, we have reached agreement with KELO-TV. We have a great partnership with them. And since their signal doesn't cover that part of the state, we will be broadcasting the Freeman versus Harding County and the Corsica versus Timberlake football games on KPSD Faith, Channel 13 for you folks out there, and KZSD Long Valley, Channel 8. So those are people that are watching our show tonight and are interested in those football games. You'll be able to see them at home. And pass the word around, because this is sort of some late breaking news, and for those of you that can't make it to the game, we'd love you to see it. So once again, those games will be on out there in the Northwest.
Get up early. The first game's going to kick off at 9 o'clock there.
9 o'clock Mountain Time, and that's on South Dakota Public Television, thanks to our good friends at KELO-TV. So we appreciate the partnership that we have with them. So we've said our piece, I think. We have other things we can talk about.
I bet we have a few people that have ideas.
We have all sorts of people, games, and people want to start right off at the top. We'll go with somebody who wants to talk about Pete Rose. Millen Brookings, how are you tonight?
Good, how you doing?
Very good.
Good. I've got, oh, by the way, Steve, are you related to James Erickson by any chance? Do you know him? Long-time South Dakota referee?
No.
because you look identical to him anyway.
Really?
That's besides the point. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, I was just calling about Pete Rose and the interview deal with Jim Gray. What do you guys think of that deal?
Well, kind of like what I thought is that I think Jim Gray was a little out of place in. I don't have a problem with him asking those questions because I think Pete Rose has answers to a lot of the questions and people want to hear that. But I think on that particular night, in that celebration of the all-century team, that it was just sort of an inappropriate place to ask those questions. And not so much, ask him once, but to hound him like that for that interview, I just think it went on too long and it was just inappropriate.
Yeah, I agree with that same thing, but I also think that, I know a guy they used to play baseball for South Dakota State here a couple years back, and he got in a little gambling problem. Pat Schmidt is his name. But now they're letting him come back to play. He got suspended for 2 years, so now they're going to let him come back and play this next coming year. And I think that if Pete Rose would maybe admit it and whatever, they'd induct him into the Hall of Fame just because everyone agrees that, for the most part, agrees that he should be able to be in there. So I guess that's what I had to say.
Yeah, I think Jim Gray is overall a pretty good interviewer, but I think he didn't get the answers he wanted those first couple of questions, and he got carried away after that. And probably had he let it go after the first couple of questions, he wouldn't have got the criticism.
Yeah, I think once it was obvious, Pete really didn't want to talk about it and was being fairly polite and was, just trying to give him enough of an answer, but hoping he would move on. And he kept after him. It was funny, I heard, and I don't know which one of the many sports radio stations or comments that I heard, but someone said, you have to go a long way to make Pete Rose look like a victim. And that's what sort of happened that night. So
that was really brutal on his part, I thought.
Yeah, it was an intriguing, thing that happened. I'm sure that Jim Gray feels bad about it. He hasn't backed all the way down. He admits it may have gone on too long, but he's a journalist, and his job is to dig for information, and that's what he was doing.
Yeah, I praise the Yankees, too, for backing him up when Chad Curtis had that interview. Did you watch that by any chance?
Yeah, Chad Curtis just kind of blew him off at the end of the ball game, and although they got him back the next night, the Yankees did come back that final night and talk to him, but I think that wasn't bad to kind of give him a little 24 hours to think about it.
Yeah, and that they said as a team that they had elected and said that, no, we're not going to talk to you. And let him know right on national television, and I was stunned by that. And then, this one's for you, Graham, and ran away. And poor Jim Gray standing here, don't you want to talk about the home run? It's like, well, obviously no. And it was too bad it came to that, and I think all parties concerned have probably met, talked about it. And
you should have asked Chad Curtis what he thought about Pete Rose.
Yeah,
that would have been pretty good.
I know a lot of people do that. Just they might not say nothing, just to be like show their own deal, but they had a good reason for it. Because I know, like a guy by the name of Nate Henry, he used to always say, "No, I don't want to talk." He'd pitch a good game, they wouldn't let him talk, or he wouldn't talk to the Argus or Kelland or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was pretty cool on this part.
Yeah, it was interesting all around. Thanks a lot for your call.
Yep, thank
Appreciate it. We're going to go to line 2, and we're going to see if we can get our monitor turned up a little bit out here because it's a little hard to hear, but we'll try Eric in Sioux Falls. How are you, Eric?
Good. How you doing?
Very good.
I just had a couple questions. I wanted to see what your thoughts were on the national championship for the college football this year, who you thought was going to maybe take it home if Florida State was going to keep on rolling, and also on Peter Warrick's deal. What do you think about him winning the Heisman? Do you think he deserves it still after this little incident he went through?
Wow, a couple of good questions there.
Yeah, I kind of like Florida State's chances only because they've survived already the close calls. They haven't gotten to the point where they were surprised by somebody late. And, they've already had a couple of teams that have taken them down to the least of the fourth quarter and battled them. So I think that's going to help them down the stretch. But you can't rule out some other solid teams. Virginia Tech, everybody seems to be talking about. We haven't really seen them play the top-notch competition, so it remains to be seen if they can get there unbeaten and have a chance. And of course, Penn State's still sitting there in between, still figuring to be the top team. But the way the Big Ten is topsy-turvy, it may not be simple to get through the rest of their schedule unbeaten. As far as Peter Warrick, I think it's kind of a similar case to, he certainly has the talent to be the Heisman winner. I would be surprised if he got it, though. I really think that incident turned off enough voters that it'll keep him from being the Heisman winner.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, I always looked at the Heisman Trophy as one of those, it's not only based on talent, but also on sportsmanship, and I think that's where he takes the really big hit. That people are going to look at him a little differently, that, yeah, he's an extremely talented player, and I'm sure he'll go places in the NFL, but I think his chances for the Heisman are greatly diminished because of what happened. All right, thanks, Eric. Let's go to, they're out of order tonight. Larry in Madison. How are you, Larry?
Pretty good. How are you?
Very good. You want to talk a little amateur baseball?
Yeah, I recently read that the Canova gang is heading down to Arizona to play in the over 30 World Series. Well, I wanted to know what your feelings were on that, like if they should go or how they would do.
Okay,
Well, that's tough. I don't really have any idea what kind of competition they're going to run into down there. I think obviously we have a great brand of amateur baseball in South Dakota, so you'd want to send them, I think, to see how they do compare with the teams from around the country. Obviously, we've had some over 40 and over 50 teams there recently that have struggled just a bit, but I think you're not really sure what kind of competition you're going to run into across the country. But we know in the state of South Dakota it's a very good brand of amateur baseball and very well attended and a lot of interest across the state. Why not see what they can do?
Yeah, that team's always a perennial favorite in the South Dakota Amateurs. They always seem to show up, always play extremely well, get close to the championship, if not win it. So a number of their roster also over 30, so they should fare fairly well down there, you'd think.
The older I get, the more I'm amazed by the over 50 group that still is able to play baseball down there. So heck, if it's just the over 30 group, go for it. You know, what the heck.
Yeah, I get a good softball game knocks me out nowadays, so I don't know about the over 50 if I'd be able to do that. Let's, I'm told to mention Dave Gassman, I believe it was, right. And he holds about every pitching record there is in amateur baseball in South Dakota.
Besides, a good time of the year to go down and play baseball somewhere.
Yeah, can't argue with that.
We're running out of time to play baseball here, so.
Which is kind of surprising. We had such a great fall that usually by now we've had that first big snow and some cold weather. Phil and Mitchell, how are you, Phil?
Okay.
You also want to make a comment on Pete Rose?
Yes. First of all, I don't think he should have been on the All-Century team. And with that NBC Sports reporter that I forgot his name.
Jim Gray.
Yes. I think he was right for asking those questions in the way he did, because it showed that Pete Rose is still very unrepentant, and very unrepentant. And so that means, so I feel Pete Rose should not be part of the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Okay. I'm still a little concerned by the exact evidence. They keep talking about having the exact evidence to prove that he did bet on baseball, but it hasn't really been outlined for anybody other than those who are behind closed doors. It wouldn't be nice to see that evidence out in front, because there are enough people that believe that maybe he didn't bet on baseball that I would sure love to see baseball step forward and show us that evidence up front.
Yeah, everybody keeps saying Pete Rose must come clean and say what he did, and he keeps saying I didn't do anything. You know, I bet on all these other things, and I get the feeling sometimes guilty by association. But if Major League Baseball has evidence that he bet on baseball, rather than saying, hey, Pete, come clean, and he already has, they should come clean and say, all right, this is what you did.
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that he bet on sports. It's pretty obvious that he associated with people who he probably should not have associated with, that are probably felons. And for that alone, you know, you're going to take a closer look at him. But I have not seen any definitive proof, or they have not put it out in front of us, that he bet on baseball, other than for Bud Selig and other people to say that evidence does exist.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting controversy. Thanks, Phil. We appreciate your call. And I find it odd that someone said to me the other day that someone could have all sorts of drug problems and go through rehab and come back, and various things like that. Yet someone has a gambling problem, and you're done. That's it. No second chance, no nothing.
Well, and he also brought up the subject of should he have even been on that ballot. You know, that again goes back to the idea they were picking the best players of the century. Pete Rose on the field obviously was one of the best players of the century, and there were enough people that voted for him as such that it's awful hard to keep him off the ballot. There are a lot of other players that you know, are on that ballot that made the team. You know, the Babe Ruth, the Ty Cobbs, who had little instances, obviously not of the gambling variety necessarily, but certainly cases where they did something afoul of the law, or something at least afoul of the rules of baseball at one time or another that we've kind of overlooked. And, you know, we could say maybe Pete Rose was a little step beyond them, but I think, you know, drawing the line somewhere as to what he did on the field and off the field, it gets a little difficult when you start comparing him with some of these other people.
Yeah, my feeling on it, and you know, we talked before, that it just seems a little ridiculous. You see some of these other players, like you mentioned, have their other problems off the field, yet you look past those and say, well, look what the guy accomplished on the field. And that's how I feel about Pete Rose. Let what he accomplished on the field speak for him as a ball player for the Baseball Hall of Fame. If they have an off the field Hall of Fame, yeah, probably he wouldn't be in there, but neither would Babe Ruth and Ty Cobb and some of the things they did. You know, we all make mistakes. We're all human. I think Pete Rose has fessed up to what he did, and until we see evidence to the contrary, I think, you know, lift the ban and let him into the Hall of Fame. Or if you're not going to do that, let Pete Rose, you know, come in and use the talents that he has to coach in the minor leagues and help make the game of baseball better, because he does have talents as a coach, and he's, you know, I think he should be allowed in to use. You know, they've taken everything away from him, and I think that's just too much.
I think it's funny, John and I were talking before we came on tonight, the fact that we're hitting Pete Rose for gambling on baseball. And even if he did gamble on baseball, and obviously that would be wrong, the question comes up, it doesn't seem like he was a big winner. Everybody talks about how much he lost gambling, and you would think with all the expertise he has, and even while he was managing, that you'd think he'd end up winning, and then you could really get upset with him for perhaps having his team lose a game, but he leaves in a happy mood because he cashed a bet or something. It seems like even while he was managing, if he was betting, he wasn't even betting well, it seems like.
That's exactly the point. You'd think that he would know better. And he has said time and time again, he didn't do it. And just, you know, show us the evidence. You know, then put everything to rest. Until then, you almost get the feeling that Major League Baseball doesn't have as concrete of evidence as they think they have, and are just a little leery and are hoping maybe someone will turn up that's going to, you know, rat out Pete Rose. But in all this number of years, you think that would have happened by now. So I think, you know, let it go. Get a new commissioner if you have to. Let Pete Rose get into the Hall of Fame. It's a plaque. It's not going to hurt anybody. Let's go back to the phones because they are all full up and you all want to talk about other things beside Pete Rose. So let's go to Jason in Sioux Falls. How are you, Jason?
Good, how yourself?
Very good. You want to talk a little North Carolina hoops?
Yeah, kind of a two-part question. I just found out yesterday that Ed Cota got arrested for, I can't remember, like assault, I think it was.
They were involved in a fight, yeah, he and a teammate.
Yeah, and I was wondering how long will he probably miss the season? And the second part is how you think North Carolina will do this year, because they returned 4 of the 5 starters, and the guy that's going to start for the guy who went to the NBA, their 6th man was one of the best guys in the ACC tournament last year, in Max Owens, and plus, you know, Duke, they lost everyone last year pretty much, but they did get a good recruiting class, and everyone else from the ACC lost their key players, and I just want to know how you think North Carolina will do.
Okay. Thanks, Jason.
Key, I think part of it, obviously, is whether Ed Cota, who's one of the key starters for them, is able to go. From what I understand, it's a case where he was involved in an altercation, along with, I believe, Newby is his backup, who was also involved with it. But the last report was the coach believed what they were telling him, that this was a case where they were just kind of defending some people, and it may not have been as strong a case as was brought out, but he had to, you know, do something about it initially as the report came in. It's proven to be, it was a self-defense type of case, or not quite as strong a you know, altercation as originally it came out, and maybe they won't lose much time at all. And other than that, I mean, I think North Carolina is always going to have a solid team now. That it's a great program, and Dean Smith obviously not around to run it anymore, but it's a very solid program, and like you say, they've got the benefit of having those starters back that some of the other teams don't.
Yeah, and North Carolina is one of those teams you just kind of anticipate always being there. You know, they always make a pretty decent run. Final Four, I don't know this year. I don't follow them that closely, but at least when the tournaments start, you expect to see a couple of good teams. We're going to go to Statham in Sioux Falls, has some more information on the over 30 baseball tournament. How are you tonight?
Good. How about you guys?
Very good. A little clarification for us.
Yeah, I think they need to have stricter regulations on that, because I think there might be some guys that might not even be over 30 on the team. Because, I mean, I was asked to play on the team just because I'm bald, and, I mean, they thought I looked 30, and they asked me to be on the team.
Geez, I wasn't asked.
And my dad, Mike, said no, because they might start checking, but, I mean, they haven't started checking yet, because there are some guys that
I'm sure
are not
they must
30.
have to check when they go to these national tournaments.
Yeah, it's just because my dad, Mike, said, I don't know, he said they were going to, because my dad's been an umpire for a while in amateur ball, and he said they're going to start checking, but they haven't checked yet. And I was just wondering, because I'm only like 27, and I was asked to be on the team just because I'm bald.
Well, yeah, you think that would be an automatic, to at least, you know, check their driver's license, you know, card them at the field, and you can't get in unless you're over 30. That just seems odd. You say you're 27 and you were asked to play.
Yeah, I don't know if they think I'm older or what. I'm completely bald, but...
Well, they may just have thought you were 30 and assumed that if you weren't, you would tell them.
Yeah, I had to tell them.
So did you fess up to him and tell him that you weren't 30 yet?
Yeah, I did. Because my dad, he knows a lot about amateur ball.
Yeah, that would have been trouble because your dad's the umpire. He's like, you shouldn't be playing here.
Yeah, that's no doubt.
Well, hard as playing. Well, thanks for the information.
All right, bye.
That's sort of interesting. Yeah, you would think that'd be an automatic in a tournament like that. If it's an over 30, everyone's got to be checked at the door.
You would think. I mean, I've still been looking for the middle-aged, balding, overweight. They haven't come up with that division yet, but maybe I can get in if they can start that.
Say I'm rapidly catching up to you too. So we're all looking for some place to play.
Yeah.
So if you want to put together a league of people who want to talk
I still
sports,
need a pinch runner, but I mean, yeah.
Well, that's all right.
All right.
Just a designated hitter, literally, just to stand there and hit.
Yeah.
We can handle that. Kyle in Aberdeen, how are you tonight?
I'm good.
You want to talk a little bit about the Cubs?
Yeah, what do you think about them having Don Baylor as manager?
I actually kind of like that choice. Don Baylor had been recruited by a number of teams, and there was kind of a bidding war going on for Don Baylor services. Manager of the year when he was with Colorado. Hasn't done a whole lot since then, but whether that's situational or whether that's him, I don't know. I like him. I think he's a good manager, and I think he'd be good for the Cubs.
I like Don Baylor as an individual. I was a little leery the way the managerial changes started. I don't like the recycling, and suddenly we had Buddy Bell and we had Phil Garner, and now we're going back to Don Baylor, and I'm not so sure that's the best route to go, but I think Baylor is a good man and obviously does have at least a proven record of having done well on one occasion. Garner had several losing seasons. Bell had not really produced at Detroit, and Baylor is a good, strong individual there, which may fit in for the Cubs. The only thing is, I sometimes wonder if some of these people they recycle aren't actually better coaches than they are managers. I mean, Baylor did a great job this year in Atlanta as a hitting coach. I mean, he helped Chipper Jones become a much better right-handed hitter. And in some cases, they do great jobs as coaches, and it doesn't always translate into the managerial position.
Yeah, of all the changes that went on, I think the only real new face that came in there was Charlie Manuel for the Indians, being moved up as an assistant coach, and he's never been a head coach before. So that, like you said, it seems like if you're a manager and you have that mark on you as a manager, you'll be out for maybe a half season and someone will bring you back because they don't want to take a chance on someone new.
Well, I think I like the manual. At least you're giving somebody a chance to move up within the organization there in Cleveland. And now I notice Milwaukee's talking to Davey Lopes, which I think might be a good man to get and give him an opportunity because he's been around as a coach for a long time.
Yeah, he should be pretty good. Kyle, you had something else?
Yeah, I didn't know about the move, like firing Jim Riggleman because, I mean, he did have a bad year, but, I mean, last year, I mean, from them going to the playoffs and then becoming 28 games from first place, but, I mean, they should have at least given him one more year to see, and then if he had a bad year then probably fire him or something.
It's one of those cases where they have to make a change somewhere, and it's a lot easier to fire the manager than to make some of the other changes.
Yeah, I was trying to look through the note here. Sometimes it's also a matter of Riggleman's contract may have been up, and they just felt this was a good time to make that change. So it may not have been reflective of a run they made at the end of the season or that particular record of that year, but an overall shift in philosophy of the team. So that might be why he went out. But you're right, he did have a little bit of a better year this year, but things happen. That's the way baseball goes sometimes. Thanks, Kyle. Let's go to Randy in Hartford. How are you, Randy?
Good. How are you guys?
Very good. You want to talk a little bit about girls' high school basketball?
Yeah, girls basketball. I called in last week and visited with you guys a little bit about the Rose Belt situation, and I was wondering what you guys think about, excuse me, the possibility or the idea of moving basketball in general, boys and girls, to a four-class system. One thing that I really see in girls basketball more so than boys, the smaller schools have troubles, with getting a lot of upperclassmen, female athletes out for basketball, and as a result, you see a lot of schools pulling, 7th and 8th graders up to, play your JV or even make a varsity team. We had to do that this year at my school. We brought our 8th graders up to the JV squad because we wouldn't have had enough girls, to field a team. What do you guys think about maybe going to a four-class system for basketball where you'd have your AA and your A, B, and then maybe like a 2B or something, and split it? I think right now, 16, 32, and 64 make up the make up the system. So take that 64 and maybe split that up into two 32s.
Interesting.
Interesting. I don't think I've had anybody bring up that subject while they've been talking about moving seasons from, you know, spring, fall, or winter or whatever. But I don't know. My first thought is simply a matter of, again, maybe logistics. Looking down the stretch again, we're going to play 4 tournaments at 4 different sites at the finish. We're going to, again, go looking for extra facilities and split time on them. And I don't know how much effect it probably, again, there's some schools that probably would love that, and other schools that it might not help a great deal.
No, because I know the small schools, like a lot of the schools on our schedule that we play, you see a lot of 8th graders that are, you know, moved up to the varsity. And, you know, the football system is set up, you know, to where it was designed to give those smaller schools, you know, a chance of competing. And I just think that, it would really make a difference with girls basketball, because you could take some of these 32 of these, you know, smaller schools, and, you know, possibly you might do something. You know, I remember growing up when I'm out from the Pier area originally where I grew up, and I remember a few years ago when the Herald Cardinals, the boys basketball team with just enough boys to make a basketball team, won the State B tournament. And, you know, you wonder if there would have been a 4-class system, you know, maybe those boys, you know, they might have been state champions 3 years in a row if there would have been a 2B.
Well, it's something that's worth, I think, further consideration. Maybe some other people have some ideas on that.
Yeah, Randy, we appreciate your perspective. Like you said, I've never really seen it looked at that way. So thanks for calling in, and I'm sure other of our viewers out there probably have some ideas. And
I mean, there are people that go the other extreme who, you know, like the idea of the original Indiana system, everybody, you know, playing in one, and look how they fought that in Indiana when they tried to break that up and go to different classes, because you know, there's some thought that you do have the occasional small school that can run up the ranks. Obviously, it would rarely happen, and it really does hurt the smaller schools in that sense. But some people, the purists, might probably like to cut back rather than add to the classes.
And like you said, it becomes a logistical nightmare when you've got now you've got 4 tournaments, and we saw what happened with the boys tournaments now all being on the same weekend and the outcry that happened there. So
finding district sites and everything.
Yeah, it's tough because there aren't that many facilities that'll handle a state tournament in this state. So it'll be interesting to see. Let's go to Mick in Brookings. How are you, Mick?
Pretty good. How are you guys?
Very good. High school football.
Well, actually, first I got a little comment about Phil from Mitchell, who said Pete Rose shouldn't even have been on the All-Century team. I don't know if this guy's ever looked in a record book or anything, but doesn't he have the most base hits ever? I mean...
Yeah, I mean, on the field, it's hard to dispute the figures from what he did on the field.
Well, and the All-Century team was a form of fan voting, if I remember right, and that's what it was all about. And the fans really would like to see Pete Rose honored in some way, and I think that was their way of being able to have Pete Rose out there one more time and showing them how much they appreciate his efforts.
Yeah, I mean, who else are you going to put on there? Kirby Puckett or what? Also, though, about high school football, I know last year, excuse me, down in it was Canton, they had the 11A All-State center. His name was Luke Albers. Do you guys know what he's doing now? I don't know if you ever heard of him.
Yeah,
I've heard of him, but I got no idea.
I couldn't tell you exactly right now, no.
I heard he had a quarterback who was pretty good, too. I can't remember his name, though. I don't know. You guys knew it?
Sorry, I can't help you out, Mick. We're not sure.
And obviously, a lot of times, we're going to hear about some of these players who are standouts. For instance, this year, we probably won't hear about for another 2 years. Very seldom do we see them step in as a true freshman and step in and play somewhere. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Mick. Appreciate it. Let's go to line 1, Andy in Madison. How are you, Andy?
Good. How about yourself?
Very good.
Good. I got a couple questions for you.
Okay.
First of all, I was wondering, what do you think of, what's your views on the SDSU football team this year? Do they have a shot at the playoffs, or are they pretty much done?
I think 3 losses is too much to go to the playoffs. I think that was the big game last weekend with Nebraska-Omaha. There's just too many teams at the top this year with Northern Colorado, North Dakota State, North Dakota all sitting there with 1 loss, and Nebraska-Omaha now with 2. And only 4 teams from the region go to the playoffs. And one of the problems we have is that Missouri Conference is not as solid from top to bottom. And you've got Northwest Missouri State and Pittsburgh State sitting there 1-2, and they've already played each other. And so they're not going to really play any really tough competition down the stretch. They probably will both finish with just a one loss, with Northwest going unbeaten in their league but having lost to Nebraska-Omaha in non-conference play, and then Pittsburgh probably with just the one loss to Northwest during the season. So they'll probably both get in the playoffs. If that happens, then you're only going to get 2 NCC teams in, and it's going to be very tough for anybody to break into that top group. Nebraska-Omaha still has to go to UND, and of course, big game this week too with North Dakota State playing in Northern Colorado. But even then, you're going to have a maximum of 2 losses for the top 2 teams in the league.
And my other question, what do you think Josh Ronek's chances of winning the Harlan Hill Award this year?
Okay, thanks, Andy. Go ahead.
He'll make it into the regional final portion of it, and that comes out, I think, later on this week as far as naming those. I would imagine that we're going to see some other familiar names from the conference make it in, but it's really tough. Court McGuffey, got to the finals last year as the top player from the NCC, and with that in mind, he's probably going to get with as good a season as he's having. The national support, his name recognition is there. And Josh got a little name recognition last year nationally. He's going to pick up a lot more this year. And I would think his best chance would have to come if he had another good season next year.
Okay. Let's go back to the phone. Craig in Watertown. How are you tonight, Craig?
Really, thank you. I got a couple questions on an issue you brought up about girls basketball earlier.
Okay, go ahead.
I noticed that a lot of times people talk about facilities and switching volleyball and basketball around, and it wouldn't hurt that much with court time and stuff like that, but I think there's 2 focuses that aren't discussed quite as much, and that's staffing with coaches, and I also think it's referees that a lot of them double up and work girls in the fall and boys in the winter, and I think the same thing happens with coaches. If they don't, like Coach Munson down at Mitchell, coach both the varsity girls and boys, a lot of them will be in the lower level programs, and I'd just like to see what you had to say about those thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Greg?
Well, there's no doubt that's one of the problems that comes up every time that subject comes up, because there are a number of coaches who coach both the boys and the girls basketball teams and would have to split up those chores if they're going to play during the same season. And obviously the referee situation. We've talked about the number of referees dwindling, and they're always looking for more and more referees. It's a tough job that it's hard to convince people to go out and take that abuse from week to week and really work hard at it so that they are the good referees that you want. And so there would be obviously a problem that would have to be faced at that time. I don't think it's an unsurmountable problem necessarily, but it's one that obviously would create a lot of hardship for certain schools.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things in the short term, in the transition period, obviously if something were to happen like that, and then for people who haven't been paying attention or are just getting caught up on what we're talking about, there's nothing on the horizon to even suggest that the seasons are going to switch. But if something were to happen like that, I think that it would happen so far in advance that they have a lot of time to prepare for that and hire the additional referees or get more coaches. I'm sure there's qualified coaches out there that would love the chance to be able to coach but can't because there's one coach doing both the girls and the boys, and maybe they'll give them an opportunity. So if you look at it from a positive aspect, maybe you'll have more opportunity for coaches rather than saying we don't have enough.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think there probably, in terms of numbers of people, the opportunity would exist for somebody who's currently an assistant maybe to step up and take that head coaching role that he might not have had the opportunity to take in the past, he or she, and that would be one positive. But obviously in the short run, for somebody who's been very successful and somebody who's very happy doing both jobs, and for a school is very happy to have that person doing both jobs, it could become a tough situation if you had to make that quick switch.
Okay, we're going to go back to the phone, but I've been asked to clear one thing up. That phone call we had from Statham that his mom called and says he's not bald, and that probably wasn't him, and it was a farce. Just I'll let people know that that's enough of that. John in Brookings, get us out of here. Talk some South Dakota State football. You there, John?
Hello, John.
Apparently we caught John napping up there in Brookings, so let's go to Luke in Rapid City. How are you, Luke?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Very good. Little Vikings.
Yeah, Vikings. I've actually got 2 questions for you. The first being, do you expect the Vikings to continue with success with Jeff George?
I think so. I like the energy that suddenly that team has, and I don't know if it's all Jeff George, but mentally the team has suddenly sprung to life. And if it's just because they wanted to see the switch or that Jeff George is that much more talented, I don't know. Yeah. He's a real gunslinger, and I think Randy Moss really likes him because finally he's got a quarterback there that can outthrow him. So now Randy Moss can just run wide open, and he knows that Jeff George can get him the ball. If all he brings to that team is that excitement and that energy, I think it's a good thing, and things look very positive for the Vikings at this moment. You know,
I think there are two sides of that coin. One is I think they can only get better, at least temporarily, because the more familiar Jeff George gets with his receivers, the more reps he gets and the more playing time he gets, you would think the offense could only get better. I guess the other side of the coin is the fact that Jeff George has obviously had this talent for a long time, and for whatever reason, every spot he's been, he kind of explodes somewhere. And you know, everything that looked good at one point suddenly disappears. And the question is, has he finally found a home where that doesn't happen and found the right spot? I would think right now, though, at least for the next few weeks, I would think they could only improve.
Yeah, he's in the right system. I think it's helping him out. Thanks a lot, Luke. We're getting close to the end of the program, so we're going to try to kick it up a little bit and get through everybody before we hit our 2-minute warning. So, Alex in Sioux Falls. How are you, Alex?
Yeah, I'm great. How are you guys?
Very good.
I just had two things I'd like to say about the Cubs. First, I wondered, why do you think that they passed up on possibly the chance of getting Mike Hargrove of the Indians, I believe who it was, who obviously proved himself as a very capable manager, taking the Indians to quite a few division championships and World Series, and their team was always in contention. I was just wondering why you think they passed up on him.
Okay.
Well, one reason would come to mind, not knowing for sure, obviously, is that Baylor has the National League experience that Hargrove doesn't have. And, you know, as a lot of people have said, it's a lot different managing in the National League with the decisions you have to make without the DH. And they may have felt that, you know, given those things, Baylor has a lot more experience dealing with the National League.
Mm-hmm. And also I wondered, what do you now that Ken Griffey is obviously up in the market, you think that Sammy Sosa has any potential in being talked with trade rumors with Seattle?
Boy, that would be purely speculation. I think the Cubs would do everything they could to hang on to him.
I think Don Baylor would back out of being manager if they're going to trade Sammy Sosa to Seattle, unless he's going to get Alex Rodriguez and Ken Griffey in return, which he's not going to get. I think Sosa's, you know, not only your talent on the field, but he's become a very popular figure, as popular, if not more so, than Michael Jordan now in Chicago. That'd be very difficult, I think, to trade him away. And really, Baylor, the first thing he said was, we've got the hitting and everything. We're looking for a better fielding team. And he's going to go out, I think, and assume that they can score enough runs with the lineup they've got. They need a little more defense.
Yeah, back to fundamentals. Thanks, Alex. We need to move on. Let's go to Jack in Sioux Falls. Jack has an interesting question. How are you, Jack?
Jack, great. Followed NCC sports for years and years and years, and listened to WNAX, even if you're a Jackrabbit fan. Just wondering what Steve Emming did before he did the broadcast for SDSU, and does a wonderful job. Enjoy listening to him. Enjoy a sports show on the afternoons on the radio, and very, very good. If we had more announcers like him, it'd be very interesting to listen to. I'll hang up and listen.
All right, thanks, Jack.
I was only hoping he'd go on for another half hour.
I was going to say, we don't have the time for that. Jack, President of the fan club.
I appreciate that, Jack, very much. What I did before, well...
before you were, I think he actually started before WNAX.
Right before WNAX. I came in actually from Kenosha, Wisconsin, from a station there, but where I was basically doing high school sports, as well as the Twins Class A ball club was there at the time. They've moved since then, but we're in Kenosha. And so that was the most recent. But a million and one things prior to that, including doing Missouri Rolla, football and basketball, and it was also in the Greyhound racing industry for about 12, 14 years in a number of capacities as announcer as well as a racing official.
So, South Dakota's lucky to have you, though. It's a good fit over there at WNAX, and enjoy listening to him. I like having Steve here because he knows lots. So, good to have you here. Let's go to Mitch in Sioux Falls. Wants to talk a little bit about one of the championship games this weekend. How are you, Mitch?
Great. It couldn't be better. The playoffs are just around the corner. State championship, wonderful time of year. What do you think about those Catholics from Old Garmin? Do you think they have a prayer?
Yeah. He's been waiting on the phone for like 20 minutes just to be able to do that.
Yeah.
The oldest joke that's ever been asked of O'Gorman, and he had to get it in tonight.
Well, it's a great finishing game. O'Gorman and Yankton, I think probably the matchup that you really wanted to see down the stretch, I would think, in Double-A. I mean, obviously, two solid names in Double-A football through the years. Both have had a lot of recent success, and both have been away. Obviously, last year, neither one were in the Dome, so I think this year should be a good matchup, and they haven't faced each other yet, unlike some of the other matchups we've seen in Double-A in the Dome recently.
Yeah, I think the real key thing, I was able to get to a few of the Yankton games this year, and if they can keep away from the penalties in the last couple of games, boy, they've gathered up yellow flags like crazy. If they can keep away from getting those stupid penalties, and they've had some bad turnovers in recent games, I think that's going to be probably one of the closest games of the weekend.
You get two good coaches. I mean, you got a lot of good coaches, obviously. They're making their way to the finals, but obviously Steve Keeter's had a lot of success at O'Gorman. And Arlen Lickness down in Yankton, of course, took those Hamlin teams 3 years in a row to titles in the lower class, and now has a chance to win one in Double-A.
Yeah, should be a lot of fun. Like we said, if you're going to be anywhere near Vermilion this weekend, you want to catch a football game, boy, the Dome is the place to be. Let's move along. Devin and Brookings, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Real quick, we're running short on time.
All right. Do you think Mike Miller's going to be the go-to man this year down in Florida? I think they get to the Final Four.
Final Four, but yeah, I think he's going to be integral to their offense, and they're going to use him as much as they can.
I'm not so sure, go-to guy is the correct term, because they kind of built that team around the notion of a Fab 4 or Fab 5 type situation when they brought in the youngsters. And so they have a lot of supporting cast down there, but obviously he has, I think, stepped it up a notch or two. He was kind of the number 3 or 4 or 5 guy, and he could very easily be the 1 or 2 guy when it comes down to the final stats, I think, for them. But it's not certainly not him, and I don't think they go with the idea that he is the go-to guy. They have a pretty good balance down there.
Yeah, he's going to be a very important piece of that puzzle. That, like you said, 1 of 5 out there on the floor. But it should be an interesting team to watch, because as he matures, he just gets better and better.
And as far as going to the Final Four, boy, that's tough to pick this time of the year, especially. Certainly they have the talent. They did well in the playoffs last year, and they should have learned something from that. And if they improve at all, I mean, there's no reason why they can't get back there.
Yeah. Billy and Mitchell, how are you tonight?
How's it going?
Very good. Another comment on Pete Rose, real quick.
I heard my buddy Phil was getting made fun of earlier by a kid from Brookings, Mick or whatever.
Yeah.
He knows that, I'm sure he knows that Pete Rose is the all-time hit leader, but gambling is a sin, and it shouldn't be allowed in any sport or in any life.
Okay, interesting comment. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion.
Well, yeah, and I think the main thing here, though, where he's being kept out of baseball because he supposedly bet on baseball, and he would not have been kept out had he placed a bet somewhere at the casino down the street, or bet on something else. I mean, there have been a number of other athletes who have been reprimanded or scolded or in other fashion for being in the wrong place at the wrong time that haven't been kicked out of their sport.
Yeah, it's if you did something illegal, fine, but it sounds like if it's legal gambling, if it's legal, it's legal. So the guy placed a bet. Tyler over there in Remsen, Iowa. How are you tonight, Tyler?
Good. I think Brett Favre's washed up.
Okay. I think you're wrong. Everyone's entitled to having a bad night, but yeah, Brett Favre didn't show a whole lot last night.
I still don't think. I mean, he's hurt. I mean,
yeah.
Brett Favre is not playing like the Brett Favre who's 100% healthy, and I think he's obviously, we know he's not 100% health-wise, but I think he's even letting on less, and I think they're trying to get by as much as they can and assume that even 50 or 75% Brett Favre is better than most quarterbacks.
Yeah, better than 100% Matt Hasselbeck, who I think they should have gone to much earlier in the game, especially when they showed the close-up of Brett Favre's hand, and one of his hands looked twice the size of the other one, and that was why he was having trouble hanging onto the ball, and I think why a lot of balls floated on him last night. I mean, they kept saying it was the wind that was pushing the ball around on him, but it wasn't pushing the ball around on the other side of the field, So obviously, yeah, Brett Favre's good, even a little injured, but I think it's time that, maybe you need to sit him down for a week, let that hand heal, make him a little better, and then bring him back and make a run for the playoffs. But right now, that was tough to watch last night. Nathan in Rapid City.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
I guess I want your opinion on my theory of why Barry Sanders retired. And considering he had a chance
to break the all-time rushing record. Did he retire because of Walter Payton's ailing condition?
Interesting theory.
That's a theory that's been brought up, and it is possible. I wouldn't disregard it, because I think Barry Sanders is that kind of a, thoughtful individual who had concerns about passing up Walter Payton. But I think that it started with a rift in Detroit with the management and things that weren't done the way Barry thought they perhaps should have been done. And, Barry Sanders didn't need to come back for the money for any reason. So I think he does have a lot inside of him. I think it's probably a combination of factors would be my thought, but I don't think you can rule out the Payton idea.
Yeah, and also is very public that he had a real feud going with his head coach and was really frustrated by that. And I think all those different layers led into that. It stunned everyone when he just suddenly turned and walked away. Let's go to Billy in Fort Pierre. How are you, Billy?
Well, I'm doing good. I just got home from my folks'. They were at that Green Bay game last night, and I want to talk about my Colts. Do you think that's the worst Deion's ever got burned or tackled by a kicker in his life?
It was fun to watch. I'm not a big fan of Deion's, but it's probably not the worst he's been burned or the worst he'll ever be burned, but it was a good game.
Well, he didn't talk a lot after the game, which probably was the sign of how badly he was burnt. But Indianapolis, up-and-coming team. It's almost a shame that they're in the AFC East, which looks like it's the toughest division around, because there's certainly, here's Peyton Manning, one of the few times you can take a quarterback this young and step into the league and be as successful as he has been. They've gotten him some help, obviously, this year, and they got a good running back in Edgerrin James, and obviously Harrison's coming into his own as a receiver, so they got things going for him there. The only problem is they're in that real tough division that's going to keep knocking themselves off, and probably 3 teams from that division are going to make the playoffs, possibly even 4.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's a tale of 2 quarterbacks. Peyton Manning, and then you look at Ryan Leaf, who was suspended today from the team for a couple of weeks. It's just, boy, you go into that draft and you think these are the 2 best quarterbacks there are, and one goes straight to the top, and the other one's having all sorts of trouble.
And I'll tell you a sad tale. In a fantasy league that I was in last year, I had my choice of Ryan Leaf or Peyton Manning.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm still talking about Ryan Leaf.
You still weren't sure what you're going to do. Yeah. Luke and Sturgis, real quick, before we get to our 2-minute warning. Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I was just wondering about what do you guys think the Dallas Cowboys need to help them win?
Okay.
Well, obviously it didn't help when Urban went down. Troy Aikman doesn't really have the receiving core that he's used to throwing to, and Emmitt Smith is not Emmitt Smith in the same way that we said Brett Favre was not Brett Favre. Emmitt has been able to, he have a couple touchdowns this week, I think, but he's not really the magical Emmitt Smith that we've seen in the past, and combination of factors there. Like I say, they don't have the passing game to offset that running game for him, and the Cowboys have lost some people here by age and by injury as well, and these other teams have caught up to them.
Yeah, it's as they say, it's not your father's Dallas Cowboys. I think that team in transition, they're still a really good team, and I think next Monday night, Vikings in Dallas, that's going to be a fun game to watch, and it'll be interesting to see if Deion can take care of Randy Moss. That's what I want to see. Right now, it's our 2-minute warning, so let's roll the clock. We've got 8 calls to get through, so if you're on the line, hang on. One quick comment, and we're going to move on. Let's go to Mike and Brookings, real quick, amateur boxing.
Yeah, I was wondering if you guys heard of Scott Randall. He's 15-0. He's an amateur boxer out of Brookings. He's got 14 knockouts. He was thinking about going pro. I wonder what you guys think about that. I think he's kind of got a weak chin. I was wondering if you heard about him or anything.
Okay.
I have not heard about him, but hey, go pro. There's big money there.
Yeah, if he can handle it, that's the way to go. Ryan and Brookings, Brett Favre. Ryan's cell phone is out of range, so let's go to Ryan and Chester. How are you, Ryan?
Pretty good.
Real quick,
what do you
St.
think
Louis
about
Rams.
the St. Louis Rams, and are they as good as their record shows?
Okay, yeah.
I think they are, and I wasn't surprised they get beat by Tennessee. I didn't expect them to go unbeaten on the year, but I think they're better than some people give them credit for.
Yeah, they're better than people give it credit for, but I also think part of it, that weak schedule is also helping them out. Second time through the division, I think you're going to see some different games coming out of there. Bo and Brookings, how are you, bro?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Good.
What's your prediction on this week's USD-SSU game?
Well, Steve, what do you think?
First team to 35. I think it'll be a high-scoring affair. And since I'm broadcasting the Jacks, I'll take them 35-28.
Okay, I'll take the Yotes since he's got the Jacks. We'll see what happens next week. Jeff in Brookings, how are you, Jeff?
Doing good. With Steve Emmett there, got to know how the Jackrabbit basketball team is going to be doing this year.
Okay, how do you think they're going to do?
Well,
a little early.
I'm going to pick them near the top. I think they have the talent to get there. I think two things, they got to stay healthy. I know they're not 100% healthy going into the season. They have a lot of new faces, and I think they have to gel. Last year, I think missing a little chemistry is what hurt them.
Okay, 20 seconds. Let's see if we can get to Robert in Sioux Falls. Real quick.
Yeah, what do you think the officials of the AA football game can do to avoid blowing the call like they did last year against Brookings in the semifinals?
Okay, since that was a ridiculous question, we'll go to Brent in Watertown. How are you, Brent?
Pretty good.
Real quick.
I was wondering, where do you think Stanford Junior's going to go?
Oh, we were debating that before. Where do you think Ken Griffey will go? Quick.
Ken Griffey will go to the Yankees, obviously.
Joe Van Gore, sports director at KVHD KOSZ Radio in Vermilion. We'll have you on enough times that I can spit that out without stumbling.
Yeah, just say, hi, Joe.
Joe's here, and
I'm here.
Your voice is recovered from the weekend.
Oh, boy.
7 games in 2 days. And
that was a little much, yes.
But some great football action over at the Dome. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And girls basketball going on. And, of course, our Activities Association wanting to talk about switching seasons. But we'll get to that in just a minute. I want to say that John Jordan of Jordan Sports Marketing was going to be here tonight as our co-host, but because of some last-minute changes in tonight's program, we've asked him to join us again at another time. I apologize to John and his friends who are going to tune in. I look forward to talking with John again in a future date, talk some CBA basketball with him. Anyway, our phone lines are open and ready for you to grab one, so give us a call, 877-825-5788. You all know the routine, and we'll be getting to your calls in just a few moments. But before we get started tonight, let's take a look at our new online poll for this week. Of course, as we saw in the beginning of the program, the South Dakota High School Activities Association now once again is opening up, at least for discussion, the switching of the girls' sports seasons around, and we'd like to know what you think. Do you really think the seasons are going to be switched? Now, you can get to our homepage by logging on at www.sdpb.org/sportsfan is the shortcut. Check out the choices on the poll, vote, and then let us know how you feel, because we have a discussion group, and you can log into that and give us your opinion. I've heard from many people on this issue, and we'd like to hear some of your thoughts. Of course, next week we'll have the results from our poll and some of your comments. And for those of you who are wondering about last week's poll, where we asked, do you think Pete Rose should be in the Baseball Hall of Fame? Well, we'll have those details for you in just a second. There they are. I was not really surprised by the way these came out. 87.5% of people said, yes, let what Pete Rose did as a ball player in the field speak for itself, and he should be in the Hall. And we had a couple people who logged in and voted no. He shouldn't be let in, and that's what the poll is for, is to get people's opinions. So thank you very much to everybody who logged in and made their voice be heard. And interesting, I kind of thought it was going to be closer than that. But,
well, I think based on the reception he got as being picked as part of the All-Century team, I think that's probably what spurred that so much response for him. I think he should be in because of what he did on the field. There's a lot of guys that did things that, of course, they're very regrettable, but still they're in halls of fame. They're in you know, different things that celebrate their accomplishments. Why not Pete Rose?
That they're held in such high regard in a lot of ways.
That's right.
Last week we were talking about, you know, people like Babe Ruth and some of those guys of his era that were, you know, legendary for some of the off-field antics that they did. And it's, you know,
well, the big example is Shoeless Joe Jackson,
sure,
who was part of the Black Sox. You know, it's been proven that he was not guilty of what he did, but yet he is not in the Hall of Fame. But because of something that happened all those years ago, you know, really something hasn't happened. But I think, you know, guys like Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson should be in the Hall of Fame based on what they did.
Yep. And since we've got a second here, as the phone lines are starting to fill up, we're going to talk a little bit about the. In our discussion group today, someone logged in and wanted to talk about the Wessington Springs Wagner game last night. And apparently they say they're from Mitchell and that they enjoy a good high school basketball game as much as anyone, whether it be boys or girls, and that they no doubt got their money's worth at last night's game. However, they said there were many times, especially at the end of the game, when the coach from Wagner was screaming at the referees while standing well outside his coach's box, and worse yet, he seemed to be screaming at the Wessington Springs fans and had to be restrained. Really what this person seemed to be bringing up is the issue of sportsmanship, and you watch the game, and whether it be officials of the team, whether it be coaches, assistant coaches, trainers, or whether it be players or the fans, is that some of that unsportsmanlike conduct that starts going on at this time of year. And it gets more and more emotional as you get into the playoffs, and you can see where some of those things would happen. I wasn't at the game, so I can't pass value judgments, but for those of you that were and have an opinion of what happened, feel free to get into our discussion group and either disprove this person or tell us that he was right and what really went on. And of course, if you want to call in tonight and talk about it, we'll do that.
Of course,
Joe,
well, that was significant, I'm sure, because last night with Wessington Springs beating Wagner, that took out the two-time defending Class A champions, and of course Wagner, the year before that, was in the state title game, losing to Hamlin. So a great three-year run by the Red Raiders, but hey, that's why you play the games, and I think maybe, you know, the emotions of it. You know, like I said, when you are defending state champion, you're expected to get back to what you were doing, or you know, get back to that, you know, that level. You know, obviously Wessington Springs was ready to play, and they won the game, you know, the way they wanted to win it. They had lost to Wagner in the final regular season game, you know, before, you know, the districts and the region. So that's, you know, I purely think just emotions catching up with you based on the success you've had in trying to hold on to that success.
Yep, as a matter of fact, we have, this is going to be interesting tonight. I don't have control of our box here. Now, let me try this. Nope, I've got a phone problem here, so we'll, maybe I can do it down here. Jason, are you there? Nope, apparently we have been cut off. So we'll get to our phones in just a minute as soon as we figure out what's going on.
All right.
But, so you were saying that getting into the playoffs now, it's getting a little bit more intense, and more people are
most definitely
a little bit more emotional out there. And so that could have been part of what was going on. And you sort of wonder, people look at that coach's box, and yeah, they're supposed to stay within certain dimensions of that, but a lot of the times in the playoffs, referees are going to let some of that go as long as you're not getting too carried away. And obviously, if the referees didn't do anything in this case, they probably weren't getting too carried away.
That's right.
Let's talk a little high school football while people crawl in here and try to see what's going on with the phones here.
All right.
A couple of really great games at the Dome.
Well, I'd tell you, you know, with the fact that there were 6 championship games in the Dome this year, the State U football game around it, what a great atmosphere, you know, outstanding crowds for the 9-man games Friday afternoon, and for the combination 9-man game and 11A game on that Friday night, and then of course the finale on Saturday with Harrisburg and Gregory playing in 11B, and then the Yankton Bucks and Sioux Falls O'Gorman playing in 11AA. Visiting with Gary Culver of Vermilion High School, of course, coached the 11A champions. Way to go, Coach Culver. On Saturday night, they had run out of tickets to sell, or they had completely sold out the permanent seating on the east side of the Dome, and which is something that I don't think has ever happened in the 19 years that they've had the football championships in the Dakota Dome. And they're also got to a point where they ran out of printed tickets to sell, so they were just selling standing room only. They said, well, you know, your chances of getting a seat aren't too good if you know, I mean, come in, you know, you'd have to stand somewhere, but they, you know, you can go home and watch it on TV or go somewhere and watch it on TV and see it better. They still wanted to come in and pay their money, you know, so they were just taking cash, you know, to let these people in. But it was well over 8,100, I know, for the Yankton Sioux Falls O'Gorman game, and I know, like I said, outstanding crowds for the other playoff games and for the State U football game as well.
Yeah, after I was talking with, the name's going to escape me, writer for the Volant, and they said it was kind of disappointing that they didn't have nearly the crowd at the USD-SDSU game like they had anticipated. And it was better than usual, and it was nice to see, but they said, wow, you know, look around here, especially at the 11AA, and you got them hanging from the rafters. And they said, wouldn't it be great soon to see at the USD game to have fans jammed in like that and, you know, stack them up? Well, and especially that was such a great game this weekend, too.
Well, the thing is, you know, these are 2 traditional football rivals. You know, when you talk about Yankton and Sioux Falls O'Gorman meeting for the 5th time in the 11A final, both teams had won 2 championships. So, you know, what better way to close out the 90s, you know, with this rivalry that has kind of come about because, you know, of the playoffs. You know, both schools have very rabid followers as far as when it comes to football, and Saturday night was certainly no exception. I think I saw people there that maybe you hadn't seen in probably at a Yankton or Sioux Falls O'Gorman game, you know, since they had last played back in 1985.
And that was really a tale of 2 games because Yankton came out and really kind of stuck it to them in the first half. Some fortunate plays that happened for them, but were able to capitalize on them. Go in at halftime leading. with a big, comfortable lead, and it really looked good for Yankton. In the second half, Gorman kind of got on track and was making a really good run. And boy, it came down to the last play of the game, and you love to see that in a championship game, either way that it goes. It was just fun to be there and watch that.
Unfortunately, turnovers kind of, decided that, and that's, I've certainly seen that a lot with a certain football team that I cover so far this year.
Jason, we're going to try you again and see if we can get back to Wessington Springs. Are you there?
Hello?
Hello, Jason. I heard him say hello, so I think he's there. We'll see if we can get some audio pumped out here. I think Jason may have hung up on us now. Let's just try going over here to Mike and Renner. Mike? Okay, strange things indeed are going on tonight. Mike, if you're listening somewhere else or through your TV, we're going to put you back on
my shit ain't ringing no more.
Mike, are you there?
Hello?
Hello, Mike. We heard it for a second. I'm going to put Mike back on hold, and we're going to get to you in a second when we think we've got things figured out. I have no idea what's going on
The
tonight.
phone lines are lit.
It's great because all the lines are jammed up, and we'd love to talk to you if we could get to the phones in just a second. As soon as we figure out what's going on, we have people crawling back and forth down here, plugging in wires and unplugging wires. So anyway, we were talking about some of the activity this weekend. One of the games that I thought was kind of a shock, and I think you may have touched on it while I was distracted by the engineering staff over here, was Gregory coming out and really getting stunned in their game.
Yeah,
it's surprising to see. They'd been there so many times. I think people felt they were a little taken aback by the turn of events that went against them right away.
Well, one thing that will kill you in a football game is turnovers, and it certainly hurt Gregory that night. They featured certainly one of the better running quarterbacks in the state in Mickelson, but Harrisburg had a good game plan. They had a great defensive game plan, I thought, and really kind of throttled them. But also the key to the game is Harrisburg took advantage of Gregory's mistakes and turned them into scores. That's why maybe the score is a little bit more lopsided than it was, but that was Harrisburg did the job. I thought that was going to be a low-scoring defensive affair, but when you turn that ball over and the other team can take advantage of it, it's pretty much good night.
Okay, they claim we may have this again working. Jason, are you there?
Hello?
Jason, how are you?
This isn't Jason. I think you guys got wrong. Problems with the phone lines, yeah.
All right, well, who is this?
Well, who's this then?
This is Gene in Del Rapids.
Okay.
But I guess since I got some time, I want to talk a little Vikings football.
We'll certainly do that. My screen says Jason in Sioux Falls, and I think we just caught you after Jason hung up. So go ahead.
I don't know if you guys watched the game last night, I assume, right?
Oh, yeah. I stayed up late and watched that.
The early fireworks celebration there. Did you catch that?
That was funny when that went off just a split second before, I think it was Carter caught the touchdown pass.
Yeah, Carter. Oh, anyhow, my story, I went to a guy in school in Dallas. He lives now in Bloomington, and his name is Cody Fellinger, and his dad, Lauren, is, I guess, somehow buddies with one of the guys up in the booth. And I guess he just got overly excited and anticipated and hit it, and I guess his job's a little in jeopardy right now.
Well, he kind of... Everybody in the Metrodome, you could hear the announcers for ABC, so they just about vaulted them right out of their chairs when that went off. And they showed a couple of replays of people's reaction to when, for those that didn't see it, the Vikings shoot off some indoor fireworks whenever they score a touchdown. And in the middle of a pass heading towards the end zone, all of a sudden this huge explosion went off, and you could see everyone react to it. It was humorous. Fortunately, they caught the ball and they scored a touchdown.
Yeah, it was great concentration by Carter.
Yeah, it was just one of those oddball events that seem to happen at the Metrodome.
All right, I guess that's all I had to talk about.
Okay, yeah, we appreciate that. That was kind of interesting last night. And by the way, I think Jason got tired of our folder all trying to get to him. So Jason, when we get a phone line open, if you want to keep trying, we'll get to you later on tonight. Let's go to line 3. Steve and Mitchell.
Hi, this is Steve.
How are you, Steve?
Pretty good. I want to talk about Florida Gator basketball with you.
Okay.
Mike Miller and stuff. What do you think? How do you think they're going to turn out this year?
Well, as I saw the Division I preseason poll by the AP today, and I think Florida's ranked somewhere at number 6. So they are going to, obviously making it to the NCAA tournament last year and all the things that they did, they have, I think, a pretty good chance of being one of the top contenders in the country. And I'm sure you want to know about how Mike Miller will do. Well, sometimes last year, how he went is how they went. But, of course, it takes 4 more guys on the court. Mike will certainly admit to that. He had a great surrounding cast last year. He has a better surrounding cast this year because they have a year of experience. He has a year of experience in the college game. And I think that you'll see some big things from him and the Gators this year.
It'll be nice, too, that Florida's getting a lot more attention so that the ESPN, ESPN2, and the sports networks are going to start carrying more of their games, so those of us in South Dakota will get a better chance of seeing Mike play, which I really look forward to.
You bet.
Thanks for your call. Let's, got my fingers crossed every time we go to the phones now. Andy and Wagner, how are you, Andy?
Pretty good. How about you?
Very good.
I was just going to talk to you about some SDSU baseball and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a friend that I went to high school with, and his name's Oro Blaze, and he was named after Oro Horsizer from, like the majors and everything. And I was just wondering how he is doing this year, if you guys heard anything about it.
Haven't heard a thing.
You haven't heard nothing about it? 'Cause I heard he had syphilis or something. I don't know what was wrong with him.
Haven't heard.
Haven't heard nothing? Oh, okay.
No, haven't heard it. Unfortunately, and sometimes it happens during the off season. Joe covers all the football games down here, as the rest of us are following football and basketball at this time. It's hard to keep up on some of the off season doings around, so unfortunately we don't know. Let's, where do we go? Jason, we're going to get to you yet. Jason, are you there?
You bet.
There we go. Jason in Sioux Falls want to talk a little bit about that Wessington Springs game last night.
Yeah, it was better than the first one.
That's what I understand. Wagner had won by double digits the first time around, right?
Yeah, they had a lot of fast breaks that first game.
Well, what was the difference last night?
Just good defense. But that coach, he was kind of out of line last night. He was out of his box and screaming at the fans, screaming at the refs, and he should have been teed up.
Well, but that's but the thing is, that's something that the referees have to watch. If he's out of his box, then it's clearly a violation, and the referees have to look for that. And that's, really, I don't know if it's, like I said, it's getting probably caught up in the heat of battle and everything like that. And, the referees are supposed to look for that, and maybe an oversight on their part.
Yeah.
Yeah, the person that wrote into that, John, Jason, did you see, he said that the coach had to be restrained from going after the fans. Did you see that at all?
I didn't see that, no.
Yeah, I kind of thought that was a little bit one of those, trying to add more fuel to the fire, and that seems strange for a coach that, they'll get out of the coaching box and they'll chase down a referee if they've got a point to make. But that just seemed a bit extreme.
I mean, it might have happened like right after the game, but there was a lot of people there. I didn't see anything. I guess I'm not denying it, but I didn't see it. So
yeah, you weren't spending all your time focusing on the coach.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a really good game though. And
Good.
I was wondering how you think Springs will do now that in the playoff or at state, since Tri-Valley got beat too.
Boy, that was a surprise to me last night at Tri-Valley getting beat by West Central and by I think 13 points. I think 52 to 39. Tri-Valley had a very good squad this year. Of course, West Central very quietly had been having a good season too. When you get to region championships, sometimes the best expectations can go the other way. I think Wessington Springs would have just as good a chance as West Central. I know there's a lot of other Class A regions that are being played tonight. Elk Point Jefferson, for example, is playing Canton right now up in Sioux Falls. They've only lost once this year. They have a good team coming. If they would get past Canton, I think you're going to see a very competitive state tournament. Clark has a good chance of getting in. I guess until after tonight when everything's been decided. That's when we'll know. But I think with Wagner out of there, everybody, Wagner had a big target on their back, no doubt about it, because they were the two-time defending champions, and everybody was after them. Well, now that Wagner is not there, now everybody's going to say, well, we have the best chance of any.
It kind of opens the field up a little bit.
It opens everything up.
Yeah, Springs, I think, beat West Central too earlier in the year, if I'm not mistaken.
No, could be. Don't know.
Hadn't heard that, no.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thanks, Jason. Thanks for
Jason.
calling back in. I appreciate it. We're going to line 8. Kenny out in Rapid City wants to talk a little bit about the Vikings game.
Yeah, I wanted to talk more about Monday Night Football in general, really.
Okay.
And, you guys still there?
Yes.
Yep.
We're here.
Yeah, is it just me, or does every time you hear Boomer Esiason talk, you just wish he'd get some sort of package in the mail and it explode, and all of a sudden, bam, and blood and guts fly?
I'm not sure what that was, but I don't think I'm going to go all the way through that.
Well, but I think I know what the caller's kind of trying to take. See, they took Dan Deerdorf off the the broadcast, so now it's just Al Michaels and just Boomer Esiason. Boomer is kind of playing the role of the quiet, soothing analyst, the kind that almost kind of puts you to sleep, But that's the opinion I've got. It's just that Al's doing his job, but the thing is, he doesn't have on Frank Gifford to play off. He doesn't have Dan Deerdorf to play off of. Here's Boomer Esiason, who's supposed to know it all, and does, he has a good working knowledge of the game. There's no doubt about it because he used to play. The thing is, he comes off as somebody that, is the opposite of Al, as far as what is his tone and everything like that. That's my take on it.
Yeah. I was watching the game last night, and I was actually getting more, after last week of saying that Boomer was starting to grow on me a little bit, Boomer was driving me nuts last night because he kept over-analyzing a player, trying to explain why a receiver would go on the front side or the back side of defensive back, and just over-explaining every single play and talking to everyone at home like they were 3-year-olds and had never watched a football game before. And he wasn't really adding that much flair or excitement to the game. It was just this real dry statistical analysis of breaking down each play. And it was really, after a while, starting to bother me, and I just thought, just shut up and let Al talk. And so without a doubt, he knows his information, and I think after being in that chair a couple of years, he'll be a lot better. So I don't know. He was just starting to bug me last night as I was also working on the computer at the same time.
And you're not even a Vikings fan,
Yeah, and maybe we'll get to that later. I had some comments this morning after Green Bay's dismal performance against the Bears that I've always said I like the Vikings as long as they're not playing Green Bay.
Oh. Okay.
I always want Green Bay to win, but I, spent a good time of my life in Minnesota. I really enjoy watching the Vikings play. They have a great team. But when they play Green Bay, I want Green Bay to win.
Monday night?
Vikings could go 14-2 for all I care.
Right.
As long as they lose twice to Green Bay. Anyway, Jeremy and Madison, you've been standing by for a while. How are you?
Pretty good. How about you?
Very good.
I just want to talk about Jared Reiner from Tripp a little bit. He signed at the University of Iowa. Just wonder what you guys are kind of thinking about that.
Okay.
What he's going to do from going from a Class B school to going Division I.
Well, that'll be, I'm sure, an interesting transition, no doubt about it. But I think Jared's probably made the right choice based on the fact that, hey, Iowa's got a young, energetic coach in Steve Alford. I think, understand, Iowa's got to take on Duke later on this week in the coaches versus cancer tip-off. I think they're playing on Thursday night. So what a great way for Steve Alford to start his Iowa career against one of the top programs in the country. I feel that Jared has the tools. I've heard he's really bulked himself up. He's much stronger. He's really gained some weight and really has gone to the weight room to improve himself in that way. His skills are definitely there. There's no doubt about that. Trip Delmont will be a team to deal with. But when you get to Iowa, though, it's a different situation. Instead of being the man, you are a man among other men. So it'll take some development for him to get going. I wouldn't expect him to play right away, but I think in a couple of years, with the right conditioning, with the right maybe guidance from Coach Alford or any other of the big men that he's got to go up against when he gets there, I think he'll be okay.
All right, thanks.
Should be exciting. Thanks, Jeremy, especially starting out against Duke. That's quite a way to go.
Wow.
As a matter of fact, we've got Paul from Sioux Center, Iowa, also with a comment on Jared. How are you tonight, Paul?
I'm fine. Thank you, gentlemen. I really enjoy your show. Incidentally, I was playing Connecticut.
Okay. Oh, I was playing UConn. Okay. Well, who plays in the other game then?
We'll play Duke after we beat Connecticut. But I was going to ask you gentlemen the same thing that Jeremy just asked, is can this guy really play in the Big Ten? We're excited here in Iowa.
Oh, yeah.
But is he a Big Ten player?
Well, the University of Iowa already has a player that played around here. His name was Jake Crane when he attended the University of South Dakota. Now his name is Jacob Jocks. He certainly has proved that he can play, not only at the Division II level, but at that level too. Right. It's just that I think there's going to be a transition period for Jared that he's going to have to get stronger than he is right now. He's going to have to get a little bit of experience. With that, I don't know if he can become. It's up to him if he wants to become the kind of dominating player that he will be. I think in Class B basketball here in South Dakota this winter.
Right. Well, what we think here is if he would have taken Iowa when Davis was still there, it probably would have been a bad choice. But now that we got Alford seems to be a man that can surround a big boy with some power forwards, and he's going to play a power game. Mm-hmm. So we're real excited about it, and we're waiting to see what happens. And we are playing Connecticut Thursday, Joe.
Okay,
but
I appreciate that.
I really enjoy your show.
Okay, thank you very much, Paul.
You're welcome.
Oops. Sorry, Paul. Didn't a little quick on the trigger tonight. I was going to say, Iowa also is very careful about their recruiting, so they obviously saw something in Jared that fits into their program, and also that he fits in academically well with the school. So, I mean, that's, they're not going out and just getting him just for fun. They saw something that's going to work in their system.
Well, I firmly believe if Clem Haskins was still at Minnesota, if nothing came about, if they didn't have this scandal bothering at all, because that's really what got the ball started, in Jared Reiner's court, that Clem Haskins saw him at a summer camp, was really impressed with him, impressed with the skills that he had right now, and how they could probably be developed in the Division I situation. But, of course, everybody knows what's happened to Clem and the Minnesota basketball program since then. If he'd still be there, that's where Jared Reiner would probably have gone.
Okay, let's move on. Let's go to Marshall and Belle Fourche. How are you, Marshall?
Pretty good. I don't know, you probably watched or didn't watch the semifinals, but Belle Fourche's football team has kind of got to the semifinals every year, and we just can't seem to get over that hump. Do you think that's, in general, a West River football, just because we don't have the same caliber of opponents out here? No disrespect to Cheyenne Eagle Butte or Pine Ridge or some of these little schools.
Do you think if we were maybe where Hamlin was and playing Madison and Millbank and everything every week, that would do anything in the
I think we get the point.
It's a good question, but I pose this to you: how close did Belle Fourche come to Hamlin? I think it was
three points, and we turned the ball over 4 times. Yeah. In my opinion, I really think we should have been, right there with Vermillion. We had Brad Kyle. I don't know if you paid any attention to him. He was a potential 100-yard guy, and Jay Olson, you've probably heard of him, a guy that could get 100 yards. And I was just wondering, the last few years, last year we played a winner and we lost 17-0 in the semifinals, and the year before that we had a heck of a team that lost right away to Hot Springs. It just seems that every year we, try, or we play all these teams like the St. Thomas Moors and the teams, that are building their program up. And I was just wondering if you think that that's kind of a letdown to West River schools, because a lot of schools have that same problem, that they don't meet that stiff competition. I mean, we played Lead, Eric Rice and players like that, but we never have had the opportunity, to go across the state and play a West Central or a Vermillion, at even a neutral site. I think that's something that the athletics administration or whatever of South Dakota could really think about doing, is maybe a neutral site at Pierre or a place like that where you could get some of these teams from West River in, playing in an early game, because I think it would be a lot of excitement generated there. And
oh yeah, there's no doubt. Vermillion football coach Gary Culver told me about Belle Fourche. He had scouted after he'd beaten Vermillion had beaten Bonham in the semifinals Saturday afternoon. On semifinal Saturday, he went up to Hayti and scouted the Hamlin-Belle Fourche game. He told me, quite frankly, that he was relieved he was playing Hamlin because it was kind of more of a better matchup for Vermillion and what the things Hamlin did. Belle Fourche had the kind of style and the kind of skill kids that concern him, because they could do so many things, and that's what makes it hard to prepare for. Well, and also, like I said, you answered your own question, the Activities Association, I think if they haven't already, are going to have complete control of making schedules for all the classes. Not only, 11 AA, of course, is pretty well set when you have 16 teams, but 11A, they've starting to get involved in their scheduling, and I think it's going to come. I don't know if it's happening right now without having, a call to the Activities Association. I don't know. You will see the Activities Association schedule everybody to make sure that everybody has an equitable schedule as far as having a chance to get into the playoffs.
Because PowerPoints, have so much to do with it. And
yeah, it does. And, and so much is based on who you play, how they do, and, how, if the team you play is undefeated, that's how you get, bonus points. Yeah. The system is not perfect, and, that's been discussed over, over so many years. Yeah. But, the thing is, it's the best system we have right now.
Yeah. Marshall, we appreciate your comments. We need to move on. The phone lines are jammed, but you bring up some really good points.
Right.
So we appreciate everyone hanging on. We're going to get to everyone as soon as we can. Jake and Brookings. How are you, Jake?
Good, good. How you guys doing tonight?
We're doing really good.
That's good. I was just calling about the USD SDSU game this last weekend. What did you guys think about the game? I mean, I was surprised that Vermillion played them so close. being that the Jacks have such a powerful offense and not too bad of a defense. What's your opinion on that?
Well, I was going to say, before you get started, because I know you've got some opinions, I was gonna say, a lot of people going into that probably, and not to knock USD, because it's a program that's really doing some rebuilding, and John Austin's doing a great job. Seeing that team, despite their record, their heads held high, they believe at any given Saturday they can beat anybody, and they're holding some really good teams real tight and, you know, staying in games until real late, that a lot of people overlooked them and thought SDSU was going to win that game and thought maybe going away that it wouldn't be nearly as close as it was. So it ended up really being a great game.
Oh, there's but there was no doubt. The thing is, though, USD gave South Dakota State 22 points in turnovers, 2 direct turnovers, the fumble recovery for the touchdown, and then the interception return for a touchdown at the end. And then, of course, after a USD turnover, they took it, right back up the field. That's been the microcosm of the Coyote season, not being able to hang on to the football, and like I said, having teams take advantage of it. There's about 2 or 3 games that the Coyotes certainly could have won if they had hung on to the football. And one of them was Saturday. There's no doubt. They played South Dakota State, I'm sure, about as even as anybody has all year long. South Dakota State has a lot of last second or last minute wins because they knew how to make the plays at the end. The Coyotes were, like I said, there was a precarious 2-point lead, but the thing is, if you don't turn the ball over and if you learn how to tackle Josh Ronick, those things like that are going to help you, and they were the difference in the game.
Yeah, most definitely. I guess just some of the thing is great teams I guess just find a way to win, but who do you, with the running backs, what did you think of was it a little overshadowed with the running backs going head-to-head, or who do you think the best running back is?
Well, I'd say it was a dead heat. Even though Josh Ronick ran for almost 250 yards, had 4 touchdowns, well, Jamel White had over 100 yards rushing and over 100 yards receiving. So I think for the most, and Jamel scored a couple touchdowns. The thing is, it's how teams use, the special kids that they have. Josh Ronick can carry a team, and he has the last couple of years. Jamel White is just part of a, happens to be having a special season because he can do the things that, we need to do, or that the Coyotes need to do to, to move the football. There's kind of a difference there. There's 20 other guys, on the field that, that I'm sure Josh would say helps him out, and Jamel says helps him out. They wouldn't be able to do all these wonderful things without offensive lines like they've had at State and the U this year.
Yeah, Jake, we appreciate your comments. Again, we need to move on. We've got so many phone calls, and due to our technical problems in the beginning, we're just going to...
So we're going to have to do a 2-minute drill, a 2-minute warning early, or what?
Yeah, we're going to do it's a no-huddle offense.
It's a no-huddle offense. All right. We're doing the run and shoot, baby.
Yeah,
Here we
Joe
go.
in Yankton, we finally got to you. How are you tonight?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Very good.
First of all, I want to say about that college, about the high school playoffs. If you're good enough to make it to a dome, you're going to make it. I don't care who you play. That's just what I feel. That's what I brought up.
The call right before said, the teams find a way to win, and that, like they said, Belle Fourche is maybe a play or 2 away. Right. Maybe next year they make those plays and they're at the dome, so more power to them.
And, what's interesting to note now that with the exception of 11AA, which goes to a seeding system after the first round, I think they ought to go to a seeding system first, go 1 through 16 and start like that. It's probably a little bit more necessary in 11A, 11B, and the 9-man classes because of geography and putting somebody on a bus like in Buffalo, like Harding County, having to go all the way over to Rochelle to play a first-round game. I don't think that's right. But I think what's really good, though, is that they're seeding these teams in the semifinals so you don't have, like a West Central Vermilion game. Well, of course, in the quarterfinals they play, and Vermilion won this year. But, of course, in some other years, West Central had won and Vermilion had won, some before that. I think what the Activities Association is doing is right, seeding those teams in the semifinals, but maybe that should happen maybe in the quarterfinals.
Okay, now back to my main point.
Okay.
I want to talk about, girls' basketball season switching with their volleyball season.
Yep.
I think that's unfair. I got a couple buddies that coach, Dale Solberg and Steve Hagee, and they always go down to Arizona and play on that baseball tournament. If they switch the seasons around, so they're not going to be able to do that. So I think that's kind of wrong. It's kind of, why change it? Why stick with what you got? You know what I mean? You got to stick with what you got.
Yeah, that's the feeling of it. It isn't broke. Why fix it? But the thing is, there's people think that is broke, and it should be fixed. You know, this is not a done deal. The Activities Association is quick to point out that they are going to have meetings about this, but they're not the kind of meetings that I think people anticipate. These are just their regularly scheduled meetings with the board of directors that'll probably take input from the schools that around the area that they're having the, the particular meeting. You know, this is still going to go to a vote to a membership, and if people's memories are short, the membership turned down switching seasons a few years ago.
Well, I spoke with the Activities Association this afternoon, and one of the points they really want to make clear is that if you're a player, a student athlete, a fan, a parent, and you really want to make your voices be heard, the decision is made by the schools in the way they cast their vote. So if you either want the season switched or you want them to stay the way they are, you need to talk to your coaches and your school administrators, because they're the people that are going to have the final say. So if you're a volleyball player and you want to play in the fall instead of the winter, talk to your coaches and let them know that and make sure they're voting the way you want them to vote so that your school is accurately represented. So it goes through your school. They're the ones that are going to vote on this.
That's right.
The Activities Association has said, and they came on this morning, Marlon said that they're going to go with the way the schools vote. And if the schools vote it up and say we want to switch, they're going to switch them. If the schools vote it down and keep things the way they are, that's the way it's going to be. So if you have big emotional feelings about it, get to your school coaches and administrators. Those are the people that need to hear from you. So with that, let's move on, unless you have more to add.
Absolutely not, no.
Okay.
No, I'm sure we'll probably be asked about it,
And the final decision is not going to be made till June, so we'll have plenty of time to talk about it here and on other forums. Feel free to log on to our discussion group on our homepage and talk to us about it, because we'll talk about it as long as you'd like to. Let's go to Mike and Renner. How are you, Mike?
Good. How about you?
Good. You've been standing by for a while to talk some DSU football.
Yeah. I know I watch the show a lot, and I've heard you guys talk about this Brooke Horsemeyer kid from DSU. People calling about him, but I know one thing that's kind of interesting is football's not even his best sport, really. Like, I know in high school he ran cross country, and he was just a stud in that. Like, he would run in a meet, and people would be like, the football stands would be empty on Friday nights because everyone would be watching him run, and the whole town would be there. And yeah, he was just amazing. Like, he would start slipping or something like that in a race, and people would be like, start singing this Zwarte song, like a local band. They'd be like, "You're slipping, girl. You know you're slipping, girl." And then he'd just turn it up, and he'd win.
Interesting.
Awesome. So football's not his best sport.
No, not at all. I mean, he's a good football player, but he's just a stud at cross country.
Okay. Well, thanks for the information, Mike. We need to move on. Let's go to line 2. Richard and Marion. How are you, Richard?
I'm pretty good. Just talking about football, a kid from Belfouche called in and wondered about switching the classes around. And I think that probably the best thing for those kids out there to do would be get off the ranch and get into the weight room. What do you think?
Well, but the thing is, so now I married a rancher's daughter, and I know how hard, her father, her brother, they work, they've got to work hard to, to maintain it and to make a living. I'm sure they have as equal an opportunity as anybody to get into a weight room. I'm sure these football coaches aren't of the opinion that, okay, practice is over, go back home and do your chores. I'm sure they do the same things in Belfouche that they do in Vermilion, Freeman, Stickney, Mount Vernon. The teams that won championships. Okay, everybody's going to say, all right, it's East River, it's southeastern South Dakota. Well, it's just that the better teams won, in the games, this year. Harding County gave Freeman all they wanted in that game. That was a low-scoring defensive battle between two teams that had put up a lot of yards and a lot of points during the season. Harding County, and it's ironic that Freeman, as much as they had dominated teams by running the football, get a passing play, to score the winning, score the winning touchdown. I don't think it's any different than what everybody does.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. We need to move on. And like one of the other callers said, too, that Belfouche was just a play or two away, that they dropped the ball 4 times. And, that's telling me that this team was very well prepared. They were really great athletes. And, they just a couple of plays, and it makes all the difference in the world. So we'll see what happens to them next year. Let's go to line 8. Jarrett and Brookings. How are you, Jarrett?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good.
Very good.
I just want to comment on the Western Springs Wagner game. I wasn't there the other night to see it, but I was there in their first meeting, and that coach acted the same way when it was a blowout. So I don't know if it was hardly the heat of the battle type of deal. I think that's more his character and his personality towards us, because it's always been a close game the last 4 or 5 years. And I didn't see the game the other night, but I feel pretty strong that that's just his personality. And
Appreciate your
agreed.
comments, Jared, and you
bet.
make some good points. And maybe this is one of those coaches, kind of like a high school version of Bobby Knight. Just gets ultra emotional.
Oh,
runs
Neil,
on the field.
no,
not
not
him.
him.
Chairs
Not
or
him.
Not
no.
quite that bad.
Not,
a high school version.
A high school version. Okay.
Landon in Vermilion, how are you?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, I was just calling. I was wondering if you guys think that how Vermilion would have done if they would have been AA this year with the team they have right now.
That's apples and oranges right there, because you're talking about as you get in higher classes, numbers and stuff like that. Although I did notice that Harding County in 9A, I think, had as many or maybe just a couple more than Sioux Falls or Gorman on their roster. But I think you're talking about apples and oranges there. That's not even worthy about comparing, because each team competes in its own class at its own level, and that's why they have the classes in the state.
Well, and it also falls into that coulda, shoulda, woulda category.
That's right. Yeah.
Thanks, Landon. We appreciate it. Let's go to line 4, Mike and Brookings. How are you, Mike?
Good. Say, I was just calling. You guys were saying how you watched the Vikings game. I was wondering if you heard anything about that Vikings dude that smoked the other guy in the junk, or if you guys have heard any more about that, what happened with that?
My understanding is that he's going to be fined and probably suspended for a game because of the fact that he got away with it, but the TV cameras didn't let him get away with it.
TV camera caught just enough of that. We won't go into what happened for those that didn't see, but it made everybody real uncomfortable at home watching it. Mike, you also wanted to mention SDSU wrestling.
I don't know if you guys heard about Paul Kanischke all last year getting second in the nation. Did you guys keep up on wrestling at all?
Well, a little bit. I recognize the name, but
yeah, he wrestled for Kimball. Never won a state championship, but now he's second in the nation last year. And this weekend at the Daktronics Open, he won it. He had a weight higher than he was supposed to be wrestling, but I guess they're going to go down to Omaha or something this week. I was wondering if you heard anything about, I know wrestlers tend to get ringworm a lot and all types of stuff from rolling around the mats with all their sweat and stuff. But I heard he got herpes this weekend on his face.
I'm not going to speculate on anything like that, and I think we were just going off on some wild hair there, so we're not going to bother with it. Luke and Sturgis, how are you, Luke?
Pretty good.
Caught you napping there. What did you think of last night's game with the Cowboys?
Oh, well, I didn't think they did too great. First of all, Emmitt Smith, he's a great runner, but he got hurt in the second quarter. He had 140 yards and 2 touchdowns in the first half. Troy Aikman went out with a concussion. A lot of people say that Troy Aikman's a wuss, but he's been in the league for 11 years, and they want him to suck it up and be a player, but he's took a lot of hard hits for 11 years.
No, it's the same thing as Steve Young of the 49ers, right? He's been playing for so long, but, he's really at a kind of a crossroads where he's got to make a decision where, if he gets another concussion, is that going to do some kind of permanent damage? Because there is life after football, and Steve certainly has done all that can be done as a professional football athlete.
Right. My dad also wants to know who's on that Wheaties box.
Oh, over the top of, that's the 1987 World Championship Twins team signed by Kirby Puckett.
Oh.
And it still has the cereal in it.
It still has the cereal in it,
yes.
so if we get hungry during the show, we can go back there and have some breakfast food. All right, thanks, Luke.
Yep.
Thanks for the call.
I noticed that earlier in the show on your close-up that there was this Wheaties box back there, and I thought, we should move that or else ask the Wheaties people if we could start getting a commission for having that up there. There you see it, and then Kirby's signature on there. We ran into Kirby last spring over in Yankton. And
So General Mills, the checks in the mail?
Yeah, if General Mills is out there, we'd love to have you as an underwriter for the program.
Absolutely.
Towing the company line. Let's go to Chad in Sioux Falls. How are you, Chad?
I'm fine. How are you guys?
Very good.
What do you guys think about the University of Sioux Falls' chances of making the playoffs?
Well, now, my understanding is, if they are SDIC champions, isn't that an automatic bid?
I'm not sure on how the playoff system works, but what about Huron then?
Well, my understanding is, Huron is right behind Sioux Falls. They have a better overall record, but they don't have the conference record that the University of Sioux Falls has. And Sioux Falls lost at Nebraska Wesleyan last Saturday, I understand. I'm just not really sure how the NAI takes that. I think they probably take it from their rankings, or, they get first the teams that have automatic bids. My understanding is the University of Sioux Falls gets an automatic bid because they win, or they have won the SDIC, and they've already beaten Huron during the season. That's my understanding of it. Now, I know what Sioux Falls is idle this week, and they've got to start picking for the playoffs here really soon, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they pick Sunday night.
Okay. Well, I guess it's just a wait and see. It really is.
And especially see where they end up in the playoffs. Thanks, Chad. Let's go to David in Yankton. How are you, David?
Yeah, I want to talk about the 11A double championship. Do you think it should have gone the other way because, Yankton was ahead by so much, and do you think that Sioux Falls improved, or do you think that they were playing as well as they usually play, they just weren't playing as good as they usually do in the first half?
That's an interesting question because, well, it was 3-0 O'Gorman after a quarter, and Yankton scored 3 touchdowns in the second quarter. You just don't know. See, Steve Keeter obviously opened things up a little bit, to try to get his team back in the game and did a great job. That triple reverse that they got a guy wide open for a touchdown was an excellent call because Yankton wasn't in the correct defense for it. I think during the game, teams just kind of find ways to get back in and make plays and make it interesting because, O'Gorman, they were probably driving for, a winning score when they turned the ball over and Yankton recovered and ran out the clock to win. But, hey, that's why you play the game.
It was an interesting game.
Yeah,
you could look at it a number of ways.
Yes.
O'Gorman may have come into the Dome and just something threw them off a little bit to start the game, and they were just a little out of sync. Could be. Yankton had some real fortunate turnovers, and things went their way early, scored 3 touchdowns, and put O'Gorman back a little bit. Maybe Coach Lickness really had a good game plan and scouted them really well and really had that defense and that offense figured out from O'Gorman and had a way to handle it. On the other hand, O'Gorman went at halftime, sat down, and they thought things through and came out with a game plan for the second half of what they needed to do and did a really good job of it because O'Gorman has great team speed, and I thought in the second half they really opened it up and used it to their advantage, throwing those short passes. And it really looked for a while that O'Gorman was going to come back and win that. But, you win and lose a football game on the field, and it came down really to one play.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it was a turnover just before that on the onside kick. I think it was Best from Yankton that took the kick square in the chest, and it went straight up in the air, and you got to feel for him if he ends up, their team loses the championship because, he couldn't hang on to that ball. So, unfortunate it wasn't a clean play that won the championship, but these things happen.
Everybody remembers what happens at the end, but coaches will tell you, and it's about any sport, it's the little things that happen during the game that maybe contribute to what happens, at the end.
Feel the emotion switch back and forth a couple times during that game.
You bet.
Thanks, David. Appreciate your call. Let's, my numbers are out of order tonight. Steve from Volga. How are you, Steve?
Hey, all right. Say, I got to ask a question and then don't cut me off here. Joe, did you do the announcing at the U games?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm a little disappointed in that anytime anything happened bad with Jackrabbits, you would call them the bunnies. To me, that's pretty low class. I mean, you have a captive audience, and you have the mic, and
now, Steve,
to me that's a cut down.
Steve,
Steve,
that's your opinion. Get your question, or I'm going to have to let you go.
Well,
what's your question?
I'm just stating my opinion.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. Let's go to Richard in Rapid City.
Yes, I was wondering, Arizona, the state of Arizona lost a court battle about 8 years ago when they had a girls' basketball program that started in the fall. And one of the questions the lawyers asked the federal judge was that if the system is so fair, why don't the boys switch to fall and let the girls switch to winter? Because the scholarship program, of course, the boys would never switch to a fall program because of the college recruitment scholarship. So you're going to lose in the state of South Dakota if you keep fighting it. And eventually the federal court's going to decide what year you're going to have to make the switch over. You might have to get ready for it now, decide when you're going to do the switch over and do it, because the federal courts are eventually going to tell you that you're going to have to do it.
Yeah, well, and the Activity Association said that even if they were to decide this year to switch it, it's going to take them a couple, 2, maybe 3 years to get everything into place to make that switch as easily as possible.
Because the calendars are set through the year 2002, I believe, so, it would really kind of be, a logistical mess if, if you told all your member schools that you have 1 year to to make schedules, to, make, time for your facilities to be used by, the boys, then the girls, and everything like that. You're really kind of looking at a logistical mess, and that's why the Activities Association says if this passes, if the membership votes for it, 2002 would be the earliest that it would start, because they have to plan a school year out in advance, either 2, maybe even 3 years.
Well, if a federal court judge tells you that you got to switch next year, are you going to forego your federal school aid money? You're going to have to do it.
Well, I think, though, the courts
I think the courts would take into consideration, okay, we'll do it, but please give us a chance to do this correctly.
Yeah, it's not a situation.
I'm saying go ahead and you better be doing the switch now, because as soon as some kid's girl finds out that she lost a scholarship to somebody from Iowa or Nebraska, it's going to trigger the whole mess.
Well, yeah,
you might as well get ready for it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, I agree, but the thing is, though,
they're not going to snap their fingers and say,
I don't think, yeah, that I know it's happened, but the thing is, I think in this case, you know, I don't think it will.
Yeah.
Because, and you've got to cite a case for me that some gal from South Dakota has lost a scholarship. Is it Division I scholarship? Is it a Division II scholarship? Is it an NAIA scholarship? What kind of scholarship are you talking about?
Yeah.
I think that's what you have to take into consideration. And I haven't heard of a case of a South Dakota girl losing a scholarship because she plays in the fall and not in the winter.
Yeah,
I have not heard anything about that.
They have, but they've never really had any proof of it.
Thanks,
Richard. It's some interesting to think about. Also, Richard said, you know, why don't the boys, you'd never see them move to the fall. Well, what do you do with football? Because you've got a lot of teams that be out there playing in blizzards, and that's not going to happen.
No, that's not.
You can't move the boys to fall for basketball. Jeff in Watertown, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good.
I was wondering what you're thinking about the Senior Ice Bowl this weekend, if you followed that up at all.
That's the high school hockey tournament?
Yeah, all the seniors. And
no, I think the high school hockey program in South Dakota is getting stronger and stronger. It's a small program by most standards of states that play ice hockey, especially you look across the border into Minnesota. I mean, in Minnesota, ice hockey is to what in South Dakota you look at the boys basketball tournament. It's almost a holiday when that tournament starts. And it'd be nice to see ice hockey get that strong in South Dakota, but right now there aren't that many schools that are playing in it. So this weekend should be interesting to see the teams getting ready for the season, see where some of them stand, and more power to the kids as they play through the season. All right, thanks, Jeff. Let's go to Billy. Billy in Fort Pierre.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Didn't recognize it at
I
first.
just had to call in. I got an update on the Lemon Stanley County Game Region Championship. Stanley County's up by 3. And
up by 3 where in the game?
It's the end of the third quarter.
Okay.
And Saturday, turn it to ABC. I'll be 42 rows up north end the end zone, and I'll be wearing red, and I'll wave at you. And I enjoy your show and all that, and hope you don't let me bother you calling every week.
No,
we love him, Billy from Fort Pierre.
You bet.
All right.
Eventually, we're going to get your picture and put it back here. So
oh, no.
We'll put it right next to the Wheaties box.
No, I go incognito.
Okay.
I got fans out there, but...
Quick, Billy, we got to move on. We're close to 2-minute warning.
Bye.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
I just want him to ask his question. And with that, we have 2 minutes left in the program, so we're going to blast through some calls in a real hurry. You know how it goes. You get one quick comment, and we move on. We may talk about it, we may not. Let's go to line 4, Andy in Elkton. Let's go 2 minutes right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hello.
And that's all Andy gets. Let's go to that's Billy in Fort Pierre again.
Nope,
something's wrong with our phone again. Let's go to Dan in Washington Springs.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on Lacey Johnson and the Washington Springs girls.
Okay, real fast.
Yeah, I think Lacey Johnson has a really good chance of making it big in college. She's only a junior right now, but I'd like to know what you guys have to say about it.
Well, I'm sure the college. Let's just say the college coaches. If she is good and she is leading her team, the college coaches know about her.
They're certainly paying attention. Jim in Aberdeen, quick, go for football.
Yes, I was just wondering. It seems like you guys feel that Glenn Mason finally has this program on the right track, and they're finally going to turn it around and have some winning seasons over there and compete in the Big Ten.
Well, it's ironic that they lose 3 close games at home, they win a big one on the road. Now, what's that tell you?
Yeah.
Thanks, Jim. We appreciate it. As a matter of fact, Gophers ranked number 20 this year.
That's right.
This week. Mark and Brookings.
I'd like to make a comment about Paul Konishny. There is a herpes you can get on your face. It's not the other herpes, but
it's herpes simplex, and whether or not someone has a medical condition or not, that's not of our concern on this program. Paul and Brookings, go ahead, Paul. Paul's still napping, so sorry, Paul, you're a little slow on the trigger. Michelle in Yankton.
I just want to say a comment about the guy who commented on Ranch
hands are ranch kids and athletes. He obviously hasn't seen a high school rodeo event because it takes a lot of guts for a 14-year-old to get on the back of a bronc without pads or helmets.
Excellent point.
Okay, thanks,
Absolutely.
Michelle. I think we
You
got
bet.
time for one more call. Let's go to Jeff in Watertown. How are you, Jeff? I don't think Jeff's there. Let's try real quick. Line 4, see if we can get David from Yankton in there.
Hello, I was just calling to ask what you thought about Ross Brandy coming off in the Mount Marty basketball season. How well you think he's going to do?
Okay, real quick, give us an answer. We're out of time.
Out of time.
What do you think? We'll let you give 5 seconds. NKQRN Radio 2, co-host seat. Welcome back, Tom.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me back.
And some of you will also know Tom from his Sports Max show, which is heard across the great state of South Dakota.
Well, we appreciate that, and check your local listings.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's a good show, and everybody that can get it, listen to it. You get a lot of sports information. He knows what he's talking about. By the way, our phone lines are already starting to fill up. You know how to do it. Grab a phone line at 877-825-5788. We'll be getting to your phone calls in just a few moments, but we did have a couple of email that came in this week. We'd like to share those with you. Let's go to email number 1, and it goes as follows. After a couple of years in the NBA trying to promote Kobe Bryant as the new Michael Jordan, it's nice to see that the NBA's most exciting player, and probably soon to be its best player, is in Minneapolis and is named Kevin Garnett. That's from Gene in Groton.
Way to go, Gene in Groton.
Gene knows his basketball, because I think Kevin Garnett, just really enjoy watching him play for the Timberwolves. He's, I think without him, that team really, really loses a lot.
No question about that. And I was interested, I was watching an interview with Charles Barkley. I believe it was yesterday, and Charles Barkley said, in my opinion, the next Michael Jordan is Kevin Garnett. He said there are a lot of exciting players in the league, but there are not many guys who can get done all the things that he can do. He can run, he can dribble, he can shoot, he can rebound, he can block shots. He's the entire package. And on top of that, he is really a very good guy, too. The kind of guy that the NBA needs to promote their product.
Yeah, he's not one of those players that's always out there, give me the ball, I want to be the go-to guy out there on ESPN or the other sports show taking credit for everything that happens. He's a real team player, likes to pass it around as much as possible and get everybody involved. A good floor leader to have out there.
I had a chance to talk to Kevin Garnett about 8 or 9 months ago, and really, I really enjoyed him very much, and I had the feeling that he actually enjoyed doing interview shows and talking to people, and this was immediately after the NBA strike, when they really needed to get out and talk to the public, and I just thought he was a great guy. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, he's very relaxed, and it's good that other people are noticing that, and like one caller called in last week and mentioned it'd be nice if we could get whether it be a Midwest Sports Channel or one of those, that we could see more Timberwolves games over here in South Dakota, because they're few and far between. Fortunately, I think with Garnett on that team, that maybe ESPN or ESPN2 will carry more and we can see more of them.
And you got to get the dish if you want to do that. The NBA package. Anything at a price these days in the cable age, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't afford to do that, so I'll get my 2 games a year on cable and we'll enjoy those.
What it's all about, and tell us about it.
Yeah, phone lines are filling up, so let's get through email number 2. If leading with your helmet is a penalty, why isn't it called more? And if it isn't all right to lead with your helmet, why aren't more players fined? That's from John in Willow Lake. And John also mentioned one of the things that caused him to write in this email. He was watching some of the, especially they montage all these hits together, and you see especially the quarterback injuries. You look at Steve Young in San Francisco, Troy Aikman. Well, I don't remember him being a helmet shot, but he took I think he hit his back of his head on the turf when he went down. But there are an awful lot of injuries that seem to be pointed towards people leading with their helmet. So that's why we got this particular email from John, and I think he has a really good point. But I think part of the problem, and we talked a little bit earlier, is that when you see some of the highlights in slow motion, it makes it look a lot more vicious or a lot more intentional with the helmet than it really is. Without a doubt, there are people out there that are leading with their heads, going in with the helmet and injuring people. I don't think it's intentional by any stretch of the imagination, but it's really hard for a referee seeing it really fast to make that judgment call.
I think there's a real big difference between leading with the helmet and just flat out spearing people. I mean, I think that's a pretty good indication. When you watch an NFL game, you can tell, especially when someone's laying on the ground, you're going to see a lot of the spearing type penalties where you put your head down and just ram it into the guy. They take a rather dim view of that, and not only will you get a 15-yard penalty these days, but a lot of times you'll be ejected from the game too, which is good. But I think a lot of attention is being paid to the quarterback these days and the injuries to the quarterback, and that might be part of the answer, but people hit hard in the NFL. That's pretty much the answer. It's not a game for sissies, and particularly when you watch a game from the sidelines, you really realize how brutal and how tough a game it is. And I don't think television does anything near justice to the brutality on the football field.
And a lot of times you're going in for that tackle, you start lowering your head. It's still a moving target.
That's
so you
right.
may not intentionally mean to hit them with your helmet, but you know those things sometimes happen.
I would agree.
Anyway, thanks for the email, John. And we have one last one we'll go through real quick, and it's just a quick question. Who's going to win the Heisman Trophy? Unfortunately, no name, no town. If you're going to email us, feel free to put your name and town on there. We'd like to give you credit for emailing, but
doesn't make any difference
Tom?
where it came from or who it's coming from. It's Ron Dane from Wisconsin, hands down, setting the all-time NCAA rushing record this week. There's not a question in my mind. He is the man who's going to get the votes. There's going to be a big battle for second and third, but how can you vote against a guy who has done all the things that Ron Dane has done? I particularly like the fact that Ron Dane stayed in college his senior year when he could have gone to the pros, made a lot of money. He decided to come back. He says his biggest achievement in college was, again, leading Wisconsin to the Big Ten title, and I appreciate that about him.
And also we should mention that you happen to be one of the Heisman voters.
Very lucky. I've been a Heisman voter for, I suppose, 6 or 7 years, somewhere in that vicinity. So it's a privilege. It's a lot of fun. You get a lot of stuff from a lot of colleges. This year hasn't been as much. I don't know what the deal is, but
you've got one solid front runner, so they don't need to campaign for it.
That's what I say. If Ron Dane were hurt, we'd be hearing a lot of stuff from Georgia Tech and from Alabama and from Penn State and those places that have candidates for the Heisman Trophy. But this year it looks like pretty much a lock. Ron Dane.
Well, if Peter Warwick wouldn't have gotten caught, you would have been getting nice suits.
That's true. I could have got some discount bargain deals there. The clothing store there in Tallahassee.
I was going to ask you, when it comes to Heisman voting, because, you know, Warwick's playing again, when you look at it, is it something that, as a voter, you look at just the statistics and what his team has done and what he's done for his team, or does some of that personal stuff get in there?
Well, see, the thing that gets me about the Heisman is that there are awards for defensive players in college football, but it's always the offensive player. It's always a quarterback, it's always a running back that gets it. I purposely will vote for who I think is the best defensive player of the year, just to be me. But you know, you have to vote for the guy you think is the biggest addition, the biggest help to his college team that helps them win, and who puts up the best numbers during the year. So it basically becomes a numbers game.
So looking for an impact player, someone who's really carrying the hopes and dreams of their team.
Well, and I think you look to the pros, too. The Heisman Trophy winners are not always guaranteed great pros. I mean, that's been proven.
Yeah, and statistically, it seems if you're a running back, you've got a better chance than if you're a quarterback. I was listening to something on the radio. They said if you get the Heisman, quick change. If you're a quarterback, call yourself a running back, and maybe your fortunes will be better.
Well, quarterbacks can have bad games too. I mean, you have a bad game, throw 4 or 5 interceptions, and pretty soon you're boom, boom, boom. You drop down on the list. So.
I'd like to remind you, if you'd like to get a hold of us through email, that address is sportsfan@sdpb.org. Now, before we get started, because the phone lines are full, we'd like to lay out our new online poll for this week. And now with the NFL season past the halfway mark, we'd like to know who you think is going to win the NFC Central. You can get to our homepage you can log on to our homepage by going to the computer, www.sdpb.org/sportsfan. Check out the choices and vote and let us know how you feel, and then we'll have the results next week. And by the way, for those of you that watch the show all the time and are scratching your heads going, didn't we just do this a couple of weeks ago? Yes, we did do it in the first week of the season, but things have really changed in the NFC Central, so we think the voting will be quite different now that we've reached the halfway point.
I think I was here that night that we did this.
I think we had the results that night.
The results were on that night.
And let's move ahead and go to last week's poll, give you the results from that. We asked you, do you really think the girls' sports seasons are going to be switched? And those results kind of came out about what I expected. Yes, it's about time, was at 40%. No, it's just another attempt to quiet the masses at 50%. And not sure, maybe we'll be surprised. And the way it's worded, I kind of think that falls into that yes, it's about time category. So I think people are kind of split on this. Now, we don't have any data as to where these votes came from, whether it's large towns or small towns that are voting on this, but kind of about what I expected, 50-50 on that.
I think the big question of this whole situation of the season change comes down to who's actually going to vote on this. I know that you've talked to Ruth Rain of the Activities Association and asked her about it. I don't really know whether this is going to come down to a vote of the member schools of the association or whether this is just a straight vote of the board of directors in South Dakota. There's a very major difference between those two. If it comes down to a member of the voter schools, 2 years ago they did a survey. 82% of the schools in South Dakota were against the switch, yet here we are resurfacing 2 years later with the Activities Association saying, yes, we support a change of season. So what's going to happen? Who's going to be doing the voting? I don't know. If you know, give us a call, for sure.
Yeah, and from what Ruth said, just so we're clear, that Ruth did say it's going to be a vote of the schools, and you saw some information that moved on the wire that said that no, it was going to be the board of directors, but according to the information I had, what Ruth wanted to get out was that if you're a athlete, student athlete, parent, or fan of the sport, and you're either for or against, the people to talk to are your coaches and your school administrators, because they're going to be the voices that are going to make a difference. So either way, you know, if you're really up in arms and need to talk to somebody, get to your coaches and your administrators. That's the way to go on this particular issue.
You want to influence your school board. That's what you want to do.
Get to the important people in your local town. With that, why don't we go to the phones and get started, because we have all sorts of calls tonight. Toby and Brookings, you're first up. How are you, Toby?
Pretty good. How are you guys?
Hi, Toby.
Very good.
Hi. It's actually, I got a little story. It's kind of neat. About a couple guys from their local guys that are down at Nebraska right now playing football. They're from the Canton area. Aaron Stratmeyer and Andy Larsgaard. It's just real neat because they grew up really close together, and they're always playing football with each other, and they're always best friends through high school and everything. And then in high school, they both played guard on the varsity team, and they're like best friends. People actually thought they were brothers because they really looked a lot alike too and everything.
Are they walk-on freshmen there?
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
Yep. And then down there, they're both together now, and I think it's just kind of cool because they both, you know, they've been together all the time and everything. I just thought it was a little interesting story I'd share.
How they doing?
Well, I don't know. They don't get to play they aren't playing very much or anything, but you know, they're walk-on freshmen.
It'd be fun just to be part of the Nebraska football program.
They were able to get onto the team and stuck around.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Well, thanks, Toby. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, thanks for the call.
You know, and that's the nice thing about that Nebraska program. Everyone thinks that you have to be recruited into that, but they do have opportunities that if you want to walk on, and if you can make the grade, they'll put you on the team. Let's go to Baltic and Ben. How are you, Ben?
Good. How about you?
Very good.
I just got a little story about you. I don't know if you guys remember Kevin Costain. He used to play basketball here a few years back.
Yeah, the big tall guy, 6'9".
Yeah, but
okay.
He's now I know he's modeling and stuff. He's working for like Abercrombie and Fitch and like Calvin Klein a little bit and stuff like that.
I saw him shatter a backboard at a dunking contest at the Corn Palace some years ago. Is that same Kevin Costain? Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome until he had to replace the backboard in the middle of the contest. It was at halftime.
He can afford it now. Because he's getting all this money from modeling, you know.
Well, how about
that? Kind of a testament to his versatility, I guess.
I guess.
Yeah.
He was always kind of a lady killer anyway.
John or I don't have much chance of making any money in that, that vein at all. So.
This is it for us.
Yeah, this is it.
Yep.
Well, good. I appreciate hearing that.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right, thanks, Ben.
Bye.
Going to ask if we can get our audio people just turn up the monitor just a little bit. Having a little trouble hearing
Personal
here.
anecdote night tonight. People telling stories about their friends.
It's story night on the sports
Story
side.
night on the sports.
And speaking of story night, I don't know if you want to go hear this early, but here's Billy from Fort Pierre. How are you tonight, Billy?
I'm doing good. I just want to give you I was at the Nebraska-Kansas State game there Saturday, and you want to see a freight train run, that big red defense. They say when defense wins championships, they're on a roll.
I really like Kyle Vandenbosch. I think he's a terrific player. He's from just across the border over in Inwood, the West Lyon high school program. They're headed to the Iowa State Finals again, and boy, is he a great player. I had a great time watching Nebraska, and really all facets of their game are coming together, and they're now sneaking up in the Bowl Championship Series. They're up to ranked third behind Florida State and Virginia Tech now. So if either one of those stumbles, they could move into a national championship game.
It'd be nice to see.
Got another question there.
Okay.
You guys need to get with ABC, and you guys broadcast the Nebraska games, because that KSYR here does a sloppy job. And
I think he's asking you, not me, because we can't do it.
Hey, I'd love it. I'm going to call up and say, I want to do the Nebraska games on ABC. Do you suppose they'd bite on that one?
Well, go for it. And then next year in the Heisman voting, what do you think Crouch's chances are?
Well, I think he's got a pretty good chance. He's had a very good year this year, and the Nebraska publicity machine is like none other, and that helps.
And I tell you what, if they don't do it this year, look out next year.
Well, that's true, but I think they got a real good chance this year.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll listen to you guys. All right, bye.
I just wanted to point out for you, Billy, you'll notice over Tom's shoulder we have a dartboard on the set now, just for you.
Hey,
when you're ready to...
What's his name, Huddle?
Yeah, when you're ready, I was going to say, when you're ready to take on No Huddle Husby, just let us know.
He's probably crying on his 49er jacket or something, but tell him to go for real team. Them Colts are tough. All right, bye.
He's shaking his head back there. Thanks, Billy. We'll talk to you next week.
See you, Billy.
Thanks. You're just shaking your head back there, Russ. 49ers are having a bit of a tough year, and we pick on poor Russ.
Yeah.
Let's go to Milt in Oneida. How are you, Milt?
Good.
Hi, Milt.
Hey, say, Tom, you're pretty close to the Mitchell connection there. What's the word on Miller? Is he going to go pro next year? And I have one more question, then I'll listen. What's the story on Piakowski? You know, they've said he signed a contract here a year or so ago, and you never see him playing. Why don't they trade him or get him in the lineup?
You know, I really don't know, first of all, about Piatkowski, why he's not playing. He just signed a 4-year deal, a $12 million deal, and whether he might be hurt a little bit or what the situation is, I don't fully know. What I do know is that the Clippers are struggling, again, out of the blocks, and they're not playing very well. And I, honest to goodness, do not know whether Piatkowski's just not in favor with the new staff there or what the situation is. Mike Miller told me a week ago, no, he's not going pro, but he's not closing his options. I think he feels like he has to get bigger, he has to get stronger, and he's certainly not ruling that out, but he also sees the possibilities of a Florida team that is extremely young and still has a tremendous amount of potential. And I think it all depends. You know, if Florida wins the national championship, maybe so. I don't know whether they can do that this year, but that certainly might be an opportunity for him. But right now, I would say no. I would say Mike will stay in college.
Yeah, I would think with you that the national championship, I think, would make a big difference in his line of thinking, but that if they didn't do it this year, he'd want to stick around. So I think that's something he's real interested in, and has a team that's pretty viable to be able to do that. But I think that one question is probably going to be the most asked question as this basketball season goes on, is Mike Miller, is he going to go pro? And I think we're going to hear more and more about that.
I asked him on the program last week, I said, are you going to go pro? And he emphatically says, no, I'm not going to go pro. By the way, a nice little piece on him in the Sports Illustrated magazine this week on the college preview listing. They've got a nice picture of him. They always show him out in the middle of nowhere, like in a dirt road, like he never came from anywhere that has any paved roads. Out in the middle of no place, holding a palm in a basketball. It's a nice little piece on him and on Billy Donovan and on Florida skaters.
I think next time that Mike's home, you should take him out, take a picture of him down there on Main Street, Mitchell, and send it to Sports Illustrated going, yes, we have phones and paved streets.
That's right.
This is a great place to be, and get out of your ivory tower in New York and come out where real people live.
There you go.
Let's go to Stan and Rapid. How are you, Stan?
Pretty good. How are you guys doing?
Very good.
Good, Stan.
That's great. I just want to say that the Vikings are rocking. And that you guys rock, too. I love you guys.
All right, well, thanks,
You're
Dan.
awesome. You and the other guy that are normally there are going to replace Madden Summerall someday.
Oh, well...
no, I mean it. I love you.
If we can't... Well, if I can't do Nebraska games, I'll just go ahead and go and do Fox games.
I mean it. You're great.
If that would be all right.
Pretty soon the world's going to know, too.
All right, well,
all my friends.
Thanks, Dan. We got to move along.
I agree with you that
I didn't catch Stan's last comment. Didn't mean to cut you off, Stan.
I agree. The Vikes are rocking.
Never cut off the people that like you.
I'm a Viking fan. So. Go Vikings. Jeff George has made all the difference in the world.
Like we said, Jeff George makes a difference.
He really does. And the only thing we need now is to have Jake Reed come around a little bit. And if that happens, and we go into the last part of the season with all the guns blaring, look out. And everything happened last week. You know, I know Packer fans lost to Dallas. They're probably not very happy about that. And what is Bobby Ross doing, going for 2 points with 5 minutes to go in a game, and then it ends up costing his team? And he tried to justify that, and didn't make any sense in justifying it. Why did he just come out and say, I blew it? Somebody gave me the wrong advice. Or I made the wrong decision. They should have gone for the 1 point, kicked field goal, tied the game, probably win in overtime. It could make a huge difference down the stretch for the Lions.
Boy, statistically, you couldn't believe he made that call.
No.
But it goes back. I mean, I look at, Detroit sitting in first place, and I still, as much as everybody wants to say the Lions are for real and you should be a believer and this is the Lions' year, if they're going to be making decisions like that, you can just see the self-destruction coming over the horizon. It happens every year, and maybe they're on that path again. I have to put in a comment for being the resident Green Bay fan here, that I was just disgusted by Green Bay, and I still am. What bothers me most, and this is the difference that Jeff George is making in the Vikings, Green Bay breaks the huddle and they just sort of meander up to the line. There's no sense of urgency or energy, or they just seem really, really flat. And Minnesota was doing that exact same thing with Cunningham out there. They'd come out of the huddle and they're like, we're going to try this. If it works, great. If it doesn't, we got another shot at it. Jeff George comes out there and he's kind of like, give me the ball, let's score some points. And that's all the difference it took. Suddenly that energy got back in that offense and they started believing in themselves. That picked up the defense and that team takes off.
I agree. And I don't necessarily think it's Brett Favre, because I think Favre still wants to win as badly as anybody around there. It does seem like the rest of the team is kind of lethargic and kind of like, well, we're going to win just by showing up. And boy, if you have that kind of mentality in the NFL, you're going to get crushed.
Well, I think, too, they have that belief that it doesn't matter if we're not winning games in the first, second, or third quarter. We have Brett Favre. We can do it in the fourth quarter.
Sure.
And it's like, you know, hey, why don't we win some games in the first quarter so that fans at home can relax and enjoy the game rather than saying, what are you doing?
That doesn't always work, that
True.
fourth quarter business.
Well, obviously, three games in a row.
Yeah,
We've seen that. Let's go on to something else. Jason in Sioux Falls, how are you tonight?
Good. How are yourself?
Hi,
Good.
Jason.
Is this the same Jason we had trouble with last week?
You bet.
Yeah, okay, we got the phone fixed, we could get to you. You want to talk a little bit about the girls' basketball tournament this weekend?
Yeah, I'm from Pierre originally, and I just want to know, because since I was at the game when they beat Spearfish to make the state, but I didn't hear when they play Thursday and who they play against. Do you know?
Yes, I certainly do. They played the last game of the first round against Brandon Valley. Pierre does.
Is Pierre, what, 7th?
Pierre ended up being the 6th seed. Actually, the 6, 7, and 8 seeds all were tied with identical records, and they had to go to some tie-breaking system that to use. And Pierre ended up getting the 6th seed. The 7th seed ended up being Washington, and the 8th seed ended up being O'Gorman.
So if Pierre, I mean, if they do beat Brandon, they'd have Roosevelt the next round?
No, they would play either Sturgis or Sioux Falls, Washington the second round.
Okay. I guess that's about all I need. Oh, and who does Weston Springs play next?
Weston Springs in the Class A tournament plays a 7 o'clock game against Lead.
Lead, okay.
There you go. The Gold Diggers.
Number 2 against number 7.
And I'd just like to say, I think it's going to be Joey Hamilton over Ron Dane for Heisman.
How's he going to get votes?
Huh?
How's he going to get votes? Who's going? Why would somebody vote against Ron Dane?
I mean, this last game he had this weekend, he did a pretty good game. But I mean, yeah, Ron Dane's is tough to beat, but I'm kind of going for the upset here.
Well, yeah, he might get second in the voting.
Yeah.
I think that's what you can cheer for.
We'll see.
All right.
Okay. It'll give you a reason to watch the awards presentation to see if the upset happens.
Yep, thanks.
All right, thanks, Jason. Yeah, that'll be interesting. A lot of people, there are a lot of names that went around for the Heisman, but once Warwick dropped out, and I don't think he's going to get a lot of votes from people, just because of stuff that happened off the field, and then it hurt him statistically being benched for a while, or being suspended. But that, you know, you can't, how can you vote against Ron Dane setting the record, and that really, when it comes to that Badger offense, he is, you know, holds that thing together.
And he has something that you can't discount, and that he's very media friendly. The media likes him. And when the media likes you and you're good, that's a powerful combination.
And it's the media that's doing the voting, so.
That's correct.
That's how sometimes this thing works. It's who your friends are. Let's go to Voida and Reamer.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. I
Rimmer.
don't know if you guys follow the amateur boxing much anymore. Or
Is there still silver gloves, golden gloves in this state?
What's that?
Is there still silver gloves, golden gloves boxing in this state?
No, I know there is down in Sioux City though.
That's right. They have the big tournament down there on the river, don't they?
Yeah. Well,
there's also one that's a pro setup.
Yeah, that's what Golden Gloves. I was just calling about an update on the Midwest Regional Amateur Boxing Tournament down in Omaha this afternoon. They had the featherweights this afternoon. Do you guys pay attention to that at all?
Do we have any South Dakotans involved?
Yeah, they had Brett Roman.
From
Del Rapids.
That name sounds familiar. Is that Roeman?
Yep.
Okay.
And Bruce Bomberger.
From?
I don't know where he was from.
How'd they do?
Huh?
How'd they do?
So that's who's going to be into it.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you were there today.
Huh?
I thought you said you were there today.
That was semifinal.
Oh, okay. But these guys are into the finals.
Yep.
Oh, terrific.
Well, I know they call Bomberger Speedy, but I don't know much about Brett Roman, but I know he was a fighter.
As long as they don't go pro and be represented by Don King,
yeah,
I'll be on their side.
Yeah, I'm cheering for Barroom Brawler Roman. Romeo Roman.
He's already got a nickname, Barroom Brawler Brett Roman.
Yeah.
Very good. Well,
right,
thanks for calling. Yeah, that's great.
We'll have to keep an eye out for that the rest of the week, and I know you're making frantic notes because I'm thinking, you know, if they win,
there's some possibilities
program
in there. I'm always taking notes. I'm always getting
Someone's
ideas
taking
here.
some notes.
There you go.
Andy and Brookings, how are you, Andy?
How you doing?
Very good.
I just want to say I enjoy watching the show. You guys do a heck of a job.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
My question was, who do you think's going to win the game between Florida and Florida State this week?
You know, I don't even know where's it at. Is it at Florida State?
It's in Tallahassee.
It's at Florida State.
Yep.
I take Florida State.
All right. I know Warwick and Winky are doing a heck of a job down there, and I was just wondering if you thought there'd be an upset this week, or...
Always a possibility.
There's always
Don't
a
you think so,
possibility.
boy?
That'll be one of the best games to watch this weekend, without a doubt, is that Florida State.
In the last 10 years, has there been better football played anywhere but Florida and Florida State? I mean, I know Nebraska fans, don't get me wrong, and don't be angry, but the football capital of America in the last 10 years has been in Florida. They're producing the best players, they're producing the best college teams, and they're producing the best rivalries. This
Absolutely.
Terrific
There's
game.
a lot of NFL players coming out of Florida State, and I just think that's going to be a good matchup this week.
Should be a great game.
Yeah, and actually that game could probably be the one, if there's an upset, to give Nebraska a chance to move into the title hunt.
If you're Nebraska, you'd probably be cheering for Florida State, or just cheer for Florida.
Cheer for Florida, yeah, that's right.
Florida move up to in the bowl standings.
Okay, thanks, Andy. Appreciate it.
Andy.
Actually, I think in Florida, it's the oranges. That's what's going on down there.
It's the vitamin C.
They drink all their orange juice down there, and that's how they go. Bobby, you're up next. Let's talk a little Huron in North Dakota.
Yeah, how do you think that Huron University will match up against Bismarck this weekend in Bismarck?
They play Mary University.
Mary University in Bismarck, yep.
Yes, they do. That was an interesting story. Huron had an 8-2 season record. The University of Sioux Falls did not make the playoffs for the first time since 1993. Sioux Falls is 6-3 during the season. Huron is 8-2. Huron beaten by Sioux Falls during the regular season. The Cougars are the conference champion, but Huron gets to go to the playoffs.
Sioux Falls was not in the top 20 is why they didn't go, right?
That's absolutely right. They were ranked 21st in the nation, and Huron is ranked, I think, was ranked 11th.
11th, I think.
Right, in the final poll.
Yeah.
But they get a chance to go to the playoffs because they are higher ranked and they're 8-2. Sioux Falls made a couple of boo-boos late in the year. I'll tell you, I was impressed with how Huron played in the playoffs last year. I think Paul Trott does a great job with that program there. They got an excellent chance. The Mary Marauders have been a very good football team for a long time. It's a very difficult place to play, but I'm certainly cheering for the Screaming Eagles. I know that.
Can I throw in that my brother got Defensive Player of the Conference this year?
Wade Novy?
Yeah, he got Defensive Player. And his younger brother, Garrett, along with Matt Luschke from Revillo, South Dakota.
From Grant Duell.
Yeah, from Grant Duell. They're playing at Wahpeton Junior College this year, and they'll be playing in Cedar City, Iowa on Sunday against a former classmate from Rochester. He's in Rochester Community College, and they'll be playing at the RC Cola Bowl this weekend.
Great. That sounds good. Good luck.
There'll be 3 classmates playing against each other.
I was really hoping that we could get 2 teams from the SDIC, particularly in the last year of the conference, into those national playoffs.
Yeah, we did last year.
It would have been very nice, but good luck to Huron.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good. I'll have to make a note. We're going to head towards Rochester to see the in-laws this weekend. May have to catch a game over there.
There you go. Good idea.
Might have to see if we can get some free time there. Spencer and Brookings, how are you?
Not too bad. How about you guys?
Very good. You want to talk a little NFL kicking?
Yeah, it seems that since they initiated the new rule of the kickers not being able to have their own balls anymore, that it's, I don't know, like Gary Anderson, he just hasn't been the same person anymore. And I know that's somewhat true because last year I went to school in Del Rapids, and our place kicker, he actually had like 2 different balls he'd use, one for warmer weather and one for colder weather. And he'd carry him with him all the time and always beat on him. I guess he even put him like the clothes dryer to soften him up, the microwave.
Is that legal?
Cream.
Can you do that with a game ball? Can you put it in the microwave? I don't think you can do that, can you?
I don't know. He always had shaving cream on these balls and throw them in the microwave and carry them everywhere, I guess.
I'm not touching that one. But anyway...
it's either that or this guy just got busted.
That could have been.
Found out that he's doing it.
And he got away with it, so...
The balls in the NFL are harder this year. And I think the punters were particularly angry about the fact that the balls were harder because it's harder to punt a ball, and I think it's harder to kick a ball. I don't know why. I don't know why Gary Anderson would miss a 20-yard chip shot field goal at the end of the game. The thing that made me the maddest in that game is the officials taking all of the time at the end of the game talking about a play that was not reviewable. What was the big deal taking all that time during that whole segment, and then the Bears getting the opportunity to ice him? He stands out there for 6-7 minutes. That should never have happened. And I'm not saying that's any excuse for him missing a field goal, but I just didn't understand it.
Well, I was going to say, too, about the missed field goal, is it Rich Berger that is his holder? He admitted that he said that was kind of his fault because he got the ball down but couldn't get it spun around the laces away from him quick enough, so he was still spinning the ball as he kicked it. So he kind of took the blame on that, and I agree with you. I think it was a lot more was going on than just the snap was there and the ball was there. I think they just kind of iced him a little while, and it just wasn't right.
Well, and the thing that really bugs me about the NFL anymore, the Vikings did it and the Bears did it after they intercepted in overtime. Instead of trying to run that ball back, get it close to the end zone, and then taking that ball and actually going in and scoring a touchdown, you're relying way too much on your kickers. You're putting too much pressure on your kickers. And instead of going for the win by taking the ball to the end zone, you just say, well, our kicker's going to make it. That doesn't always happen, obviously. And now they had tryouts today for a new Bears kicker.
Yeah. And interesting that there are some kickers that seem that the new rule has really helped. You know, statistically you'll look at, but there's some of the premier kickers, it seems to have hurt them. Now, I don't think Gary Anderson could have repeated making every single kick on every try this year, and I think, because he's only missed 4, but people see that a lot of those 4 have come in real game-crucial situations, that it sort of amplifies it, but he's really not having that bad of a year.
No, I don't think so.
It affects him a little bit. I think, like you said, it affects the punters more than the place kickers. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. Spencer, thank you very much. Let's go to Jim in Sioux Falls. How are you, Jim?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Very good.
Good, Jim.
I just want to say I love your show.
Oh, thank you.
And first of all, I'd like to ask you guys, who do you think is going to win the NCC for men's basketball this year?
Boy, it's a loaded question.
I think Augie, State, and the U will all tie for first.
All right.
How's that for diplomatic
there's your safe
business
answer.
There's diplomatic stuff.
I'm a student here at Augie, so I think Augie's got a pretty good shot with the Sean Hilgenberg on the team this year.
Well, I know that they're very happy right where we are tonight in Vermillion at USD. They have 4 starters returning from a team that won the conference a year ago. South Dakota State has a lot of new faces on their team, but Scott Nagy is a terrific coach. Perry Ford's a great coach at Augie, and also Dave Boots here at USD. I think we're very blessed with 3 outstanding collegiate coaches who I think are going to have all 3 teams in the hunt before it's all said and done.
I would definitely have to agree with that. And can I say hi to Andy Salama and Ryan Holly real quick?
Oh, well,
I think you already did.
You just did. There you go.
All right, thanks, Jim.
See, girls, he got it in. He got it in.
He's quick.
Very good.
Okay, Rich in Rapid. How are you, Rich?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Very good.
Hi, Rich.
Just a quick note on the Piatkowski issue.
Good. Okay. Let us know.
Because he's from here, we've had word that an abdominal pull and bruised ribs are why he's not playing.
That would make sense.
He did try to go into a game a couple nights ago, and they ended up essentially giving him no playing time because he was in and out so quickly.
And it's tough for that kind of injury this early in the year, too, with as brutal a schedule as the NBA is. It's very difficult to try to come back from that injury and play. But I certainly hope he gets a chance and gets healed up and gets back and gets a chance to play.
And I do have to, because I'm an SDSU alum, say go Rapids in the NCC.
Okay.
We're just about there. We're just about the basketball.
Getting there. That's what we're going to get all night long now, is the USD people will call, which is fine. Like we always say, go out there and support your local team. Fill those stadiums, make the noise, help your team win. Cody in Vermillion. How are you, Cody?
What's up, man?
You got a question?
Yeah, about Ryan Miller.
Yeah, what about him?
Do you know where he's at? I know he's with the Skyforce. He tried out for him last year. Do you know if he went overseas or anything like that?
He was with the Skyforce, and then he was with the Fargo-Moorhead Breeze, I think, for a little while at the International Basketball Association. He did spend and had a terrific year, I understand, in Australia, playing for a club team in Australia. And I did visit with some members of the Black Hills Gold, which is the new IBA team out there. I know they had expressed an interest in him. Now, whether they ended up signing him or not, I don't know. The Dakota Wizards that are based in Bismarck also had some interest in Ryan Miller. I really don't know, other than the fact that he is back in the States.
What about Sutherland? Do you know anything about him?
Excuse me?
Jason Sutherland?
Jason Sutherland, I think, went back to Missouri after he tried out with the Skyforce last year and did not make it. I don't know whether he went overseas to play or not. I have not talked to Jason in about a year and a half, so I really don't know what he's up to these days. He was going to try out for the Kansas City Chiefs football team.
Really?
In fact, I think he did try out. He obviously didn't make it, but I think he did try out.
Okay. Thanks, Cody.
Guys.
Thanks, Cody.
Let's go to Barb in Sioux Falls. Want to talk a little Ron Dane.
Hi, guys. I had the honor of watching Ron Dane this weekend in Madison.
Yeah, I bet that was quite a thrill, wasn't it?
It was great. My son plays for the Hawkeyes, but it was a thrill to watch Ron Dane.
Barb, have we talked on the phone before?
I don't think so. My son is LeVar.
Your son is LeVar Woods.
Right.
LeVar Woods was on my program.
Oh, okay.
He was on the West Lyon program.
I didn't see it.
Oh, no, it was a radio show.
Okay.
Anyway, it had to be, there's a gratuitous plug. That had to be a great thrill. Boy, would it be in a stadium in a situation like that when a guy breaks the...
Camp Randall.
I wanted the Hawkeyes to win, but it was amazing to watch the ceremony for Ron Dane. It was great.
He is a horse. He's a horse and a half. Kind of reminds me of Jerome Bettis, maybe a little faster than Jerome Bettis is. He has all those qualities. And how crazy did the stadium go when he broke the record?
It was crazy. We even had a streaker go through.
A streaker went through?
Yeah.
See, everything in the 70s is coming back again.
Those people at Camp Randall, they know how to throw a party.
They gave us all Ron Dane flags, towels, and everybody held up the 33 towel. It was just great.
Well, I'm glad you had a good time.
Well, that's great. And
say hi to LeVar for me.
Okay, go Hawkeyes.
Thanks, Barb.
All right, thanks, Barb. And like we heard here, it's you pretty much think that's it. Ron Dane is going to be the Heisman Trophy.
I don't see how it can be any other way.
Just a matter, you engrave the plaque now.
Yeah.
Unless something bizarre happens, but let's hope that doesn't.
He's arrested for grand larceny or something in the next 2 weeks, which I don't think is going to happen.
Let's go to Bob in Rapid City. How are you, Bob?
Hey.
You want to talk about
a great show.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Bob.
All right, I got a few comments on college football.
Okay.
First of all, the game is in Gainesville in Florida on Saturday.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter which Florida team wins or Virginia Tech. Neither one of them can play at Nebraska.
Okay.
And the guy who said Joel Hamilton should win the Heisman for Ron Dane has to be drunk.
Everybody can cheer for who they want to now. This is a free democratic society we live in.
I was going to say, not a lot of middle ground there with Bob.
No.
You think it's Ron Dane?
Ron Dane all the way. Anyone that does that, I mean, that's just all-time record ever. Ricky Williams won it last year after he broke the record. No question.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
Thanks, Bob.
And I'm glad to know the game's in Gainesville. Do we know for sure now whether it's in Gainesville or now I have a question in my mind. One says, oh, it's definitely in Tallahassee. One says it's in Gainesville.
We'll have to get our crack research staff working on that. We'll see if we get an answer before the end of the show.
Good idea.
That crack research staff would be you out there. Grab a phone line, let us know. Brian in Hartford. How are you, Brian?
Good. Hey, Tom, I listen to your show every week.
Great. I like to hear that.
KSFS.
Thank you very much.
My cousin Troy Wolf was on the same episode with LeVar.
That's LeVar Woods, the West Lions show.
Yeah.
Where's the gratuitous? There it is.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Say, I want to talk some girls basketball with you.
All right, fire away.
Rate the dynasties for me. Jefferson, Armour, Wakanda, Roosevelt.
Jefferson, Armour, Wakanda, who else?
Armour.
Roosevelt.
Those four. Jefferson, Armour, Wakanda, and Roosevelt?
Wouldn't you say those are the four best dynasties in Armour, or in the South Dakota basketball history?
I would agree. I think that you probably have to throw the Brookings team in there.
Yeah, with Amy Mickelson.
With Amy Mickelson and that bunch. I think you have to put that one in there. What's the one thing that two of these have in common? The four that you listed right here. You know what that would be?
Freddie.
Fred Tibbetts, Coach Jefferson, and he coached Roosevelt.
Yeah.
I think that's the one defining thing, and I think you'd have to ask him who he thinks is the best. I think it's very difficult to compare because Roosevelt's AA. Wakanda won 100 games in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, how could it be any better than that in Class B than that? Armour had the great teams.
Yeah, they won 5 in a row when it was just 2 classes.
Right. I mean, it's very difficult to say. It'd be nice to put them together, but... well, I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing the Roosevelt edition this week. I'll get a chance to see him 3 times in the state tournament. And, well, I just don't know. I don't know how you put one ahead of the other in that situation. That's a tough one. That's always a good debate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, and we're getting word over the IFB here from our co-producer, Rex back there from Armour, saying that the Packers were tough, and he says those were some really good teams, too.
Oh, they were. They were terrific.
Tell Rex I'm an old Armour boy, too, and I remember him playing wing back in the old Armour Packer days.
Okay.
Rex has a fan out there. All right, Rex.
Rex says hi to Brian back. Thanks, Brian.
Yep.
Well, that's interesting. We had everybody calling us. It'll be a big family reunion here tonight by the time we're done. It's good. It's a great state of South Dakota coming together. Chris in Vermillion. How are you, Chris?
Good. How about you guys?
Good.
Good, Chris.
You want to talk
I got a question here.
Okay.
About the new NAIA schools putting in equaling out the sports between boys and girls. What do you guys think about that?
About whether they should or shouldn't?
Well, what the different sports? Because I know, think about putting in water polo down at Mount Marty. And
water polo? No, you're not serious. It's women's soccer that they're...
Oh, soccer?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
It's women's soccer. It's not water polo. But by the way, it's a very demanding sport, water polo is.
I hear that. What are your feelings about that?
I think if you offer a sport for men, you should offer an equal chance for women.
I agree. What about the football program down at Mount Marty?
I think they should have one.
I agree.
I don't think they will, but I think they should.
I know my buddy, Ross Brandy's an awesome athlete down in baseball, and they're doing pretty good, I hear.
Yeah, Marty's had an outstanding baseball program for a long time.
Yeah, if they added football, I don't know what they would add on the women's side, though.
That would be difficult. Although there are plenty of field hockey. I mean, there's a number of things that you could do. The problem is getting competition in a given sport. But I don't foresee Mount Marty getting football for quite some time.
All right, thanks.
I might be wrong there, but I don't.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Yeah, nobody else. Okay, we're supposed to talk to the sports fan from Egan. How are you tonight?
How you doing?
Good.
Good.
I was enjoying your program. I was wondering if you could give me an overview on the State B girls. Just your comments on. I'll just hang up then.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Selby is the top seed in the girls' state basketball tournament. It's very difficult for me to judge how good Selby is. And that's not saying they're undefeated. They're the only undefeated team in the class, but they've not been below what we call the Mason-Dixon line in South Dakota. That's Highway 14 that runs from Brookings to Huron. They've not played below South Dakota's Mason-Dixon line, so a lot of us haven't really seen them very much. They play Cologne, a team that I saw in the region tournaments, I think is coming on at this particular time of the year. Coleman Egan, I know you're interested in hearing about that. They get a terrific win over Centerville in the region championships. I know they go in very excited. Timberlake, again, I know very little about. Trip Delmont upset the #1 ranked team, undefeated team in the state, and Hanson in the region finals. Willow Lake has been there many, many, many times. Maybe this is their year to win it. Frederick Hecla, a lot of people tell me up in that neck of the woods, is the best team in the state. They played a terrific game at the Hanson Classic in Mitchell earlier this year. And Tulare, Brad Hanscom does a great job with the team there. The Lady Chieftains have been in the tournament, I think, 4 years in a row. I think the B is going to be a great, great tournament.
It usually is. Everybody says that if you're going to go to watch one of the tournaments, they're all great. They said, boy, go to that B tournament.
Just for the fan excitement.
Oh, yeah. Let's go to Chris in Remmer.
Renner.
Hi, Chris. Remmer. Got it right this time?
No, that'd be an N. That'd be Renner.
Renner.
That little town, that little baseball town up by Sioux Falls, right?
I need to get a better computer so I can read these things is what I need. Chris in Renner. I apologize to everyone in Renner for that.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about Victor Page. Is he going to be there Saturday for the Skyforce season opener?
I don't know. I don't know.
I just heard on Kello that they said there was a 50% chance he wouldn't be there.
That's possible. There's always a 50% chance Skyforce players won't be there from week to week. I'm sorry I said that, but I mean, it's true. Yeah. I mean, you're here, you're there, you're in Europe, you're here, you're there. I mean, that's just the way it goes. I can't tell you Chris Smith will be there. He's going to be playing point. He'll be a great player in the CBA. But as far as Victor Page goes, I don't know.
All right, thanks.
Nobody in the Skyforce is angry with me, but that's just the nature of the game there.
Yeah. Not saying anything bad. It's just the way things
I have a great deal of respect for the Skyforce organization.
Get me some window cleaner here.
Ring that bell there, that gratuitous.
Clean off my screen so I can see what the calls are. Let's try this. Casey and Harold. Talk Vikings. How are you, Casey?
Good.
Hi, Casey.
Hi.
How old are you?
11.
11, okay.
I think that the other teams should figure that they should double Carter instead of Moss.
Oh, I wish they would. I wish they would double Chris Carter because Randy Moss would run wild.
I know.
You can't double either one of them, unfortunately, and get away with it. If you're, I think that's the reason why Jeff George has been so successful is that he reads the coverages so well and he determines who gets the double coverage and goes to the other guy.
Yeah, but if they doubled Carter and Moss, then they'd go to Reed.
Yeah, and if Reed can figure out why he's been dropping balls lately, then once they get him back on track, that's the triple team there. Who do you go for?
I feel bad right now for Jake Reed because he's a great player. Matthew Hatchett is stepping in. I'd like to see the Vikings go to their tight ends a little bit more because they're going to start getting the double coverage on Moss and Carter, and they're going to have to start throwing the ball underneath a little bit more. I think in
Glover and Jordan
the last few weeks of the year. So, hey, thanks for calling.
Thanks, Casey.
Yep, bye.
Bye.
Let's go to Rich in Del Rapids. How are you, Rich?
Good. How about you guys?
Very good.
Hi, Rich.
Yeah, I'm just like to comment and say that Del Rapids, we just got 9 new holes, and I'm kind of excited about that because it gives Roger Horsemeyer, a local golfer here, the chance to go for his tour card for the PGA.
You have a golfer there that's going for his PGA Tour card?
Well, yeah, a lot of people around here think he might. He doesn't know if he's going to yet, but he works for DMI and stuff. He has a good job doing that, but a lot of us really encourage him, tell him to go for it.
I have golfed the Del Rapids golf course. You have a new 9 holes. You now have an 18-hole municipal.
Yeah, I don't know if they're all open right now, but
I'm going to have to get up there and golf with my buddy Mike Henriksen.
Yeah.
And check out your new golf course.
Yeah, it's really nice. I think it's going to be really good.
Well, terrific. That's a great idea.
Okay.
And I'd just like to say good luck to Roger Horsemeyer.
Right. Good luck to Roger, too.
All right.
Okay, thanks, Rich. And now that we've cleaned the screen, we're going to do this one right. Johnny and Renner.
Yeah, how's it
All
going,
right.
guys?
Good, how
Hi,
are you?
Johnny.
Yeah, talking about the PGA Tour, there's a golfer named Mark Feehan. He's originally from South Dakota. He was a caddy for Craig Stadler for a while, the Walrus.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And there's talk about him going pro. They were business buddies. That's how he got into the caddy thing. And
What's his name?
Mark Feehan,
How's that spelled?
M-A-R-K.
Oh, okay. Do we look that stupid? No, I'm
No,
sorry. Go
wait,
ahead.
don't go there.
Mark C. How's the last name spelled?
F-E-H-A-N-N.
Okay. And where's he originally from?
I don't know. He's from the South Dakota area originally.
Okay, that's a big area. That's a big. So
You'll be able
you're
to track
thinking he's going to go pro?
Yeah, there's talk about him going pro. He was a caddy for a while. I don't know.
I wouldn't want to make a mistake if I were Craig Stadler's caddy.
Oh, I know.
Oh, that
The
wouldn't,
Walrus.
that wouldn't be good at all.
The Walrus is crazy.
Yeah, he would be. Well, great. Thanks. We'll keep an
All
eye
right,
on
yeah,
that.
thanks, Johnny.
Thanks.
Yeah, making a mistake with Craig Stadler would be like knocking over one of John Daly's drink
Ooh,
glasses.
that would not be good.
Reese and Pierre, how are you tonight?
Good.
I want to talk a little bit about the Vikings.
Yeah. What do you think it's all green, or what do you think on why this last minute stuff every game?
You mean why they're winning?
Well, they're winning, but why? I mean, they make you sit on the edge of the seat every game. You know, just
Well, I think the
luck every game.
I think the NFL has just achieved outstanding parity. I mean, it's just pretty obvious when you have the St. Louis Rams and the Detroit Lions leading their divisions. Not many people would have figured that out. The NFL has a great way of doing this. When you, at the end of every year, if you have a lousy record, you play an easy schedule the following year. If you have a difficult record, you play a tougher schedule. They have a way of evening it out. That plus the draft choices, that's exactly what they want. They love this with St. Louis and Detroit leading at this time of the year.
Absolutely.
Because it gets everybody excited about what's going on. And I think every game in the NFL, usually, I shouldn't say every game, but a lot of games are going to come down the last couple
Well,
of years.
and let's talk specifically, since we're on the Vikings, the NFC Central, outside of maybe Tampa Bay. But Tampa Bay is not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. No. But you've got Detroit, Minnesota, Chicago, and Green Bay all pretty much tied together. I think right now, I hate to admit it, but Green Bay is struggling too much. I don't, maybe a wild card team. Detroit, if Bobby Ross just figures out what he's doing, they're in pretty good shape. They've got a decent team. And the Bears, with their third-string quarterback, really not looking too bad.
Well, if you're a Viking fan, you can't be too wild about the way the defense played last week. Let's face it, Jim Miller is not John Elway. If he throws for 422 yards against the Vikings, what's going to happen with somebody who's really good? And I'm not taking anything away from him. The Vikings have some areas to shore up in their defensive secondary. I think that was very, very obvious by their game last weekend. The NFC Central is going to go right down to the last weekend of the year. I don't think there's any other way around it.
Well, I was noticing, too, today, I saw the rankings came out for the NFC team defense, team offense, and the Vikings were ranked not dead last, but just above the Redskins. And that surprised me because I thought the Vikings were better than that. But then I started thinking about, like you said, Chicago was able to kind of roll up some points on them. And
pass rush. You need a pass rush. Sack somebody, blitz somebody once in a while.
All right, let's carry on. Larry. Hey, Ty. How are you, Larry?
Hey, good. How about you guys?
Hi, Larry.
Very good.
Good. Hey, Tom, I heard that you were voted for the Heisman, and I just was wondering on what do you look for when you do vote for the Heisman, the yearly stats or the career stats? And I'll hang up and listen.
Okay, thanks, Larry.
I think that's a very good question because I do think the Heisman is a career accomplishment. I think that you vote for a guy that has the great career, unless a guy goes completely crazy in 1 year and ends up just destroying records all over the place. I think most voters will look at career stats, number one. But then you have a guy like Doug Flutie, who came through. He's a very good example, a guy who just had an outstanding, unbelievable year. His senior year at Boston College wins the Heisman. I think if given a lack of a clear-cut favorite based on a career, because the media likes to watch favorites. They will get a group of 7 or 8 favorites at the beginning of the year, and they will whittle them down based on how their year goes. But those 7 or 8 contenders are set by how they do the first few years of their career.
Okay. I think that kind of answers that question. We're going to try to pick up the pace a little bit here before we get to our 2-minute warnings. We want to get to everybody that we can tonight. Blaze and Brookings, you're up next. A little bit about the Vikings.
Yeah, I think their defense, more or less, is just rotten. I mean, their offense, sure, it clicks, but Jeff George still, he needs some help. And their defensive coordinator, I don't know what his problem is, but he's got a problem. What do you think about that?
I agree. I don't think anybody can be too wild about how they play defense.
No, not at all. That's, like you said, pass rush is the biggest thing. They were going back and pulling back. I think they were going to go back into their roster from the 60s and start bringing players back there for a while. The way they were bringing
Page and Eller.
Yeah, they were bringing guys back, and it was supposed to shore up that pass rush, and it seemed to work for about a week. And I think the rest of the teams figured that number out, and it just hasn't helped at all now.
I agree.
So I don't know where they go next.
We need a pass rush, and Jimmy Hitchcock needs to shape up a little bit.
Yep. Okay, thanks, Blaze. Let's go to Brody in Millbank. How are you, Brody?
Good.
Hi, Brody.
Who do you think Ken Griffey Jr. is going to go to?
Well, I think that's going to turn into a bidding war if there's teams that are, I'm sure there's teams that would really like to have him, but who's got the pocketbook that would support a Ken Griffey?
It's been really interesting to watch this the last couple of weeks. The word is St. Louis wants him. Boy, can you imagine Griffey and McGuire in the same lineup. Wow. Everybody automatically says Atlanta. Ted Turner's got big bucks. They got players. They got pitchers. They can deal to get Ken Griffey. Cincinnati also in the running because his dad is an assistant coach with Cincinnati. People talk about Tampa Bay because he's from Florida. He's from that area. He wants to live down there. Houston is in the running. Boy, I think this is anybody's game right now as to who gets Griffey. The question is, who's going to want to pay the price to get him? Because it's not only going to cost you a lot of money when you deal with him in contract, but it's going to cost a lot of good players to trade for him, too.
Well, I think Griffey, too, is smart enough that he's going to look at a situation, too, to see what players are going to be left around him. He doesn't want to go into a situation where, yeah, he's making lots of money, but the team is just getting pounded every day. He wants to go in a situation where they're going to win. That's been his complaining in Seattle, is that the team, well, they've had some good players up and down in there. They just can't seem to find the key to get all the way through the playoffs. And so I think he wants to find a winning situation. That's why Atlanta plays into that.
And Houston, I think, also plays into it.
He also says that he wants to live down the Southeast, get as close as he can to home. So also a big contract will make it easier for him to get home.
There you go. Shouldn't be too much of a problem, I would think. The kind of
he'd be able to
come in, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Brody. We've got to move along. We have just a couple minutes before they're going to ring the buzzer on us. Let's go to John in Vermilion. How are you, John?
Great.
Hi, John.
I just want to talk about high school wrestling.
Okay.
Watertown, I just think they're absolutely stacked this year. They got Olson, Ward, Dahl. They're going to be tough.
Andy Tate, you recognize Andy Tate's name, of course?
No.
The head coach at Mitchell. He does color for our football broadcasts, and he tells me that Marv Sherrill is loaded for bear this year, and he would have to be the odds-on favorite to win the state AA wrestling. Marv does a terrific job year in and year out. He's got a lot of great kids back, and I think you make Watertown easily the preseason favorite in AA.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, John. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we're just about at the 2-minute warning or within seconds of it.
Amazing.
He says, well, take one more quick. So we'll go to Don and Pierre. Girls basketball. How are you, Don?
Max.
Don.
Yeah.
Mr. Shields.
How do you, or what are your views on moving the girls basketball season to the winter months?
Geez, you know, I've been up and down this one about 100 times, Don. I've really gone to both sides of this thing right
real
now.
Quick. We gotta wrap this up.
If 82% of the schools don't want to do it, I don't want to do it either.
Max, real quick. When's Parkinson's boys going to win another state championship?
When my 6-year-old twins get to high school.
All right, thanks. Thanks,
All right.
Don.
Thanks, Donnie. Good to talk to you.
And with that, we will institute the 2-minute warning. 2-minute clock's going to come on the air. They're going to roll it right away. We're going to have one quick comment from you, and then we're going to move on. Let's go to Dan in Wakanda. How are you, Dan?
Pretty good. How are you, Tom?
Good. How you doing, Dan?
Pretty good. Just going to ask
Girl
you,
sports.
What about the Buffalo Bills this year? What do you think?
Buffalo Bills doing a great job. Flutie's doing a terrific job with them. They got a good defense. They got Anton Smith. I love them.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Dan. It said girls sport on the screen. I swear to you, that's what it said. Michael and Brookings.
Yeah, what are your previews or things to look for, you think, in this year's state Class B wrestling?
State B wrestling?
State B.
Yep.
Boy, I really don't know. From year to year.
That's a tough call there.
You know, traditional powers, Redfield, Miller. Outside of that, I can't tell you. Sorry.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Got to move on. Let's go to Deb and Parson. Josh Ronick.
Hi. Josh Ronick is fun to watch. At this level, is he capable of making it to the next level? What's your comment?
Okay. Thanks,
I think
Deb.
he is. I think
so.
I think he's got the whole package. He's terrific. He has terrific vision, terrific speed, power, foot speed, agility. If he doesn't get hurt, he's got a great chance.
Okay, Jane Mitchell, you're up next.
What do you think about soccer becoming a high school sport in South Dakota?
I think it could actually happen. It's going to be a tough road because of the, boys, girls situations in schools, but I think that's probably the next most viable sport.
I would think so. I'd also like to see high school baseball, too.
Okay. Andy and Brookings.
Yeah, I want to talk a little 11A football here. Who do you think's the team in the 90s, West Central or Vermilion?
Okay, ooh, boy,
there's a good one. You want to start a debate, it'll take a longer time than we got, let me tell you that. Two great programs, 30
seconds, so let's just say 5 years for each and move on.
There you go.
Dave from Sioux Falls, real quick.
Hey, Gopher football. Gophers play the Iowa Hawkeyes on Saturday. They should beat them. If so, they're possibly looking at a Sun Bowl game New Year's Day.
That'd be
When was
great.
the last time that happened?
That'd be great. Glenn Mason, superior job at Minnesota. Just terrific.
Okay, and I think we got time for one last one. Let's Thumper and Spearfish, real quick.
Hey, I was just down in Laramie this last weekend watching the Pokes beat BYU.
Yeah.
If anybody's looking to get on a major college team here, real close to South Dakota, Wyoming's not a bad choice.
Brian Van Emmerich from McCook Central.
Okay, thanks, Thumper. And we couldn't get... If so, how many teams is it going to be in the larger cities, your Rapid City and Sioux Falls, right away, and then spread to the smaller towns, or how are you approaching the implementation?
I think Rapid City and Sioux Falls will be one of the last places to go
Really?
with it. It's easier to do it in an A-size school or a B-size school because the people that concentrate on sports in that community do football, do basketball, do track, do baseball. And there's several groups in each of these different towns that are working on it, having meetings. There's several communities, nobody official yet, who are ready to make the move and make the decision on it.
I'd be very interested to know how Dave Plouffe feels about all this. The highly successful coach of Rapid City Post 22 who's produced more baseball players on the college and the professional ranks than anybody in this state. Do you think he'd be in favor of this?
I talked to him for about an hour. He called about 3 weeks ago on some baseball history stuff, on some help on something. And I said, okay.
I called Dave too for help on history stuff. So.
He has some very, very good points. Rapid City has a wonderful program, and we shouldn't mess with it. It's run like a very, very good high school program. One of the important things about Rapid City is that they're in the one pocket in the country where there's no high school baseball. They have Casper, Wyoming, Wyoming, Montana, and South Dakota don't have high school baseball. So you have Billings, Montana, they have strong American Legion programs. He pointed out that if he was in eastern South Dakota, they could not be able to do what they do with the Legion program. I asked him about, well, would it be nice to have about 3 or 4 very good baseball teams in the high schools in Sioux Falls? And he said yes. And he said it'd be wonderful to go back in May and June and have some double headers and play about 4 games in 3 days in Sioux Falls and really do it upright. We also have the Greater Dakota Conference with very good baseball towns in there. And we've been talking to them, the ADs in Greater Dakota, and that would be a wonderful situation.
And I think, too, that we're not necessarily talking about the elimination of American Legion Baseball. I think people look when they say, oh, you can have high school baseball means you eliminate Legion Baseball. I think the best scenario is you play your high school baseball in the spring and in the early summer, play your state championships, maybe early June or something like that, and then pick up with the Legion schedule after that and play on to a state championship there. So you're not eliminating that sport at all either.
Well, I should probably benefit it.
Yes, in the long run, it would definitely benefit.
The exact thing happened in North Dakota. And the high school baseball has expanded to the bigger schools in North Dakota in the last 5 or 6 years, and as a result, the number of Legion teams have increased. And it's enhanced baseball, and especially Legion programs in North Dakota, working with high school programs in the bigger schools. A schools in North Dakota traditionally did not have baseball. The B schools did, and I think there was, Minot or one A school who had to go into Minnesota to play. Now they have a situation where they have a tournament where they have club teams and high school teams playing for a state tournament each year. So it's very helpful for Legion ball, and is one of the, in the long haul, will help to enhance and save Legion baseball in South Dakota.
I agree. I think it's the answer. Has the Amateur Baseball Association in this state been of some help to you there? Because I would think that certainly their vested interest would be in the continuation of baseball, and they certainly have to see the numbers dwindling all across the state, and for them to perpetuate their program, this would be something I would think they would jump on the bandwagon with both feet.
There's been several commissioners, several amateur people working on it since from the start. One of the things is keeping the numbers up in Sioux Falls. The numbers of not star players, but just people playing baseball in Sioux Falls affects the number of teams and players in the Sioux Falls area, and we have to do it. We have to keep the kids playing when they're 15 and 16, 17, 18 in order to get them playing when they're 20, 22, 23.
Dave, we're really out of time. We appreciate you coming in. We've got a caller on the line, though, that wants to make a comment about girls softball. Paul from Sioux Falls, you there, Paul?
Yeah.
What's your comment?
The comment is that girls fast-paced softball in Sioux Falls is probably at a level nationally that would make it extremely hard for it to become a more competitive sport than it is right now.
Because of the good summer program.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we have teams that rank nationally. We play nationally, and in order for the thing that you want to get done to be done is that you have to get Sioux Falls into it. Girls fast-pitch softball is more viable than baseball in Sioux Falls today.
You mean to become a high school sport?
Yes, yes.
I would agree with that, and I think that the girls softball should be added if you're going to do baseball too. I mean, I think in all fairness, if you're going to add one, I think you should add them both.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's the numbers and you can work it out.
A couple things that have happened. They had a fall league in Sioux Falls, based by school. It went over very well. It's my understanding from meeting with the softball people that they're going to have a spring league in Sioux Falls, which allow the girls to start earlier, and it'll work in with their schedule, so they're going to be ready to go when the summer league start. And that's something that has to be worked out in the next few months. And I think the softball people are better organized and get things done a lot faster than the baseball people do in Sioux Falls.
Okay, thanks for the comments, Paul. We've got another high school baseball question. Barry and Brookings, how are you, Barry?
Yeah, just the whole high school baseball thing. I guess I don't really not supportive of it, mainly because I feel the American Legion program is pretty strong. It's competitive. I guess I haven't really seen a strong argument that would make it for it.
Excuse me, Barry, you live in Brookings, which has a very good baseball program there. The same cannot be said for all the communities around this state. Brookings is blessed. I think there are a number of communities that are blessed, but there are an awful lot of people where that situation is not the truth. And I think this situation is what addresses that, the need for high school baseball in this state. I agree, Brookings has had a great program for a long time.
Well, and also, like we talked about, is that this could only help to, solidify the future of that program also.
It can make you better, Barry. You could be better than you already are.
The seasons aren't going to overlap.
I realize that it'd make us better, but there's a lot of towns that I feel that if they have the interest in baseball, and in order to have a strong high school program, that if they're that interested in baseball, I feel that they'd already have the strong American Legion and VFW teams.
Okay, well, fair enough.
That's a fair comment.
I'm looking forward to Brookings playing Pipestone's high school team on about the 5th of May, a doubleheader on a Saturday afternoon. I'm going to be up there watching it. And also, if we get club status for our baseball teams in eastern South Dakota, we can go and play all the Iowa schools. And I'm really looking forward to a Harrisburg West Lions game on about the 10th of May. It's going to be fun.
You'll be the first one to buy a ticket to the game. We've got one more baseball question coming in. Randy and Mitchell, how are you tonight, Randy?
Hello, pretty good. I'm very interested in preserving baseball at the high school or Legion or amateur baseball level. I like baseball. I was wondering, as far as the club activity and high school sports, what's the quickest time frame, Dave, as far as can club ball begin to happen in spring 2000, or is that a 2001 hope? And after it makes club level, how fast? What's the quickest that it could happen, that high school baseball could happen in South Dakota?
I think it's going to happen club-wise next spring. What's happening now is everybody in each different community is waiting for the other person to make the next move. So one of these communities and one of these groups is going to make an announcement, get it formalized, and go with it. Essentially, some of the communities are set up by club It's just a matter of semantics at this point. So it's going to be happening next spring.
So you think that once one team goes, it's going to be like dominoes, and they're just going to, a lot of them are going to fall in place?
In a lot of the middle-sized and smaller communities, it's just a matter of taking the organization and calling it a club.
You need a baseball ramrod in every town in this state. And that's what it's going to take.
And that's why we want to get a hold of those people now, to talk to them, find out what they're doing. Each community is a little bit different. You have to go and ask questions differently in each town. Plus, you have to approach the hurdles in a different way. And if we share ideas and work together on it, and help support each other, then we can get it done.
Okay. Thanks for your call, Randy. Let's go to line 4. Gene in Del Rapids. How are you, Gene?
Good, how are you?
Very good. You got some comments about high school baseball.
Yeah, Dave, where are you going to find all these kids to be playing baseball? You know,
Where are you going to find them?
Drive up and down Main Street, drink beer, and smoke dope.
Well, I think you could probably help that problem right there.
Oh, I got pressure. I gotta go.
I heard that in 1990 in Sioux Falls when we had. I was working with the VFW program with Bob Kiley and 35 new coaches, and we went from 145 kids to 323 in a year. We give the kids an opportunity to play in a situation that's competitive, where they're having fun, with good coaching, and they'll come out of the woodwork.
Okay, let's real quick, let's go to Angie in Rapid City. How are you, Angie?
Fine, thank you.
You got a question about American Legion ball?
Well, I don't really have a question. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. Okay. The gentleman on y'all's left that said, as far as there not being any real strong teams in the North Dakota area as far as the major cities, there are. You've got, of course, Fargo, Mandan, Dickinson. As a post-22 parent, we've played those teams.
Grand Forks was the state champion in North Dakota.
Exactly.
I saw them play in the regional tournament this summer. I don't think you meant to say they were not good.
They're not strong. It's just that they're working toward having school baseball in the spring to enhance their strong American Legion programs.
Right. Well, and coming from the state of Alabama, where we have high school baseball, and then we pick up with Dixie Youth and American Legion baseball in the summer. It's the same idea that you were discussing. However, the problem is in March and April, these fields are under 84,000 feet of snow.
Yeah.
And you're also going to have the conflict with track. If it could be workable, great. But then you're going to lose that American Legion program. And as a very strong supporter of American Legion baseball, I just think that would be very, very hazardous to these kids. And as far as West River, we're growing like wildfire. Of course, we've got our post-22, we've got 320, we've got a new Deadwood lead team, a Sturgis team. So we definitely are not hurting for boys that want to play in the American Legion program. Surprisingly, I've been here 7 years, and my sons both have been involved through 97, and I could not speak more highly of the American Legion program. With that program, both of my boys are in college, playing the thing they want to play the most, and that's baseball.
Okay, thanks, Angie. We appreciate your comments. We got a bunch stacked up here, so we're going to have to move on. But like we said, high school ball inevitably will start to, those kids will work into the American Legion program. I don't think it's going to hurt it that much, maybe in a short-term time frame, real short-term, but ultimately it's got to help.
I don't see how it can hurt it. I honestly don't see how it can hurt the American Legion baseball program. I think it's only going to make it better over a period of time.
From my experience in the last 3 or 4 years, this is in Sioux Falls area, what you're going to do is get a kid who's a very good athlete who's also has a chance to possibly be a very good basketball recruit. He wants to go spend his sophomore year concentrating on going to basketball camps or football camps or whatever. That kid right now can't play both. But if he goes out and is on the high school team, and he's playing once a week, twice a week, he's still out there getting his at-bats, pitching well. There's a lot of time and development that takes place between the time a kid is 15 and 18. Sioux Falls, for example, doesn't have an opportunity for those kids to be able to keep playing and keep their abilities developing.
And I think that's a real good point about camps. I think that summer camps have not really helped baseball very much. The proliferation, can I even say that, of football, basketball, wrestling, you name it, whatever you want kind of camps, has kids specializing in more sports these days.
That's why we have to legitimize baseball within the sports calendar.
Okay, we've got one more. Michael in Sioux Falls. How are you, Michael?
Yes, gentlemen, doing well. I tell you what, you've got a great, interesting topic here. I think there is absolutely a need for high school baseball in the state of South Dakota. there's so many other sports that have benefited that just came in to being here in the last 4 or 5 years. And to tell you the truth, our state has been so far behind the 8 ball when it comes to high school baseball. And it is long overdue. Those athletes, you know, that are running track, a lot of those gentlemen, if they're athletes and they play football, their football coach requires them to run track. Well, maybe this is an opportunity now in the spring for those players that don't want to run track, that want to run or that want to compete in baseball. And I think we have been so far behind in the times, and I think it's a great idea. I think it will definitely springboard once those first teams, you know, get started. Maybe the Sioux City schools can get back into it. And one set of trivia here. The guy on the left there, former American Legion Player of the Year, Class B, Tom Maxwell. So, Tom, you can take a bow, and gentlemen, pursue the baseball because we've got to, and it'll help a lot.
Where's the bell?
If I'm not mistaken, that's gratuitous plug of the night.
That is gratuitous plug of the night. We thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, Mike.
Because we want to get this, we want to take this call on line 3 because it's a coach. Kirk in Vermilion, how are you?
I'm very good.
I said Sorney. Was I wrong?
No.
Sorney.
This would be Sorney.
Yeah.
Okay. I recognize the voice.
Yeah, hi, Max.
How you doing?
Yeah, big supporter of high school baseball, especially when you get into the lower or class towns, the smaller towns. They have a problem. They can't represent themselves against the football coaches and the basketball coaches. Their time in the summer is taken for camps and whatever, and a Legion coach can't, you know, go head-to-head with a football coach. If they had a varsity baseball coach to help them develop, because we are losing ball players in amateur ball.
That's a good point. That's an excellent point. Where you talk about if you're a varsity coach, you can say, okay, this is baseball. We don't take time off to go to football camps during baseball like we don't go to baseball camps during football, basically.
But I remember, 2 or 3 years ago running a VFW state tournament in which the kids from Aberdeen were going back to defend their 3-on-3 tournament championship in Aberdeen in basketball in between playing 3 baseball games in 3 days in Sioux Falls, and I mean coming back and forth, commuting, 6 hours back and forth. That was, you know, interesting.
Yeah, we have a couple more callers we're going to get to on baseball. Everybody else who's standing by, we will get to you. We didn't expect this much interest and this many phone calls, but we appreciate you calling in, so let's get to them. Let's try line 4. Alex and Mitchell talking a little Legion baseball.
Yeah, hi. What were you guys' thoughts on this year's State A Legion tournament, and what are your predictions for next year?
Okay.
You're talking about thoughts about the controversy involving Mitchell and Sioux Falls?
Yeah.
Thought so.
I guess basically that Sioux Falls was proven to be in the wrong in that situation where they had players cross over from one team to another during the course of a season. And when they were called on the carpet about it, they were not able to justify being able to do it, and they were caught at it. I don't really like the situation that resulted because of that and what happened with court action and all that other kind of stuff. And it's something that should have been addressed before the whole thing ever got started. That is the biggest travesty of the whole thing, I think.
Yeah, sort of an interesting thing. Let's go with one more. Tom in Sioux Falls. How are you tonight, Tom?
Very good. How are you?
Very good.
Hi, Tom.
I'm really glad to see you guys on TV about baseball. I just moved here recently from Seattle, and all the high schools there have baseball. And I have a 12-year-old that would be playing ball into the junior high, and or whatever leagues you have here. I was really disappointed when I moved to find out that there's nothing in the high school. He's fairly talented, and he was hoping to play good enough to get a scholarship, but I guess we were all kind of hoping that would happen.
It still can happen through the Legion program. I mean, Mark Ellis is a very good example from Rapid City. Just a couple of years ago, got a scholarship to go to the University of Florida and had a very successful career there. And Rapid City has turned out a number of other people. But I think this is an opportunity to really enhance the scholarship opportunities for the young people in our state. My question is, and perhaps, Dave, you know how many states don't have high school baseball?
3.
We're one of the 3.
Wyoming and Montana. There's one pocket of without high school baseball. And it's something that I think Montana's working on changing, possibly Wyoming too.
So hopefully we'll be down and get out of that group and leave 2.
There you go.
Thanks for your call, Tom. And let me look down the screen here. So if you've got one more, we'll do, and then we'll get to the rest of our regular callers. Dwayne in Del Rapids. How are you, Dwayne?
Not too bad. Yes, I heard that Matt Wilburn now has an agent seeking to sign him. She goes by the name of Grace Schmidt, and I guess I heard she's not a good agent because she's been working with Kevin Costain and Ross Brendy.
Yeah, I know. This is the group that has a lot of fun with these phone calls, isn't it? You're not pulling the wool over my eyes anymore, Dwayne. Your number is up.
It's been found out.
You've been found out. There you go.
Hey, we're going to move on to our regular calls, but Dave will continue to sit here, and we'll pull him back into the conversation if we have calls. But let's go right down the line. Tim from Aberdeen, you've been sitting there for a while. Want to talk a little Northern State baseball?
Oh yeah, I just want to congratulate my my buddy baseball up there with him at Northern. His name's Nate Henry. He's getting married this summer. I just want to congratulate him. There was a while there I know that none of us knew whether he'd get married or not. You know, to a girl anyway. He's a little light in the loafers.
Okay, thanks, Tim.
Okay.
Tim sat for so long to be able to congratulate his buddy on getting
try
married.
to pull that off. Was it really worth it now to stay in the line that
waited
long?
his whole life. Let's go to Mike in Watertown. How are you, Mike?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good. You want to talk a little high school wrestling?
Yeah, I got some word that there's a good Del Rapids wrestler by the name of Josh Gosmeyer. You guys heard of him?
Here we go again. I have this feeling now that we're being flooded by these phone calls. No one's ever heard of Josh Gosmeyer. And I think you're pulling our leg.
So in that case, we'll try Jason in Sioux Falls. How are you, Jason?
Good.
Get us out of this mess. Talk some real football.
Please, talk something.
Well, I heard today, I don't know, it might be a rumor, but I heard that Shannon Sharp's out for the year. Is that true?
Well, yes. I think he's. They were figuring he's out for the year. I don't think he's coming back. From what I understand, he's out for the year and has been for quite some time now.
Yeah, well, see, he was supposed to come back for Jacksonville, and I guess he was jogging at practice, and he re-aggravated it today, and says that he won't be able to practice for another 2 more weeks, and they said they just might as well just have him sit out for the rest of the year, and actually it might even be the last time he may never ever play for the Broncos again, I guess, because this is his last year of the contract. So
he'll be another victim of free agency probably, and
possibly
try the free agent market and see where he can go.
That injury is not going to help his free agent market status, I don't think. I mean, as far as contract goes, it would have been a lot better if he'd had a huge year going into a free agent year than it would have. He'd been hurt and trying to get some money after that.
Okay, thanks, Jason. And it's that point in the show that we all anticipate every week. Our hero, Billy in Fort Pierre. How are you tonight, Billy?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. Few things I want to say. Thanks to Benji and his New England Patriots out there at Spearfish for getting beat. And are my Colts for real? And I guess the Cornhuskers national title will be in the year 2000 because they beat Texas. They'll be going to the Fiesta Bowl.
No, they're not. Well, they won't go to the Sugar Bowl. Nebraska will not be going to the Sugar Bowl.
Sounds like they're playing Tennessee in the Fiesta Bowl if they beat Texas.
Oh, I think so. I think there's a real good possibility that could happen. And the other part of your question of the Indianapolis Colts for real, what's the record now, 9-2?
9-2. When was the last time they were 9-2? Burt Jones' era?
Probably way back in Baltimore.
John Dutton era when he was out there?
Well, a lot of that record goes into strength of schedule, too. They haven't really played. They played some decent teams, but it's
come
been
on, they beat the Crybabies.
Yeah,
the Cowboys,
true.
I mean, look, they beat some good teams. Last year they got ripped off by Huddle's 49ers last year, but that was last year. But
yeah, that's not going to happen this year. No Huddle's back there dressed in black tonight because I think his 49ers are pretty much done.
You are finding the true 49er fans, though, now, because those are the ones that are wearing the jackets. There are no more bandwagon 49er fans that are just wearing the jackets.
If you're wearing the 49ers sweatshirts and jackets
really
this week, you're really a fan.
A real fan.
I've become a Colts fan since Super Bowl III now. Now, I've been a Colts fan for a lot of bad years. I'll let you guys go.
I appreciate that.
I tell you, Billy, maybe this is your year. Maybe they are for real. We'll see when the playoffs start.
They're even going to get better, though, with Manning and Marvin Harrison, if they can keep both of them there. And Edger and James, they're going to be terrific.
All right, we'll talk to you guys probably in 2 weeks.
Okay, thanks, Billy. We'll talk to you later. Let's go to Rosine and Miller. How are you?
Yeah, good. Hey, this is Fred. First-time caller, long-time listener, guys. I love your show.
All right, thank you.
I want to talk about the Cincinnati Bengals. I know they're not doing so hot this year. I think it might be because their special teams coach is causing a lot of trouble with their offensive and defensive coordinators. I don't know if he's starting fights or what.
You mean as far as wanting to use players from the different units to play on special teams?
Yeah, he's just picking guys up off the defensive teams and the offensive teams, not using his own guys, and
That's a head coach's decision. I mean, if that happens, you've got a lack of leadership at the head coaching position that you need to address there. I mean, there should never be I understand there's squabbles. I mean, guys are always going to want the good players to play, but let's face it, for your Viking fan, you're never going to see Randy Moss on special teams. I mean, they thought about using him as punts, but they're not going to let that happen. This is a situation where you got to have a head coach step in and say enough is enough, and this is what we're going to do.
If you've got internal bickering between your assistant coaches and the head coach doesn't take over and say enough is enough and take that team back under control, the problem, like you said, head coach. And I don't know what's going on with the Bengals, but that's a weird situation if that's what it is.
Yeah, I think if they get a new special teams coach, they might go all the way next year. They got a lot of talent. I think you got to have faith. My dad's a pastor. You got to have faith. They're going all the way to the Super Bowl next year if they get a
Is
new
Achilles
coach.
Smith the man?
He is the man.
All right, okay. That's what I wanted to know.
Thanks for your call. Let's move along. Let's go to Anita in Sioux Falls. We got a baseball question. Go ahead, Anita.
How you doing?
Very good.
Okay, to my understanding, what Mr. Kemp said, if you add baseball, the boys will have 3 extra sports or 3 more sports than the girls. Is that right?
That's what I understood, yeah.
Understanding,
Now,
yes.
how do you justify adding more sports for the boys and then leaving the girls, so making it more of a differentiation than adding a girls' sport and leaving the boys where it's at to try to make it more equal, especially with Title IX now?
Now, see, that was my question about with gender equity. I think if you're going to add high school baseball, that you add girls softball too. I mean, I just think that's a very, very equitable point in this day and age. And to tell you the truth, if you don't do it, I think you're asking for a lawsuit. People love to sue people over sports in this day. That happens all the time. And I think it'll happen again.
Absolutely. Dave, defend your turf here and explain what you actually said.
What I actually said was that was our understanding that we needed to have softball and baseball together to satisfy the gender equity questions and Title IX questions. But when we really get the information to the people that know the law in that situation, we need not only softball, but we need 2 other girls' sports besides softball in order to get it up so that the amount of money and amount of activities are equal.
In all schools.
In all schools.
In all schools.
Okay, so why not just add softball, leave baseball as Legion sport, and then find another sport for the girls instead of just like adding 1 and 1, negating the problem and keeping the problem there instead of trying to solve part of it?
What we need to look at is do we offer other, like slow pitch softball? What other girls' sports are being played in South Dakota that we can develop into?
Well, I can't.
High school level.
I can't believe we haven't heard from the soccer people yet, because I think
softball isn't a high school activity anywhere in the nation, is it? I don't think it's anything but a rec sport. How could you? I mean, you'd have to think of swimming or something other than that to justify. Then to just have girls play full pitch.
Swimming.
That's like playing pickleball for the boys or something. I mean, that's not a sport.
I think the soccer people have the biggest probably talk about being added as a sport in lieu of baseball or in lieu of anything else. I would think the soccer people, particularly there in Sioux Falls, where the program is huge and growing, might have a very legitimate complaint or beef, I guess, to become a high school sport.
Oh, I agree. I don't understand how South Dakota as a state would justify adding a boys' sport, even if they do add the girls' sport. Why not just add the girls, leave the boys as is, and try to make that, that inequity more equal?
Anita, we have to move on, but we appreciate your comment, and we'll respond to that. It's not the state of South Dakota that's doing this. I mean, if teams want to bring baseball in at their specific town, obviously they're going to go through the process and figure out how many girls teams they have to add, whether it be softball or swimming or, if you live by a good rollable piece of water, start a rowing team for the girls. Whatever you need to do to bring it up to speed. It's not the baseball people or the people that are trying to bring in softball's problem. They're just trying to bring the sport in to make baseball stronger in this state. It's up to the individual schools. If you have a gender equity problem at your school, then fix it. Don't blame the baseball people for it.
Good point. Way to go.
That's my feeling on it anyway.
All right, John.
We got a bunch of calls to get through and not much time, so let's pick up the pace a little bit. Rich in Sioux Falls. How are you, Rich?
I'm just fine. I started the ringneck softball tournament. It was a girls and a boys fast pitch tournament here in Sioux Falls. I ran it for 13 years in Sioux Falls for people, youth that are now running it. I also coached the girls softball team. And I had 9 players that came out in bloomers and everything else like that. And we talked about going to college, going to do things right. 6 of them were the youngest of about 10 people, family, and everything else. They all went to college on scholarships. And this is why girls softball needs to be in South Dakota.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. Thanks for making your point.
Thanks. Very good comment, Rich. Let's move right along. Let's go to Bill and Pierre. How are you, Bill?
Pretty good. Max, this is Wanger.
Hi, Bill. How you doing?
It's good. This is scary. I agree with most everything you're saying tonight, especially with the baseball and the softball.
No, that
I
is
think
pretty
it's just
scary.
going to make everything so much stronger in the state. Not only that, the last guy just talked about college. We're going to get more people being recruited for the college situation in both fast pitch and baseball. There's more time to play it. It's just going to create just a better lifeline for both baseball and softball in the state of South Dakota. I've played both. I have a niece that's trying to get into college on a scholarship from Rapid City. And I tell you what, it's getting harder and harder for us in the middle of the state to compete because we're losing people because of travel as well. And if you get it within the high school realm with the other scheduling, it's easier to keep it going and to help compete.
I agree with everything you said. You agree with everything we said? That's good.
That's too scary, though, man.
That is pretty scary, Wagner.
Everybody's in agreement.
Way to go. I'm glad you weighed in.
Thanks for your call, Bill. Dave?
I've had several athletic directors tell me that they'll get contacted by a coach looking for baseball players or looking for a basketball player but want to know what other sports they can play. And they'll ask him, could you send us his high school baseball stats? Where do they go to? They call up the Legion coach who's not there at this time of year.
Yeah.
It's save a lot of problems.
Okay, let's get through some more of these calls. Royce in Rapid City. How are you, Royce?
Hi. I wanted to let you guys tell you guys that I agree with some people that we should have baseball and softball in schools and allow girls to play in those.
Absolutely, and I think all of us are in agreement in that. It's just a matter of finding a mechanism or a way to make that happen.
I think it's great that you called and gave your opinion. That's what the show's for. Thank you.
And we're going to go slide across the border. Maxwell and Cresbard. How are you, Maxwell?
Not too bad. How are you?
Is your name really Maxwell?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, I misspoke.
Okay.
Let's high school volleyball in South Dakota.
Yes, sir. I was just curious if you think our high school volleyball players in South Dakota are getting slighted on any Division II or Division I scholarships due to the simple fact that they play at a different time than like the rest of the United States. And I've seen some pretty amazing high school volleyball players that have been forced to go to local universities due to the simple fact they have lacked exposure because of the time of the season. Do you think that'll ever change?
Last time we were here, we talked about this quite about at length. That was a hot topic then.
Right now, that's one of the things that's up, I shouldn't say for consideration, but the South Dakota High School Activities Association is going to be looking into. And if you have a school where you want to change these sports around, you should get in touch with your coaches, your administrators. They're the ones who are going to vote on changing those seasons around. To answer your original question, yes, I do think girls are being, they're jeopardizing their ability to go for scholarships. Everybody says you can't prove that. You know, you can't find a case where you can hold up and say, see, this girl didn't get a scholarship because of the schedule. But I'm sure it's got to be happening when you're out there recruiting and you've got an out-of-season sport like that.
I think in a bold prediction, I'm going to go out on the limb and say we're changing. I think it's a done deal. I think what the Activities Association has presented to us is something that they have already decided that they're going to pursue. I think we're going to switch sports. I think we're going to switch seasons.
Okay, thanks, Maxwell. We need to move on. Let's go to Corey in Brookings. How are you, Corey?
Good. How are you?
Hi, Corey. A little Mike Miller conversation.
Yeah, what's the scoop on this guy? Is he going pro? I heard he is. Street and Smith magazine says he's likely candidate to take off. So what do you think?
Last time I was here, we talked about this too. Mike Miller.
This is going to come up all year long, I have a feeling. The better that team does, the more we're going to hear about that.
All I can judge is what Mike Miller has told me. And 2 weeks ago, maybe a little bit longer than that, he said, absolutely not. I'm not going pro. I'm going to concentrate on college. I have a lot of physical maturing to do. I have a lot of mental maturing to do. And I'm going to stay here for the whole 4 years. Now, that being said, and I'll say what I said a couple of weeks ago, if they win a national championship, if they go on and do great things, then maybe that might change. But I don't see it happening. I don't see Mike Miller going pro. Not right now.
I agree.
If he did leave this year, where do you see him going in the draft? In the top 5?
Oh, I don't know if we'd even speculate that far. He's one of the Wooden finalists, one of the top 25 there. Whether that would translate into a first-round draft choice, I don't know.
Okay, thanks for your call, Corey. We need to move on because we're rapidly running out of time. Let's go to Darren in Delmont. All right, Darren.
Good. How you guys doing tonight?
Very good.
Darren.
Say, if you want to bring baseball in, all you got to do is get some folks over on the west side of Sioux Falls to get their kids mad, because every time that happens, they sue about something.
That's a good point. We were talking about the litigious nature of us in South Dakota when it comes to sports.
Yes, I think Darren's one of those that was wrapped up in the controversy with Roosevelt and the high school team. Eh?
Yes, I think that.
Let's go to Matt in Sioux Falls. How are you, Matt?
Not bad.
You got a comment on high school baseball?
You bet. First of all, I'm in full agreement. Having been a Legion coach, I'm in full agreement that high school baseball would be nothing but positive for us. One thing that concerns me is whether the South Dakota High School Activities Association has been involved, or if we're just trying to do this at a school-to-school level. And also, how do you address the question of when they say it hurt track programs a lot?
That has been the oldest argument in the world, that it's going to hurt track and field. It's going to hurt track and field. I don't necessarily think it's going to hurt track and field. I think if you have somebody who's good in both sports, that you're gonna get them to do both sports. And I think it's a possibility to do. And I don't think you necessarily have to kill one another to do. Everybody said wrestling was going to kill basketball when it came in the 60s, and that certainly wasn't true. And every time you had a sport, they say it's going to hurt another one. The question is, 20% of schools playing is what it needs to be considered.
20 schools, 10%.
20 schools, 10% before it can be considered
20, yeah.
as a sanctioned sport.
Yeah, and to answer that person's comment, has the activities, so you've been in contact with them and they're aware of what's going on?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean,
I talked to him quite a bit about it, especially with softball with Ruth Ranch. She's been very, very concerned about that because it's the one girls' sport that we haven't got in the 25 years since it's been formalized. My comment on conflicting with track, I followed Darren Natchez last spring when he was getting tried out, or major league scouts are coming in. I don't know how many, Tim, if you're listening, how many came in the first 3 weeks of May, but also he seemed to be able to run track, and I think, didn't they win a couple of state championships so he'd be a good example of a town like Larchwood, which isn't the biggest town, doing both.
Very good.
Okay, let's clear up some more phone calls. Ryan in Vermilion. How are you, Ryan?
Pretty good. Being from Iowa, I do know how the baseball and track thing can work. Track is usually generally done in the middle of May when baseball is just starting in Iowa, and they have no problem with that. I can attest to the Darren Natchez comment. He did win a couple of relays at state, I believe 4x1, 4x2, and possibly long jump. As to going to a school sport, that'd be the greatest idea. Even if you do have small schools that are trouble finding players, you can share. It happens in Iowa. Even the smallest schools can come up with 15 guys to play.
Well, but in high school, we co-op everything. I mean, you can co-op teams and everything else. I think that's the central question here is what kind of schedule are we going to play? When are we going to play it? These are all questions that I think are still open to discussion.
Iowa's the only state in the union that has just specifically summer high school baseball.
Okay. So they still have time for Legion baseball.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, we're going to try to get through one more before we have our 2-minute warning and blast through the rest of the calls. Let's go to Tom in Huron. How are you, Tom?
Good. How you doing?
Very good.
Hi, Tom.
Speak up a little bit.
You bet. I'm all for high school baseball. I played a little in college, and I really enjoy the sport. I guess my big question is, really, wanting high school baseball is all rhetoric till you figure out how a school district's going to pay for it. Right now, districts are so strapped, the small towns, they can't even buy uniforms for the kids for the other sports. How are we going to fund another sport?
I think you're going to get fans to come and watch these games. Build it, and they will come. This is one sport, people love baseball. And if you have a high school sport, people will come and watch it, and it will pay for itself.
Okay, I like that. If you build it, they will come. And that will do it for now. We've got 2 minutes left in the program, so we're going to put the 2-minute clock up. We're going to start it running. We're going to take as many calls as possible. You get one quick comment, and we cut you off, so let's do this as fast as possible. Everybody behave. Max and Vermilion, you're first up.
How you doing tonight, guys?
Good.
Okay, real quick, Kansas City Chiefs.
I just want to know, what do you think of Gunther Cunningham in the future for the Chiefs, since people think they're going to be so bad this year, and they're not doing too bad this year?
No, they're not bad. I think Gunther Cunningham's a good coach, has a lot of experience, and he's going to do good things for him.
Okay, Josh in Sioux Falls, you're next up.
I heard that Josh Mueller rolled his ankle and he's going to be out for the season. Did you guys hear that?
I would doubt that if he just rolled his ankle. I think that's pure speculation. Pure speculation.
Rumors, they all come up. Josh and Brookings, how are you, Josh?
Hey, not too bad. How are you guys?
Good. Okay, real quick.
I was wondering what you guys thought of Vermilion men's basketball. I've been talking to my brother Jesse, and he said they don't look very good. I was just wondering what you guys thought of it.
You talking USD?
Yeah.
USD's been picked by the media to win the North Central Conference. They got 4 starters back. I would have to go along with them. I'd pick them to win the conference.
Sorry to say, maybe they're getting out of the gate a little slow, but they'll be strong as the year goes on.
I think so, too.
John and Brookings.
Yeah, I was wondering, how do you guys think the Rangers are going to do this year in high school hockey?
Rangers have a great program there.
I was going to say, it's one of the stronger programs.
It's one of the strongest, one of the oldest.
They should do pretty good.
And hockey's got it. Hockey wants to talk about being a high school sport, too. Yeah. There's a whole other show right there.
I'd like to be able to see that spread out. 45 seconds left. Let's go to Steve in Vermilion. How are you, Steve?
Maxwell, you're a Mitchell resident with the Daily Republic. What do you think of their choice for Player of the Year? It wasn't the 9AA All-American or the 9A All-American. Who was the Argus Leader Player of the Year?
Boy, I tell you, I lost that one. Oh. What was that? I didn't...
Do I know Player of the Year? I don't know. Let's go to Jared and Belfouche real quick.
Hey, yeah, I think that high school baseball would be a great idea, but the soccer deal is a bad deal because no one except Sioux Falls cares, and girls softball, no one really cares about that either.
Okay.
That's very good. Let's get one more. 13 seconds. Bill in Sioux Falls, quick.
Yeah, I think that it'll help the educational system also, high school baseball, because it'll bring more teachers in that will want to coach.
Very good. That's
Absolutely.
a good point, too. Good point to leave on.
I also have a...
Unfortunately, you're going to have to hold it right there. Oh. John in Viborg, Rhonda in Sioux Falls, we're sorry we're not able to get to you because that is all the time we have for this week. Before we get away, let's take one more quick look at our online poll question for this next week. The poll question is, with the Skyforce and the Stampede and a new arena football team starting up, what do you think of the Sioux Falls sports market? You can, the more the merrier, too much of a good thing, or each team has its own audience and can survive. You can go to our homepage and let your voice be heard. I want to thank Tom, first off, for stopping by. We always like seeing you.
It's great to be
here in 2 weeks.
We'll be here in 2 weeks.
We'll enjoy it. Also, Dave Kemp, appreciate you coming down, talking baseball. I'm sure we'll be in contact again. And also thanks to all of you who called in this week. Now, if you were unable to get through or we didn't get to your call, feel free to call our comment line anytime during the next 2 weeks, 877-825-5788. Of course, you can always email us at sportsfan@sdpb.org, or if you're sitting out there without internet access, you can still reach us by the regular mail. Sportsfan, in care of South Dakota Public Television, P.O. Box 5000, Vermilion, South Dakota 57069. Like I said, we're at Pledge programming next week, so we'll be back in 2 weeks to talk sports, so keep emailing and calling because you are the Sports Fan. Good night, everybody.
For more information on this and other South Dakota Public Television programs, visit us at www.sdpb.org.
I'm Betty Patton from Mitchell, and I enjoy watching South Dakota Public Television, Smart TV.
I'm Paul Kangas with a business news brief. Heavy selling erupted in the high-tech-laden NASDAQ market today as investors rushed to lock in some of the huge paper profits brought on by the sharp recent rally. Some of the selling was no doubt linked to some last-minute portfolio adjusting by institutional investors as they closed their books for November. The blue chips were also impacted as the Dow Industrial Average fell 70 points, but the NASDAQ index tumbled nearly 85.25 points, or 2.5%, although for the month of November it still rose 12.5%. The American Exchange Index bucked the trend with a fractional gain to a record high today. Meanwhile, consumer confidence had an unexpectedly strong rise in November, reversing 4 consecutive months of declines. Tomorrow, it's not too late to save money on your 1999 federal taxes. We'll tell you how. For more financial news, tune into the Nightly Business Report weekdays on this public television station.
From farmhouse to state capitol, from second-string player to league commissioner,
from warrior to crusader. Join South Dakota Public Television for a look at the life of one of the state's most famous sons. Tune in for American Ace, the Joe Foss story.
Evening programming on South Dakota Public Television is supported in part by the Mitographers Incorporated, providing quality custom-made screen-printed decals, product markings, and point-of-sale items since 1977. And by Horton Incorporated, a supplier of cooling system solutions for diesel engine applications worldwide, celebrating 25 years in South Dakota. Horton. Broadcast of Nova in South Dakota is supported in part by your membership in Friends of South Dakota Public Broadcasting and by First National Bank in Brookings, providing a complete assortment of financial products and services to help families and businesses manage their money. First National Bank Brookings, member FDIC, an equal opportunity lender.
Tonight on Nova, 10,000 years ago, a world frozen in ice began to thaw, marking the beginning of the end for the great woolly mammoth. But what effect did humans have on these huge beasts? Frozen bodies and houses made of tusks are just some of the amazing new finds.